Hey Soul Tribe, welcome back or welcome if you're new here. I am so excited you're joining me tonight for this nighttime reading because we're diving deep into something truly special, your spiritual connection. In this pick-a-pile, we're going to explore where you are on your spiritual path right now, what messages the universe has for you, and really just tap into that inner knowing we all have. This is a safe space, so just relax, take a deep breath, and let's see what guidance is waiting for you. We're going to explore the hidden aspects, like your shadow self, and how you can make wishes under the stars. To help guide you, we have 4 beautiful crystals, each representing a unique facet of your spiritual journey. First, we have the Black Obsidian Cluster, all about flowing and unveiling hidden depths. This is for you if you're ready to navigate the currents of your subconscious, where even shadows hold potential for growth. Next up is the Peridot Butterfly, representing transformation and emerging from your cocoon. Choose this if you feel a delicate yet powerful shift happening within your spirit, ready to take flight into a new dawn. Then we have the Selenite Star, here to offer clarifying starlight guidance. Pick this one if you're seeking celestial insights and clear visions to illuminate your path forward. And finally, we have the Rhodonite Pyramid, all about grounding and anchoring your truth. This is for you if you need to root yourself in self-love and compassion, building a strong foundation for authentic expression. So take a moment, close your eyes, and feel which crystal calls to you. There's no right or wrong choice here. Trust your intuition. And while you're choosing, let's set an intention for clarity, guidance, and a deeper connection to your spiritual self. I can't wait to see you in your chosen reading. Hi there, welcome to your reading, and thank you so much for being here. If you chose the Black Obsidian Cluster, this is going to be your reading about unveiling hidden depths. Remember that nothing is ever set in stone, and the future is always subject to change. But based on right now, when you are viewing this reading, well, it is timeless. So, it is the next few weeks or months from when you're watching this, not from when I recorded it. This Black Obsidian Cluster is all about flowing, right? And the theme is about unveiling hidden depths. That means diving deep into your subconscious, where shadows hold untold potential for growth and understanding. Obsidian itself is known for bringing hidden things to light, so get ready for some major insights, okay? It's going to help you navigate those currents within yourself that you might have been avoiding. Okay, so the cards we have here are the 4 of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice. Wow, okay, all at once. So immediately, I'm getting a sense of like, holding on tight, then bam, the universe throws a curveball and you're forced to reevaluate everything to make sure it's fair and balanced. It's a lot, but you're also supported through it. So let's dive in, shall we? First, the 4 of Pentacles. Okay, so 4 of Pentacles is often seen as someone who's holding onto their resources really tightly, like they're afraid of losing them. This could be money, possessions, but it can also be things like emotions, beliefs, even relationships. It's this energy of wanting to feel secure, like you've got everything under control. And there's nothing wrong with wanting security, of course, but the 4 of Pentacles can sometimes take it too far. It can become about hoarding, about being unwilling to share, or about being so rigid in your thinking that you're closed off to new ideas. Are you feeling that, though? Does that resonate? Think about it this way. Have you ever known someone who's just super stingy with their money? They're always worried about saving, but they never actually enjoy it. Or maybe someone who's so stuck in their ways that they refuse to even consider a different perspective. That's kind of the 4 of Pentacles energy in action. It's that fear of scarcity, that belief that there's not enough to go around, so you have to cling to what you have. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets interesting with the obsidian and unveiling those hidden depths. What are you really afraid of losing? Is it actually the money, or is it the security that the money represents? Is it the object, or is it the idea of the object? Is it the belief, or is it the fear that, without the belief, you are nothing? The 4 of Pentacles isn't just about material possessions. It's often about emotional and mental ones, too. It's about protecting your ego. Maybe you're holding onto a certain image of yourself, a certain identity, because you're afraid of what will happen if you let it go. Maybe you're clinging to a relationship that's no longer serving you because you're scared of being alone. This card is asking you to look beneath the surface and see what's really driving your need to control and possess. It's about what voids you are trying to fill with external validation when you actually have the keys to your own happiness within. And you know what? Sometimes that fear is totally valid, right? Like, sometimes we do need to protect ourselves. But the Four of Pentacles can also be a sign that we're letting fear run the show. It's about finding that balance between being responsible and being open to new possibilities. And in order to flow in a way that represents that obsidian, you have to find what is worth holding on to and what to let go of, even if both are scary to contemplate. Are you feeling that now? Are you starting to see where this is going? How tightly are you gripping the edge of your seat? So let's say you've been working at the same job for years. It's comfortable, it's stable, but you're not really passionate about it anymore. You might be holding on to that job because you're afraid of the unknown, afraid of not being able to find something better, afraid of losing your income. That's the Four of Pentacles. You are settling for something that does not serve your soul, and you are justifying it to the point of not knowing what you truly want anymore. But what if there's something amazing waiting for you out there? What if you're actually capable of so much more? What if you could find a job that you actually love, that fulfills you, that challenges you in the best way possible? That's where the obsidian and the theme of unveiling hidden depths come into play. It's about having the courage to look beyond your fears and explore what's possible. Or, okay, let's say you're in a relationship that's just kind of meh. It's not terrible, but it's not exactly exciting either. You might be staying in that relationship because you're afraid of being alone, afraid of hurting your partner, afraid of the work it would take to start over. Sound familiar to anyone? That's classic Four of Pentacles. You're staying because you are settling and because there is comfort in the familiar. But what if there's someone out there who's a much better match for you? What if you could find a relationship that's truly passionate, supportive, and fulfilling? What if you could be happier on your own than you are in this mediocre relationship? Again, this is where unveiling those hidden depths and flowing in your subconscious come into play with that obsidian. It's about being honest with yourself about what you really want and having the courage to go after it. See, the Four of Pentacles isn't inherently bad, but it can become a trap if you let it control you. It's about recognizing when you're holding on too tight and being willing to loosen your grip a little bit. It's about trusting that the universe has your back and that even if you do lose something, you'll be okay. You might even be better than okay. You might be amazing. And that, my friend, is where the Wheel of Fortune comes in. Okay, so the Wheel of Fortune is all about change, cycles, and destiny. It's a reminder that life is constantly in motion, that things are always changing, whether we like it or not. Sometimes we're on top of the world, and sometimes we're at the bottom, but the wheel keeps turning. It is inevitable. It's also about luck, both good and bad, but it's important to remember that luck isn't just random. It's often the result of our own actions and choices. The Wheel of Fortune reminds us that we have the power to influence our own destiny, even if we can't control everything that happens to us. This is where the obsidian is crucial. The deeper you dive, the more you control your destiny, as it is no longer a mystery. Think of it like this. Imagine you're on a Ferris wheel. Sometimes you're at the top, enjoying the amazing view, feeling like you can conquer anything. And then the wheel turns, and suddenly you're at the bottom, feeling a little bit lost and disoriented. But you know that the wheel is going to keep turning, and eventually you'll be back on top again. What you do in that time, in the darkness, determines how much more you will appreciate the light. That's the Wheel of Fortune in a nutshell. It's about accepting that life has its ups and downs and trusting that even the difficult times will eventually pass. Now, how does this relate to the Four of Pentacles? Well, the Four of Pentacles is all about wanting to control things, wanting to keep everything stable and predictable. But the Wheel of Fortune is like, nope, sorry, but that's not how life works. It's a reminder that change is inevitable and that sometimes the best thing we can do is just let go and trust the process. So imagine someone who's been clinging to that stable but unfulfilling job that we talked about earlier, right? They're feeling stuck, but they're too afraid to make a change. Then, bam, the wheel of fortune spins, and suddenly their company is downsizing and they get laid off. Oh no. At first, they might freak out, right? They might feel like their world is falling apart. This is what they feared. Everything that Four of Pentacles was designed to stop. But then, after they've had a chance to process the initial shock, they might start to see this as an opportunity. A chance to finally pursue their passion, to start their own business, to travel the world, whatever it is that they've always dreamed of doing. The Wheel of Fortune is saying, okay, you weren't willing to make a change on your own, so the universe is going to give you a little nudge. I mean, sometimes it's a shove, but same difference. But it's ultimately for your own good. Or, okay, let's say someone's been holding onto a relationship that's just not working anymore. They're afraid of being alone, so they're staying in it even though they're not happy. Sound familiar? Then, the Wheel of Fortune spins and their partner suddenly breaks up with them. The relationship is forced to end. Oh no, again. Again, their first reaction might be panic and heartbreak. But after a while, they might start to realize that this breakup was actually the best thing that could have happened to them. It's time to grieve, but it's also a chance to finally be free, to explore who they are as individuals, to find someone who's a better match for them. The Wheel of Fortune is a reminder that sometimes things have to fall apart before they can come back together in a better way. That's a scary thought, right? So, unveiling those depths with the obsidian will help ease that fear. Knowing the deepest and darkest secrets and integrating those things that you are fearful of can provide unprecedented comfort. Now, it's important to remember that the Wheel of Fortune isn't always about big, dramatic changes like getting fired or breaking up. Sometimes it's just about small shifts in perspective, unexpected opportunities, or chance encounters. It can be as simple as meeting someone new who changes your life in a subtle but profound way. The key is to be open to these changes, to be willing to go with the flow, and to trust that the universe knows what it's doing even when you don't. This is, after all, a cluster that represents flow, if you remember. It can seem counterintuitive, but it's all coming together perfectly. See, the Wheel of Fortune is also about karma, about the idea that what goes around comes around. If you're putting positive energy out into the world, you're more likely to attract positive experiences. If you're being negative and selfish, you're more likely to attract negative experiences. Not because the world is out to get you, but because the energy you exert attracts things of similar vibration. It's not always immediate, and it's not always obvious, but it's always there. So, if you're going through a difficult time, ask yourself, what am I putting out into the world? What kind of energy am I sending out? You might be surprised by what you discover. And again, that unveiling with the obsidian can help here. This doesn't mean you are being punished. It just means that you are in the infancy stages of some lessons. The Wheel of Fortune is also a reminder that we're all connected, that our actions have a ripple effect that extends far beyond ourselves. So, be mindful of the choices you're making and the impact they're having on the world around you. You are an extension of the universe. Ultimately, the Wheel of Fortune is about embracing change, trusting the process, and recognizing that you have the power to create your own destiny. Even when things seem chaotic and uncertain, remember that you're not alone and that the universe is always working in your favor, even if it doesn't always feel like it. And that brings us to justice. Justice, okay, this card is all about balance, fairness, and truth. It's about making sure that everything is in alignment, that everyone is getting what they deserve. It's about taking responsibility for your actions and ensuring that you're treating others with respect and compassion. This card often comes up when there are important decisions to be made, especially decisions that have legal or ethical implications. It's a reminder to weigh all the evidence carefully, to consider all sides of the story, and to make a decision that is fair and just to everyone involved. This is the ultimate test of your subconscious and your ability to dive into your hidden depths. Think of it like this. Imagine you're a judge in a courtroom. You have to listen to all the arguments, examine all the evidence, and then make a decision that is fair and impartial. You can't let your personal biases or emotions cloud your judgment. You have to be objective and base your decision on the facts. That's the energy of the Justice card. It's about being fair, impartial, and honest, both with yourself and with others. Now, how does this relate to the Four of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune? Well, remember how the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on tight, wanting to control everything, and how the Wheel of Fortune is all about change and the inevitable ups and downs of life. Justice comes in to say, okay, you can't control everything. Life is going to throw you curveballs, but you can control how you respond to those curveballs. You can choose to be fair, honest, and responsible, even when things are difficult. So, let's go back to that example of the person who got laid off from their job because the Wheel of Fortune turned and delivered them to a new destiny, right? They could be bitter and resentful. They could blame everyone else for their misfortune. They could try to cling to the past and refuse to move on. But that wouldn't be very just, would it? Instead, they could choose to see this as an opportunity for growth. They could take responsibility for their own career path and start looking for a new job that's a better fit for them. They could use this time to learn new skills, network with new people, and explore their passions. That would be a much more just and balanced approach. Or, okay, let's say someone went through a difficult breakup because they weren't brave enough to change their wheel themselves. They could be angry and vengeful. They could try to make their ex-partner's life miserable. They could wallow in self-pity and refuse to move on. But again, that wouldn't be very just, would it? This would be selfish, which is something the Four of Pentacles does not want to let go of. Instead, they could choose to forgive their ex-partner and themselves. They could take responsibility for their own role in the relationship and learn from their mistakes. They could use this time to heal, to grow, and to become a better version of themselves. That would be a much more just and balanced approach, remember. It would be a sign of incredible strength and would serve both people. Justice is also about karma, just like the Wheel of Fortune. It's about the idea that our actions have consequences, both good and bad. If you're treating others with kindness and respect, you're more likely to attract positive experiences into your life. If you're being dishonest and manipulative, you're more likely to attract negative experiences. So, if you're going through a difficult time, ask yourself, am I being fair and honest in my dealings with others? Am I taking responsibility for my actions? Am I treating others with respect and compassion? If the answer is no, then it might be time to make some changes. And this is so important to contemplate, especially while you wield that obsidian. Justice is a reminder that we're all accountable for our actions. We can't just do whatever we want without considering the impact it has on others. We have a responsibility to be fair, honest, and ethical in everything we do. It's not always easy, of course. Sometimes it's hard to know what the right thing to do is. Sometimes we have to make difficult choices that have negative consequences for some people. But as long as we're striving to be fair and just, we can trust that we're on the right path. Ultimately, justice is about finding balance in your life, about ensuring that everything is in alignment with your values and your beliefs. It's about taking responsibility for your actions and treating others with respect and compassion. It's about being fair, honest, and ethical in everything you do. It's about doing your best to make the world a better place, one decision at a time. And how does all of this tie into the obsidian cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths? Well, it's all about honesty, right? You can't pursue justice without honesty. You need to dive deep within yourself, confront your own shadows, and be brutally honest about your motivations and your actions. Only then can you make truly just and fair decisions. Only then can you break free from the patterns of the Four of Pentacles and ride the Wheel of Fortune with confidence and grace. It's not just about being honest with others. It's about being honest with yourself. What are your hidden biases? What are your subconscious motivations? What are the secrets you're keeping from yourself? The obsidian cluster is there to help you bring those things to light so you can deal with them in a just and balanced way. This is all about a journey of self-discovery, a process of uncovering the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface. It's about having the courage to face your own darkness and emerge stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. So, yeah, that's how these three cards, the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice all work together under the guidance of the obsidian cluster. It's a powerful combination, a call to action, a reminder that you have the power to create a life that is both fulfilling and just. And it all starts with being willing to look beneath the surface, to confront your own shadows, and to embrace the ever-turning wheel of change. Okay, deep breath. That was a lot, but I feel like it sets the stage for some really interesting insights to come. I am so curious to see where this goes. Okay, deep breath, here we go, okay? So where were we? Right, that was a lot, but I feel like it sets the stage for some really interesting insights to come. I am so curious to see where this goes. Okay, so the next card we have is the Lovers, wow, the Lovers card. So like the Lovers card, okay, this is like a big one, right? The Lovers, it's not always about romance, even though that's like the first thing everyone thinks of, right? It's so much more than that, you know? It's about choices, it's about partnerships, it's about values, and it's about like finding alignment in your life. Okay, so first of all, like, what does the Lovers card even mean? Like in general, you know? Well, it's often seen as a card of relationships, of course, especially romantic ones. It can represent a deep connection with another person, a soulmate kind of thing, you know? Like finding someone who just gets you, who understands you on a fundamental level. But it's not just about romantic relationships, it can also be about friendships, partnerships, even family relationships. It's about finding people who support you, who challenge you, and who help you grow. But the Lovers card is also about choices, you know? It often comes up when you're facing a big decision in your life, a decision that could have a major impact on your future. And it's not always an easy decision, you know? Sometimes you have to choose between two things that you really want or two things that you're really afraid of losing. And the Lovers card is asking you to choose wisely, to choose in alignment with your values, and to choose what's best for your highest self. And that's the other thing about the Lovers card. It's about values, you know. It's about knowing what's important to you in life and living in accordance with those values. It's about being true to yourself, even when it's hard, and about standing up for what you believe in, even when it's unpopular. The Lovers card is asking you to examine your values to see if they're truly your own, or if they're just something you've inherited from your family or society. And it's asking you to make sure that your choices are aligned with those values. So, okay, how does this connect to the other cards we've already pulled, right? Like, we had the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice. How does the Lovers fit into all of that? Well, let's start with the Four of Pentacles, okay. So, remember, the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on tight, about being afraid of losing what you have, about wanting to control everything, right? So, how does that relate to the Lovers card? Well, I think the Lovers card can be a challenge to the Four of Pentacles energy, you know. Like the Four of Pentacles is all about security and stability, but the Lovers card is all about risk and vulnerability. It's about opening yourself up to another person, about letting go of control, and about trusting that things will work out even if you don't know how. So, like, maybe you're holding onto a relationship because you're afraid of being alone, you know. That's classic Four of Pentacles. You're clinging to something that's familiar and comfortable, even if it's not really fulfilling you. But the Lovers card is asking you to consider whether that relationship is truly aligned with your values. Is it a relationship that's based on love, respect, and equality? Or is it a relationship that's based on fear, control, and codependency? Or maybe you're holding onto a certain image of yourself in relationships, you know? Like, maybe you're always the giver, the caretaker, the one who puts everyone else's needs before your own. That can also be a form of Four of Pentacles energy. You're holding onto this role because it makes you feel secure, it makes you feel like you're in control, but it's not really allowing you to be your true self. The Lovers card is asking you to let go of that role and to embrace your vulnerability, to allow yourself to be loved and supported, and to ask for what you need. It's a dance. And maybe, like, you are holding on to a certain belief about love, you know? Like, maybe you believe that love is supposed to be hard, that it's supposed to be a struggle, that it's supposed to be full of drama. That's a very common belief, you know? But it's not necessarily a true belief. The Lovers card is asking you to question that belief and to consider whether it's really serving you. Is it preventing you from finding a healthy, fulfilling relationship? Is it causing you to sabotage your own happiness? The Lover's card is saying that love doesn't have to be hard, you know? It can be easy, it can be joyful, it can be fun. But it requires you to be open to it, to be vulnerable, and to be willing to let go of your fears and your limiting beliefs. And again, this is that hidden depth that must be unveiled. So, okay, that's how the Lover's card connects to the Four of Pentacles, right? It's about challenging that energy of control and fear and opening yourself up to the possibility of love and connection. But what about the Wheel of Fortune? How does the Lover's card relate to that card of change and destiny? Well, I think the Lover's card can be seen as both a product of the Wheel of Fortune and a force that can influence it, you know? Like, sometimes you meet someone by chance, by destiny, by the spin of the wheel, right? You weren't expecting it, you weren't looking for it, but suddenly there they are, and your life is changed forever. That's the Wheel of Fortune at work, you know. It's bringing you together with someone who's meant to be in your life, someone who's going to help you grow and evolve. But it's also up to you to choose what you do with that connection. Do you embrace it? Do you nurture it? Do you allow it to flourish? Or do you resist it? Do you sabotage it? Do you let it fade away? The Lover's card is about making that choice, you know. It's about recognizing the potential that's there and choosing to invest in it, to put in the work, to make it a lasting and meaningful connection. And that can actually influence the Wheel of Fortune, you know? Like, if you choose to embrace love, to be open to change, and to trust the universe, you're more likely to attract positive experiences into your life. You're more likely to ride the Wheel of Fortune to the top. But if you choose to resist love, to cling to the past, and to be afraid of change, you're more likely to attract negative experiences. You're more likely to stay stuck at the bottom of the wheel. So, like, maybe you're in a relationship that's going through a difficult time, you know. The Wheel of Fortune has spun, and things aren't as easy as they used to be. Maybe you're facing challenges, maybe you're arguing more, maybe you're feeling disconnected. It would be easy to just give up, to say that it's not meant to be, to let the relationship fade away. But the Lover's card is asking you to consider whether there's still something worth fighting for. Are you willing to put in the work to overcome these challenges? Are you willing to communicate openly and honestly? Are you willing to compromise and to forgive? If the answer is yes, then you can actually influence the Wheel of Fortune, you know. You can turn things around, you can bring the relationship back to a place of love and connection, and you can even make it stronger than it was before. But it requires you to be proactive, to be intentional, and to be willing to embrace change. Or maybe you're single and you're feeling like you're never going to find love, you know? The Wheel of Fortune seems to be stuck on single for you. You've tried everything, you've gone on dates, you've put yourself out there, but nothing seems to be working. It would be easy to just give up, to say that you're not meant to be with someone, to resign yourself to a life of solitude. But the Lover's card is asking you to consider whether you're truly open to love. Are you willing to let go of your past hurts? Are you willing to trust that there's someone out there for you? Are you willing to be vulnerable and to show your true self? If the answer is yes, then you can actually influence the Wheel of Fortune, you know? You can attract love into your life, you can find someone who's a perfect match for you, and you can create a fulfilling and lasting relationship. But it requires you to be patient, to be persistent, and to believe in yourself. It requires you to also love yourself. So, okay, that's how the Lover's card connects to the Wheel of Fortune, right? It's about recognizing the role of destiny in your relationships, but also about taking responsibility for your own choices and actions. But what about justice? How does the Lover's card relate to that card of fairness and balance? Well, I think the Lover's card can be a reminder that relationships should be based on equality, respect, and fairness, you know? Like, justice is all about making sure that everyone is getting what they deserve, that everyone is being treated with dignity, and that everyone is being held accountable for their actions. And that's just as important in relationships as it is in any other area of life. So, like, maybe you're in a relationship where there's a power imbalance, you know? One person is always calling the shots, one person is always getting their way, and one person is always sacrificing their own needs. That's not a very just relationship, is it? The Lover's card is asking you to address that imbalance, to speak up for yourself, and to demand that your needs are being met. It's about creating a relationship where both partners are equal, where both partners are respected, and where both partners are valued. Or maybe you're in a relationship where there's a lack of honesty, you know. One person is keeping secrets, one person is lying, and one person is being manipulative. That's also not a very just relationship, is it? The Lover's card is asking you to be honest with yourself and with your partner. It's about communicating openly and transparently, about sharing your feelings and your thoughts, and about building a foundation of trust. Because without honesty, there can be no justice. And maybe you're in a relationship where there's a lack of accountability, you know? One person is always making excuses, one person is always blaming others, and one person is never taking responsibility for their actions. That's yet again not a very just relationship, is it? The Lover's card is asking you to take responsibility for your own behavior, to admit your mistakes, and to make amends for your wrongs. It's about being accountable for the impact you have on your partner and about striving to be a better person. The Lover's card is a reminder that relationships should be based on mutual respect, honesty, and accountability, you know. It's about creating a partnership where both partners are committed to fairness, where both partners are willing to work through challenges, and where both partners are striving to create a just and balanced relationship. So, okay, we've talked about how the Lover's card connects to the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice, right? It's about challenging your fears, embracing change, and striving for fairness in your relationships. But how does all of this tie into the Black Obsidian Cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths? Well, I think the Black Obsidian Cluster is really the key to unlocking the true potential of the Lover's card, you know. Because the Lover's card is not just about surface-level relationships. It's about diving deep into your own subconscious and uncovering the hidden truths about yourself and your relationships. It's about facing your shadows, confronting your fears, and embracing your vulnerability. And that's exactly what the Black Obsidian Cluster is all about, right? It's about bringing hidden things to light, about helping you navigate the currents within yourself that you might have been avoiding. It's about giving you the courage to look beneath the surface and see what's really going on. So, maybe you're afraid of intimacy, you know? You want to be in a relationship, but you're also terrified of getting too close to someone. You're afraid of being vulnerable, you're afraid of being hurt, and you're afraid of losing yourself. That's a very common fear, you know? But it's also a fear that can prevent you from experiencing true love and connection. The Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you understand that fear, to see where it comes from, and to release it. It's there to help you realize that intimacy is not something to be feared, but something to be embraced. It's a chance to connect with another person on a deep and meaningful level, to share your true self, and to experience unconditional love and acceptance. Or maybe you're afraid of commitment, you know. You're happy to date, you're happy to have fun, but you're not willing to take the next step and commit to a long-term relationship. You're afraid of being trapped, you're afraid of losing your freedom, and you're afraid of making the wrong choice. That's also a very common fear, you know? But it's also a fear that can prevent you from experiencing the joy and stability of a committed relationship. The Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you understand that fear, to see where it comes from, and to release it. It's there to help you realize that commitment is not something to be dreaded, but something to be celebrated. It's a chance to build a life with someone you love, to create a home, and to share your dreams and your goals. And maybe you're afraid of being alone, you know. You're so afraid of being single that you're willing to stay in a relationship that's not fulfilling you, a relationship that's not making you happy, or a relationship that isn't truly serving you. You're afraid of being lonely, you're afraid of being judged, and you're afraid of not being loved. This is something that the Four of Pentacles is trying to desperately stop. That's also a very common fear, you know? But it's also a fear that can prevent you from finding true happiness and fulfillment. The Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you understand that fear, to see where it comes from, and to release it. It's there to help you realize that being alone is not something to be ashamed of, but something to be embraced. It's a chance to connect with yourself, to discover your passions, and to create a life that you love. The Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you unveil the hidden depths of your relationships, to confront your fears, and to embrace your vulnerability, you know? It's about diving deep into your own subconscious and uncovering the truths that you've been hiding from yourself. And once you do that, you can finally make choices that are aligned with your values, that are based on love, and that are going to lead you to a more fulfilling and just life. It's all connected. So, wow, that was the Lover's card in connection to the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, and the Black Obsidian Cluster. It's a lot to take in, right? But hopefully, it's giving you some insights into your own relationships, your own choices, and your own values. It's all about diving deep, being honest with yourself, and embracing the journey of love and connection. And it's all about being brave enough to make the changes that are needed to align with your inner truth. Okay, so, what's next, right? We've still got a few more cards to pull, and I am so excited to see where this reading is going to go. I feel like we're just scratching the surface here, you know? There's so much more to uncover, so many more hidden depths to unveil. And I have a feeling that the next card is going to be a real game changer. I can feel it. Are you feeling it? So, stay tuned, okay? Because we're about to dive even deeper into your subconscious, and who knows what we're going to find? Are you ready for this? Okay. Okay, so the next card we have. Drum roll, please. It's the Ace of Wands, wow. The Ace of Wands, okay, so this is like pure potential, right? Like raw energy, like the spark of an idea, you know? It's the beginning of something new, something exciting, something that's just waiting to be born. So, in general, the Ace of Wands is all about new beginnings, inspiration, and potential. It's that moment when you have an idea and it just feels so right, you know? You're so excited about it, you can't wait to get started, you can feel the energy coursing through you. It's that feeling of, anything is possible, you can do anything you set your mind to. It's also about taking action, you know? It's not enough to just have the idea, you have to actually do something with it. You have to take that first step, even if it's a small one. You have to start putting your energy into it and see where it takes you. The Ace of Wands is a reminder that every journey starts with a single step, and that you have the power to create your own reality. It's like the universe is saying, okay, I've given you this spark. Now it's up to you to fan the flames. This is where the flow of the obsidian becomes literal, like a river of inspiration. And it's not always about big, dramatic changes, you know? Sometimes it's just about trying something new, something different, something that gets you out of your comfort zone. It could be as simple as taking a class, learning a new skill, or starting a new hobby. It's about being open to new experiences and trusting that they'll lead you to something amazing. Think about it, what's something you've always wanted to try, but you've been too afraid to do? That could be your Ace of Wands calling to you. What new idea is bubbling to the surface, just waiting for you to acknowledge it? So, how does this connect to the other cards we've already pulled, right? We had the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, and the Lovers. How does the Ace of Wands fit into all of that? Well, let's start with the Four of Pentacles, okay? So, remember, the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on tight, about being afraid of losing what you have, about wanting to control everything, right? So, how does that relate to the Ace of Wands? Well, I think the Ace of Wands is like the antidote to the Four of Pentacles, you know. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been holding on for too long, it's time to let go and embrace something new. The flow of the obsidian can no longer be dammed. It is an inevitability. Maybe you've been holding on to a job that you hate because you're afraid of not being able to find something better, right? That's classic Four of Pentacles. You're clinging to something that's familiar and comfortable, even if it's not really fulfilling you. But the Ace of Wands is saying, okay, it's time to take a leap of faith. It's time to start looking for something new, something that actually makes you excited to get out of bed in the morning. Maybe it's time to finally start that business you've always dreamed of, or to go back to school and learn a new skill, or to just take some time off and travel the world. The Ace of Wands is all about breaking free from those limitations and creating a life that's truly aligned with your passions. Or maybe you've been holding onto a relationship that's not working because you're afraid of being alone, you know? Again, Four of Pentacles energy. You're clinging to something that's familiar, even if it's toxic or draining. But the Ace of Wands is saying, okay, it's time to let go of that relationship and create space for something new, something healthier, something more fulfilling. Maybe it's time to focus on yourself, to heal from the past, and to attract someone who's truly aligned with your values and your needs. Or maybe it's time to just be single for a while and enjoy your own company, to discover who you are without being defined by a relationship. The Ace of Wands is all about creating a fresh start, a clean slate, a new opportunity for love and happiness. And it's not just about letting go of things, it's also about embracing new opportunities, you know? Like, maybe you've been wanting to try something new, but you've been too afraid to do it because you're afraid of failing or you're afraid of what other people will think. That's the Four of Pentacles talking, trying to keep you safe and comfortable. But the Ace of Wands is saying, okay, it's time to push past those fears and just go for it. It's time to take that class, start that project, or book that trip. It's time to step outside of your comfort zone and see what you're truly capable of. You've been stuck in a rut, and the Obsidian wants you to see that. So, okay, that's how the Ace of Wands connects to the Four of Pentacles, right? It's about challenging that energy of control and fear and embracing new beginnings and possibilities. But what about the Wheel of Fortune? How does the Ace of Wands relate to that card of change and destiny? Well, I think the Ace of Wands is like the spark that sets the Wheel of Fortune in motion, you know. It's like the wheel is always turning, but it needs a little push to get it going in a new direction. And the Ace of Wands is that push, it's the inspiration, the energy, the opportunity that sets you on a new path. Like, maybe you've been feeling stuck in a rut, like the Wheel of Fortune is just spinning in circles, going nowhere, right? That's because you're not taking any action, you're not creating any new energy. But the Ace of Wands is saying, okay, it's time to shake things up. It's time to try something new. It's time to get the wheel moving again. Maybe it's time to take a chance on something you've always wanted to do, or to pursue a passion that you've been neglecting, or to just step outside of your comfort zone and see what happens. The Ace of Wands is all about creating your own destiny, about taking control of the wheel and steering it in the direction you want to go. Or maybe the Wheel of Fortune has already thrown you a curveball, right? Maybe you've lost your job, or gone through a breakup, or experienced some other major life change, and you're feeling lost and confused, like you don't know what to do next. That's where the Ace of Wands comes in. It's like a beacon of hope in the darkness. It's a reminder that even in the midst of chaos, there's always an opportunity for something new, something better. The Ace of Wands is saying, okay, this is a chance to start over, to rebuild your life in a way that's more aligned with your true self. It's a chance to learn from the past, to let go of what's no longer serving you, and to create a future that's full of joy, love, and fulfillment. You are the river now, and the Obsidian is showing you how to carve new paths. And it's not always about big, dramatic changes, you know? Sometimes it's just about small shifts in perspective, unexpected opportunities, or chance encounters. Like, maybe you meet someone new who inspires you to pursue your dreams, or you stumble across a book that changes your life, or you have a sudden realization that sets you on a new path. The Ace of Wands is all about being open to those moments of serendipity, about trusting that the universe is conspiring to help you, and about taking action when those opportunities arise. So okay, that's how the Ace of Wands connects to the Wheel of Fortune, right? It's about being the spark that sets the wheel in motion, about taking control of your destiny, and about being open to new opportunities. But what about justice? How does the Ace of Wands relate to that card of fairness and balance? Well, I think the Ace of Wands is like the energy that helps you create a more just and balanced life, you know? It's like justice is all about fairness, equality, and accountability, but it's not always easy to achieve those things. Sometimes you have to fight for them, you have to stand up for what's right, and you have to be willing to make sacrifices. And the Ace of Wands is the energy that gives you the courage and the inspiration to do that. It is about creating justice for yourself. Like, maybe you're in a situation where you're being treated unfairly, whether it's at work, in a relationship, or in some other area of your life. And you know that it's not right, but you're afraid to speak up because you're afraid of the consequences. That's where the Ace of Wands comes in. It's like a voice inside you that says, okay, it's time to stand up for yourself. It's time to demand what you deserve. It's time to create a more just and equitable situation. The Ace of Wands is all about empowering you to take action, to assert your boundaries, and to fight for what's right. The Obsidian asks you to contemplate what is right. Or maybe you're in a situation where you've done something wrong and you need to make amends. You've hurt someone, or you've made a mistake, and you need to take responsibility for your actions. That's where the Ace of Wands comes in. It's like a fire that burns away the guilt and shame and inspires you to do better. The Ace of Wands is all about giving you the strength and the motivation to apologize, to make amends, and to create a more just and compassionate world. The Obsidian asks you to truly feel the guilt, to be better. And it's not just about big, dramatic acts of justice, you know? Sometimes it's just about small acts of kindness, compassion, and fairness. Like maybe you see someone being bullied, and you step in to defend them, or you donate to a charity that supports a cause you believe in, or you just make an effort to be more kind and understanding to the people around you. The Ace of Wands is all about inspiring you to live a more just and ethical life, one small act at a time. So, okay, that's how the Ace of Wands connects to justice, right? It's about using your energy and inspiration to create a more fair and balanced world, to stand up for what's right, and to make amends for your mistakes. But what about the lovers? How does the Ace of Wands relate to that card of choices, partnerships, and values? This is a fun one. Well, I think the Ace of Wands is like the spark that ignites a new relationship, you know. It's like the lovers is all about choices and connections, but sometimes you need a little push to get things started. And the Ace of Wands is that push. It's the attraction, the chemistry, the excitement that draws you to someone new. It's the feeling that this could be something special, something worth exploring. Like maybe you've been single for a while and you're starting to feel like you'll never find love, right? But then, out of the blue, you meet someone who just clicks with you. Someone who makes you laugh, who challenges you, who inspires you. That's the Ace of Wands at work. It's like the universe is saying, okay, here's your chance. Here's someone who could be a great partner for you. It's up to you to take that chance, to be open to the possibility of love, and to see where it goes. And that obsidian glow can help guide you. Or maybe you're in a relationship that's been feeling stale, like the spark has faded, and you're starting to drift apart. That's where the Ace of Wands comes in. It's like a reminder that you can always reignite the flame, that you can always create new energy and excitement in your relationship. Maybe it's time to try something new together, to go on an adventure, to reconnect on a deeper level, or to just make a conscious effort to appreciate each other more. The Ace of Wands is all about reminding you that love is a choice, that it requires effort and attention, and that it's always worth fighting for. It wants you to connect deeper, like the obsidian. And it's not just about romantic relationships, you know? The Ace of Wands can also represent new friendships, new partnerships, or new collaborations. It's about finding people who share your passions, who support your dreams, and who inspire you to be your best self. It's about creating connections that are based on mutual respect, trust, and admiration. So, okay, that's how the Ace of Wands connects to the lovers, right? It's about being the spark that ignites new relationships, about choosing love and connection, and about creating partnerships that are based on shared values and mutual respect. But how does all of this tie into the Black Obsidian Cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths? This is the most important part. Well, I think the Black Obsidian Cluster is like the magnifying glass that helps you see the true potential of the Ace of Wands, you know? It's like, the Ace of Wands is all about new beginnings, but it's not always easy to know where to start or what direction to go in. Sometimes you need a little help to see the hidden opportunities, to uncover your true passions, and to understand what's really driving you. Like, maybe you have a lot of ideas, but you don't know which one to pursue. You're feeling scattered and overwhelmed, like you don't know where to focus your energy. That's where the Black Obsidian Cluster comes in. It's like a guide that helps you cut through the noise, to identify your true priorities, and to focus your energy on what really matters. The obsidian is calling to you, wanting you to be at peace. Or maybe you're afraid to pursue your passions because you're afraid of failing, or you're afraid of what other people will think. You're hiding your true self, you're suppressing your creativity, and you're living a life that's not really aligned with your values. That's where the Black Obsidian Cluster comes in. It's like a mirror that reflects back your true potential, that reminds you of your strengths and talents, and that gives you the courage to be yourself. It's time to see your true self. And it's not just about seeing your own potential, it's also about seeing the potential in others, you know? The Black Obsidian Cluster can help you connect with people who share your passions, who support your dreams, and who inspire you to be your best self. It can help you build relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and admiration. So, like the Ace of Wands, right? It's not just about starting something new. It's about starting something that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. Something that's going to bring you joy, fulfillment, and a sense of meaning. And the Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you uncover that purpose, to connect with your inner wisdom, and to create a life that's truly authentic and aligned with your values. This is where the flow truly begins. Okay, wow, that was a lot, right? The Ace of Wands connecting to all those other cards, and then tying it back to the Obsidian Cluster, it's like a whole story unfolding. So, what does it all mean? Well, I think it means that you're on the verge of something big, something exciting, something that's going to change your life in a profound way. You've been through a lot, you've learned a lot, and you're now ready to take the next step, to embrace your true potential, and to create a life that's truly aligned with your soul's purpose. The Obsidian is there to guide you. The Four of Pentacles is telling you to let go of what's no longer serving you. The Wheel of Fortune is reminding you that change is inevitable. Justice is encouraging you to stand up for what's right. The Lovers is inspiring you to choose love and connection. And the Ace of Wands is giving you the energy and the inspiration to start something new. And the Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help you see the hidden depths, to uncover your true potential, and to create a life that's truly authentic and aligned with your values. So, what's next, right? We've still got one more card to pull, and I am so excited to see where this reading is going to go. I feel like we're just getting started, you know. There's so much more to uncover, so many more hidden depths to unveil. And I have a feeling that the next card is going to be the final piece of the puzzle, the key that unlocks the door to your true destiny. I can feel it. Are you feeling it? So, stay tuned, okay? Because we're about to dive even deeper into your subconscious, and who knows what we're going to find? The possibilities are endless. What if it's a major arcana? What if it clarifies everything? I am so stoked to find out. Okay, so the next card we have is the Three of Cups, huh? Three of Cups. Okay, so like the Three of Cups, that's all about like celebration, right? Friendship, good times, you know, community, getting together with your friends and just like having a blast. It's that feeling of joy and connection, like you're surrounded by people who love and support you, and you're just like living your best life. It's like a party, you know? It's like a girls' night out or a group of friends going on a road trip or a family gathering where everyone's laughing and having a good time. It's that sense of belonging, of being part of something bigger than yourself. But also, it's like, is that what you're truly getting from it? It's all about, you know, just really enjoying the moment and sharing it with the people you care about. You know, but okay, wait, how does that connect to what we've already got, right? Because we've got some pretty intense stuff going on here with the Four of Pentacles and Justice. The Wheel of Fortune, too, right? It feels almost like too happy. Almost, right? Like we were just talking about, like holding on tight and facing big changes and making sure everything's fair. And now we're talking about, like, partying with your friends? What? It almost feels jarring, doesn't it? It feels almost opposite of the message we've been exploring so far, right? But I think it's actually really important because it highlights the importance of balance, you know? Like, life isn't just about, like, working hard and being responsible and dealing with difficult situations. It's also about taking time to celebrate, to connect with others, and to enjoy the good things in life. Like, if you're just constantly focused on, like, holding on to your resources and making sure everything's fair, you're going to burn out, you know? You're going to become stressed and unhappy, and you're going to miss out on all the fun and joy that life has to offer. You are going to miss everything. So, the Three of Cups is like a reminder to, like, lighten up a little bit. to let go of some of that control and to allow yourself to have some fun. It's a reminder that you're not alone in this, that you have people who care about you and who want to support you. It's a reminder that it's okay to ask for help, to lean on your friends, and to celebrate your successes, no matter how small they may seem. It really is okay. So, how does this relate to the Obsidian Cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths? Well, maybe the hidden depth is the need to celebrate more. Maybe you're so focused on, working hard and being responsible that you've forgotten how to have fun, or you're afraid to let your guard down and show your true self to others. The Obsidian is there to help you see that it's okay to be vulnerable, it's okay to be yourself, and it's okay to celebrate your life with the people you love. Okay. So let's dig into this a little bit more, right? Let's start with the Four of Pentacles, because that's the energy of holding on tight, right? So how does the Three of Cups challenge that? Well, I think the Three of Cups is like a direct challenge to the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles is all about, scarcity and fear, about believing that there's not enough to go around, so you have to cling to what you have. But the Three of Cups is all about abundance and generosity, about believing that there's plenty for everyone, and that the more you share, the more you receive. Is that true, though? Is that what is truly going on? Maybe you're holding onto your money because you're afraid of not having enough, right? That's classic Four of Pentacles. But the Three of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to loosen your grip a little bit. It's time to share your wealth with others. It's time to invest in your community. It's time to celebrate your abundance. Because the more you give, the more you'll attract, and the more you'll enjoy your life. It is like the universe is a mirror, and what you put out, you receive. Or maybe you're holding onto your emotions because you're afraid of being vulnerable, right? Again, Four of Pentacles energy. You're afraid of getting hurt, you're afraid of being rejected, you're afraid of showing your true self to others. But the Three of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to open your heart, it's time to connect with others on a deeper level. It's time to share your feelings, your fears, and your dreams. Because the more you share, the more you'll be understood, the more you'll be supported, and the more you'll experience true love and connection. The more that you feel like yourself. Or maybe you're holding onto your time because you're afraid of not having enough time for yourself, right? Okay, still Four of Pentacles. You're afraid of being overwhelmed. You're afraid of not being able to get everything done. You're afraid of losing control of your schedule. But the Three of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to prioritize your relationships. It's time to make time for fun and relaxation. It's time to connect with the people you care about. Because the more time you spend with others, the more energized you'll feel, the more inspired you'll be, and the more you'll accomplish in the long run. Because you can delegate the stress away. But I want to ask, are you truly celebrating? Or are you just pretending to celebrate? Are you just going through the motions because you feel like you have to? Or are you actually feeling that joy and connection? This is the thing that the Obsidian Cluster is calling on to you to investigate. Because maybe, deep down, you're still holding onto that Four of Pentacles energy, you're still afraid to let go, you're still afraid to be vulnerable. And if that's the case, then the celebrations are just a mask, a way of hiding your true feelings, a way of pretending that everything's okay when it's not. And that is the thing with this Obsidian, that is the thing with this unveiling. Maybe you're afraid to be truly happy because you're afraid of what will happen when the good times end. Maybe you're afraid of getting your hopes up because you've been hurt in the past and you don't want to experience that pain again. Or maybe you just feel like you don't deserve to be happy because you're not good enough, or you haven't accomplished enough, or you're not worthy of love and success. The Obsidian can help you see that. Because those are all limiting beliefs, those are all lies that you're telling yourself, and they're preventing you from experiencing the fullness of life. So, the Three of Cups is asking you to challenge those beliefs, to let go of that fear, and to allow yourself to be truly happy, truly joyful, and truly connected to the people around you. It's asking you to embrace the abundance of life, to share your gifts with the world, and to celebrate your successes, no matter how small they may seem. It's asking you to trust that you're worthy of love and success, that you deserve to be happy, and that the good times will keep on coming as long as you stay open to them. You know, that's the truest unveiling, right? But also, I have to ask, are you only celebrating with people who are like you? Are you excluding others from your celebrations? This is important, especially with justice showing up earlier, you know? Are you creating a community that's truly inclusive, or are you just surrounding yourself with people who agree with you, who validate your beliefs, and who make you feel comfortable? Are you sure that what you believe is actually just? Are you sure that you aren't holding onto some of those Four of Pentacles ideas? Because it's easy to get stuck in an echo chamber, where you're only hearing what you want to hear, and you're not being challenged to grow and evolve. The Three of Cups is asking you to expand your circle, to connect with people who are different from you, to learn from their experiences, and to embrace their perspectives. It's asking you to create a community that's truly diverse, where everyone feels welcome, where everyone feels valued, and where everyone has a voice. You know, that obsidian wants to show you those hard truths. It's asking you to be a bridge, not a wall, to connect people from different backgrounds and beliefs, and to create a world that's more just and equitable for everyone. It's all really a beautiful thing, you know? Okay, so that's how the Three of Cups connects to the Four of Pentacles, right? It's about challenging that energy of control and fear and embracing abundance, generosity, and connection. But what about the Wheel of Fortune? Right, how does the Three of Cups relate to that card of change and destiny? Well, I think the Three of Cups can influence the Wheel of Fortune for sure. Because, the wheel is always turning, right? It can go up, it can go down, it can go all around. But how you respond to those changes, that's what really matters. And the Three of Cups can help you respond in a positive way by reminding you that you're not alone, that you have people who care about you, and that you can always find joy and connection, even in the midst of difficult times. You know, but what does that mean? Maybe the wheel has just thrown you a curveball, right? You've lost your job, or you've gone through a breakup, or you've experienced some other major setback. It's easy to get discouraged, to feel like everything's falling apart, and to isolate yourself from others. But the Three of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to reach out to your friends, it's time to connect with your community, it's time to celebrate the good things in your life, even if they seem small. Because the more you focus on the positive, the more you'll attract, and the more you'll be able to bounce back from this challenge. You know, but is that masking what is truly going on? Is that something that is not, perhaps, a true expression of your feelings? Is that the obsidian? Or maybe the wheel has just brought you some good fortune, right? You've gotten a promotion, or you've met someone special, or you've achieved a long-term goal. It's easy to get caught up in the excitement, to become arrogant or self-centered, and to forget about the people who helped you get there. But the Three of Cups is saying, okay, it's time to share your success with others. It's time to celebrate your achievements with your friends and family. It's time to give back to your community. Because the more you share, the more you'll appreciate your blessings, and the more you'll attract even more good fortune in the future. You know, because that is how the world works. But truly, is that always how it works? But again, is it all just a show? Are you using celebrations to distract yourself from the real issues? Are you surrounding yourself with people who only want to celebrate the good times, but who aren't there for you when things get tough? The obsidian wants to show you if the joy is real. Because maybe you're afraid to be vulnerable, you're afraid to show your true feelings, and you're afraid to ask for help. And if that's the case, then the celebrations are just a way of avoiding the pain, a way of pretending that everything's okay when it's not. You know. The Three of Cups is asking you to be honest with yourself, to acknowledge your struggles, and to allow yourself to feel the full range of emotions. It's asking you to find people who will support you through thick and thin, who will be there for you when you're celebrating, and who will be there for you when you're struggling. It's asking you to create a community that's based on authenticity, vulnerability, and mutual support. You know, and also, how are you handling the down times within your community? Is everyone being treated fairly? Is everyone being supported? Or are some people being left out, being ignored, or being blamed for the problems? Again, that justice card is really important here, because it reminds us that we have a responsibility to create a community that's just and equitable for everyone. And if we're not doing that, then the celebrations are just empty gestures, a way of masking the underlying problems. The obsidian will light the way. The Three of Cups is asking you to be a leader, to be a voice for the voiceless, and to create a community that's truly inclusive, where everyone feels valued and respected. Okay, so that's how the Three of Cups connects to the Wheel of Fortune, right? It's about using your connections and celebrations to navigate the ups and downs of life, to stay grounded, and to create a positive impact on the world. But what about justice? How does the Three of Cups relate to that card of fairness and balance? Well, I think the Three of Cups can be a reminder that justice isn't just about individual rights, it's also about community responsibility. It's not enough to just be fair to the people you know. You also have to be fair to the people you don't know, to the people who are different from you, and to the people who are less fortunate than you. And that ties directly into what that obsidian is trying to show you. Because how are you holding people accountable within your community? Are you holding everyone to the same standards? Or are you letting some people get away with things because they're your friends, or because they're popular, or because they have power? Are you willing to confront those who are doing wrong, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it means risking your relationships? And also, are you being too harsh on others? Are you judging them too quickly? Are you holding them to unrealistic standards? Are you forgetting that everyone makes mistakes and that everyone deserves a second chance? The Three of Cups is asking you to be compassionate, to be understanding, and to be forgiving. It's asking you to remember that everyone is on their own journey and that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have. It's asking you to offer support, encouragement, and guidance, rather than judgment and criticism. And it's not just about individual actions, it's also about systemic issues. Are there inequalities within your community? Are some people being excluded from opportunities because of their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their religion, or their socioeconomic status? Are there barriers that prevent people from accessing education, healthcare, or other essential services? The Three of Cups is asking you to be an advocate for change, to challenge the systems that perpetuate injustice, and to create a community that's truly equitable for everyone. It's asking you to use your voice, your resources, and your influence to make a difference in the world. But again, is your idea of justice actually just? Have you truly examined your own biases and assumptions? Are you sure that you're not perpetuating injustice in the name of justice? Are you being as honest with yourself as that obsidian is asking you to be? Because it's easy to get caught up in righteous indignation, to believe that you're on the side of good, and to demonize those who disagree with you. But the Three of Cups is asking you to be humble, to be open-minded, and to be willing to listen to other perspectives. It's asking you to remember that everyone has their own truth, and that the path to justice requires dialogue, compromise, and understanding. Okay, so that's how the Three of Cups connects to justice, right? It's about creating a community that's fair, equitable, and just for everyone by holding each other accountable, by challenging systemic inequalities, and by being open to different perspectives. But what about the lovers? How does the Three of Cups relate to that card of choices, partnerships, and values? Well, I think the Three of Cups can influence your choices in relationships, for sure. Because are you prioritizing your friendships over your romantic relationships? Are you spending so much time with your friends that you're neglecting your partner? Are you using your friendships as a way to avoid intimacy or commitment? The Three of Cups is asking you to find a balance, to make time for both your friends and your partner, and to nurture both types of relationships. It's asking you to be honest with yourself and with your partner about your needs and expectations, and to create a relationship that's fulfilling for both of you. Or, are you prioritizing your romantic relationship over your friendships? Are you spending so much time with your partner that you're neglecting your friends? Are you isolating yourself from your community? The Three of Cups is asking you to maintain your independence, to stay connected to your friends, and to remember that your romantic relationship is just one part of your life, not the entirety of it. And also, are you choosing partners who are aligned with your values? Are you surrounding yourself with people who support your goals, who challenge you to grow, and who make you feel good about yourself. Are you settling for less than you deserve because you're afraid of being alone or because you don't think you can do better? The Three of Cups is asking you to be selective, to choose partners who are worthy of your love and respect, and to create relationships that are based on mutual trust, honesty, and support. Are these connections real, like the obsidian is showing you? Okay, so that's how the Three of Cups connects to the Lovers, right? It's about making conscious choices in your relationships, about finding a balance between your friendships and your romantic relationships, and about choosing partners who are aligned with your values. What about the Ace of Wands? How does the Three of Cups relate to that card of new beginnings and inspiration? Is this ace going to be born through a true inspiration, thanks to what the obsidian shows? Well, I think the Three of Cups can be the fuel for new beginnings for sure. It's like the energy of celebration, friendship, and community can inspire you to take action, to pursue your goals, and to create something new in your life. Because are you using your connections to network, to collaborate, and to find new opportunities? Are you sharing your ideas with others and getting feedback and support? Are you surrounding yourself with people who inspire you, who challenge you, and who help you to grow? The Three of Cups is asking you to leverage your relationships, to use your connections to your advantage, and to create something amazing in the world. Or are you using the Three of Cups as a distraction from your goals? Are you spending so much time celebrating and socializing that you're not actually getting anything done? Are you procrastinating, avoiding challenges, and neglecting your responsibilities? The Three of Cups is asking you to be mindful, to prioritize your goals, and to use your time wisely. It's asking you to find a balance between your social life and your work life, and to make sure that you're not sacrificing one for the other. The obsidian can show you the path to take. Okay, that was a lot. Right, but you're really getting somewhere now, I can feel it. What's coming next is going to be really powerful, I just know it. Okay, that was a lot. Right, but you're really getting somewhere now, I can feel it. What's coming next is going to be really powerful, I just know it. So the next card we have is the Three of Cups, huh? Three of Cups. Okay, so like the Three of Cups, that's all about like celebration, right? Friendship, good times, community, getting together with your friends and just like having a blast, right? But okay, wait, hold on. Before we get too carried away with all the party vibes, let's remember where we've been, right? We started with that Four of Pentacles, which was all about like holding on tight, being afraid to let go, Like clinging to what you have because you're scared there's not enough to go around. And then the Wheel of Fortune came along and shook things up, reminding us that life is always changing, that things are always in motion, and that we can't control everything, right? And then Justice showed up, telling us that we need to be fair, honest, and responsible, that we need to make sure everyone is getting what they deserve. Then we had the Lovers with all of the connection and potential for relationships, right? Then that Ace of Wands, that powerful spark, like a pure inspiration, like a pure fire, right? And remember how all of that ties into the Black Obsidian cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths. It's all about being honest with yourself, facing your fears, and embracing your vulnerability, right? Digging deep, seeing what's really there, okay. So now here we are with the Three of Cups, which seems all happy and celebratory on the surface. But could there be something more going on here? Could there be some hidden depths that we need to explore? I think so. I really do. So okay, on the one hand, the Three of Cups is a really positive card, right? It's about friendship, joy, connection, and community. It's about celebrating life with the people you care about, sharing your successes, and supporting each other through thick and thin. It's about feeling a sense of belonging, of being part of something bigger than yourself. It's about having fun, letting loose, and enjoying the moment. It is so nice, right? Maybe you're going out with your friends for a night on the town, laughing, dancing, and just having a blast. Or maybe you're hosting a party, bringing together all your favorite people, and creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Or maybe you're volunteering your time, working with others to make a difference in your community, and feeling a sense of purpose and connection. That's all the good stuff with the Three of Cups, right? Maybe you're a part of a sports team, and you all go celebrate after a win, all so happy. But okay, on the other hand, the Three of Cups can also have a darker side, you know? It can be about superficiality, about pretending to be happy when you're not, about using social gatherings as a way to avoid your problems. It can be about excluding others, about creating cliques and in groups, and about gossiping and backstabbing. You know, like maybe you're going to a party because you feel like you have to, not because you actually want to, and you're just putting on a fake smile and pretending to have a good time. Or maybe you're hanging out with friends who are constantly gossiping and talking about other people behind their backs, and you're starting to feel uncomfortable and complicit. Or maybe you're part of a group that's excluding others, making them feel unwelcome and unvalued, and you're starting to question whether this is really the kind of community you want to be a part of. You know. That all seems icky, right? It's not what the Obsidian wants, you know? Like, think about the phrase toxic positivity, you know? That's like the dark side of the Three of Cups, when people are just trying to force happiness and avoid negative emotions, even when it's not appropriate or healthy, right? It's like saying, just be positive to someone who's grieving or going through a hard time, instead of actually offering support and empathy. So, how do we navigate this? How do we embrace the positive aspects of the Three of Cups while avoiding the negative ones? That's where the Black Obsidian Cluster comes in. It's there to help us see the hidden depths, to uncover the truth, and to make conscious choices about how we want to connect with others, right? The Obsidian will show what is real and true. So, let's say you're feeling lonely and disconnected, and you're tempted to just go out and party with your friends, hoping that will make you feel better. But the Black Obsidian Cluster is asking you to pause, to take a moment to reflect, and to ask yourself what's really going on, right? It's asking you to consider whether you're just trying to escape your problems, or whether you're actually seeking genuine connection. Like, are you really looking to connect with your friends on a deeper level, to share your feelings and experiences, and to receive support and understanding? Or are you just trying to distract yourself from your pain, to avoid your fears, and to pretend that everything's okay? The Obsidian is there to help you be honest with yourself, to see what's really driving your desire to socialize, and to make a conscious choice about how you want to engage with others. You know, are you going to be real? Are you going to be authentic? Or are you just going to put on a fake smile and pretend? And okay, let's say you're part of a group that's constantly gossiping and talking about other people behind their backs. The Black Obsidian Cluster is asking you to speak up, to challenge that behavior, and to create a more positive and supportive environment. It's asking you to consider whether you're being complicit in the negativity, whether you're contributing to the problem, or whether you're being a force for good. Are you willing to stand up for those who are being talked about, to defend their reputation, and to create a space where everyone feels safe and respected? Or are you just going to stay silent, to avoid conflict, and to let the negativity continue? The Obsidian wants you to be brave and be strong. And okay, let's say you're feeling excluded from a group, like you're not being invited to the parties, or you're not being included in the conversations. The Black Obsidian Cluster is asking you to consider why that might be, to examine your own behavior, and to see if there's anything you can do to improve the situation. It's asking you to consider whether you're being judgmental, whether you're being critical, or whether you're simply not connecting with the others on a deeper level. Are you willing to open yourself up, to be more vulnerable, and to share your true self with the others? Or are you just going to stay closed off, to protect yourself from potential hurt, and to perpetuate the cycle of exclusion? The Obsidian wants you to be open and vulnerable. The Obsidian wants you to find your tribe, your community, your people. And it's not just about analyzing your own behavior. It's also about being mindful of the energy you're bringing to the group. Are you bringing positivity? Are you bringing joy? Or are you bringing negativity and drama? Are you lifting people up, or are you bringing them down? The Three of Cups is a reminder that we all have a responsibility to create a positive and supportive environment, and that our energy can have a ripple effect on the others. The Obsidian wants you to be aware of that ripple effect, to see how your energy is impacting the group, and to make a conscious effort to bring positivity and joy to the others. The Obsidian is all about showing you how to bring light. And okay, It's also about being discerning about who you choose to surround yourself with. Are you surrounding yourself with people who support your goals, who challenge you to grow, and who make you feel good about yourself? Or are you surrounding yourself with people who are negative, who are draining, and who are holding you back? The Three of Cups is a reminder that we have the power to choose our friends, and that we should be selective about who we allow into our inner circle. The Obsidian wants you to choose wisely, to surround yourself with people who are going to lift you up, who are going to support your dreams, and who are going to help you become the best version of yourself. The Obsidian helps you curate. So, think about it this way. Imagine you're at a party and you see someone sitting alone in a corner, looking sad and isolated. What do? Do you ignore them? Do you assume they're just not a people person? Or do you go over and talk to them, try to make them feel welcome? The Three of Cups is asking you to be inclusive, to reach out to those who are feeling left out, and to create a space where everyone feels valued and respected. The Three of Cups wants you to be kind. The Three of Cups, like it says cups, it's all about sharing, and connecting. Okay, but what if you're the one sitting alone in the corner? The Black Obsidian Cluster is asking you to be brave, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to reach out to others. It's asking you to consider what you can offer to the group, what talents you have, what skills you can share, and how you can contribute to the community. The Obsidian wants you to remember that you have something valuable to offer, and that you deserve to be included. It's so important because sometimes it just takes that first step. I promise. And it's not just about big, dramatic gestures, it's also about the little things, the everyday acts of kindness and compassion that can make a big difference in someone's life. Like holding the door open for someone, offering a compliment, listening to a friend who's going through a hard time, or simply smiling at a stranger. The Three of Cups is a reminder that we all have the power to make a positive impact on the world, one small act at a time. The Obsidian is there to remind you. The Obsidian wants you to make a difference. Okay, but how does all of this tie back into those other cards, right? The Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Lovers, and the Ace of Wands. Well, I think it all comes down to balance, right? We need to find a balance between our individual needs and the needs of the community, between our desire for security and our desire for connection, between our need to control and our need to let go. And the Black Obsidian Cluster is there to help us find that balance, to see the hidden depths, and to make conscious choices that are aligned with our values and our goals. It truly is. So let's say you're a Four of Pentacles type, someone who tends to hold on tight, to be afraid of letting go. The Three of Cups is asking you to loosen your grip a little bit, to share your resources, to be more generous with your time and your energy, and to trust that the universe will provide. It's asking you to consider whether you're sacrificing your relationships for the sake of security, whether you're isolating yourself from others in an effort to protect yourself, and whether you're missing out on the joy and connection that life has to offer. The Obsidian will help you be generous. The Obsidian wants you to loosen your grip. I know it can be scary, but you can do it. Or let's say you're a Wheel of Fortune type, someone who tends to go with the flow, to embrace change, and to trust that everything will work out in the end. The Three of Cups is asking you to be more intentional about your relationships, to cultivate meaningful connections, to build a strong support system, and to find joy and connection in the midst of chaos. It's asking you to consider whether you're relying too much on chance, whether you're neglecting your relationships, and whether you're missing out on the opportunity to create lasting bonds. The Obsidian will help you. The Obsidian wants you to be mindful of the power of connections. It's truly a beautiful gift. You've got it. Or let's say you're a Justice type, someone who tends to be fair, honest, and responsible, to stand up for what's right, and to fight for equality. The Three of Cups is asking you to be more compassionate, to be more understanding, to offer support and encouragement to those who are struggling, and to create a community that's truly inclusive and equitable. It's asking you to consider whether you're being too judgmental, whether you're holding others to unrealistic standards, and whether you're missing out on the opportunity to connect with people on a deeper level. The Obsidian can show you how to balance it. The Obsidian wants you to remember to be compassionate as well as fair, and it will light the way to be that. Or let's say you're a lover's type, someone who values connection, intimacy, and partnership, and who strives to create meaningful relationships. The Three of Cups is asking you to expand your circle, to cultivate friendships, to build a strong support system, and to find joy and connection in a variety of different relationships. It's asking you to consider whether you're relying too much on your romantic relationship, whether you're neglecting your friendships, and whether you're missing out on the opportunity to connect with a wider range of people. The Obsidian can help you expand. The Obsidian wants you to open your heart to everyone. Or let's say you're an Ace of Wands type, someone who's full of ideas, who's always starting new projects, and who's eager to make a difference in the world. The Three of Cups is asking you to collaborate with others, to share your ideas, to get feedback and support, and to create something amazing together. It's asking you to consider whether you're trying to do too much on your own, whether you're neglecting your relationships, and whether you're missing out on the opportunity to leverage the talents and skills of others. The Obsidian can help you collaborate. So, okay, where does all of this leave us, right? We've explored the positive and negative aspects of the Three of Cups. We've examined how it connects to the other cards. And we've considered how the Black Obsidian cluster can help us navigate the complexities of community and connection. But what's the bottom line? What's the key takeaway here? Well, I think it's this. The Three of Cups is a reminder that we're all interconnected, that we all need each other, and that we all have something valuable to offer. It's a reminder that community is essential for our well-being, that connection is vital for our growth, and that joy is a necessary ingredient for a fulfilling life. You know. But it's also a reminder that we need to be mindful of the energy we're bringing to the group, that we need to be discerning about who we choose to surround ourselves with, and that we need to be intentional about how we connect with others. It's a reminder that we have a responsibility to create a positive and supportive environment, to be inclusive, and to stand up for what's right. And the Black Obsidian cluster is there to help us navigate the complexities of community and connection, to see the hidden depths, and to make conscious choices that are aligned with our values and our goals. It's there to help us create relationships that are authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling. It's there to help us build a community that's inclusive, supportive, and just, you know. It's a challenge, for sure, but it's also an opportunity. An opportunity to connect with others on a deeper level, to share our gifts with the world, and to create a more positive and supportive community. An opportunity to live a more authentic, meaningful, and fulfilling life. And it all starts with being honest with yourself, facing your fears, and embracing your vulnerability. It all starts with choosing to connect with others, to share your joy, and to offer your support. It all starts with the Three of Cups and the Black Obsidian cluster and the journey that you're on. Okay, deep breath, because Hugh, that was a lot. But I feel like we're really getting somewhere now, you know. We're starting to see the bigger picture, to understand the underlying dynamics, and to gain clarity about the path ahead. What is that path, though? I wonder what happens next, you know? I wonder what the next card is going to reveal, what hidden depths it's going to unveil, and how it's going to tie into everything else we've explored. I can't wait. Are you ready? Are you excited? Because I am. What is next? Is it a major arcana? Is it going to be another Cups card? Is it going to be something completely unexpected? What kind of message will it bring? Will it confirm what we already know? Or will it challenge us to see things in a new light? I have to know. I'm so excited. Stay tuned because we're about to find out. Oh my God, I can't wait. Okay, so here we are, the final card, and it is the Fool. Wow. The Fool, okay, so the Fool is all about new beginnings, right? It's about taking a leap of faith, about trusting the universe, and about embracing the unknown. It's that feeling of excitement and anticipation, like you're standing on the edge of something amazing, and you're ready to jump in with both feet. So, in general, the Fool is all about starting fresh, about letting go of the past, and about stepping into the future with optimism and hope. It's that moment when you decide to say yes to life, to embrace the adventure, and to trust that everything will work out for the best. Even if you don't know exactly where you're going, even if you're a little bit scared, you're willing to take the risk, to follow your heart, and to see where it leads you. And you know what? A lot of the time, it's something amazing. It's also about innocence and spontaneity. It's about approaching life with a childlike sense of wonder, about being open to new experiences, and about not taking yourself too seriously. It's about letting go of your inhibitions, about being playful and creative, and about allowing yourself to make mistakes. Because mistakes are how we learn, right? They're part of the journey, they're not something to be afraid of. It's also like, being free. It's also about trusting your intuition. It's about listening to that inner voice, that gut feeling that tells you what's right for you. It's about not letting other people's opinions or expectations sway you, about staying true to yourself, and about following your own path, even if it's different from everyone else's. Because your path is unique, right? It's yours and yours alone, and you're the only one who can walk it. So, okay, how does this connect to all the other cards we've already pulled, right? Like, we had the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Lovers, the Ace of Wands, and the Three of Cups. How does the Fool fit into all of that? Well, let's start with the Four of Pentacles, okay? So, remember, the Four of Pentacles is all about holding on tight, about being afraid of losing what you have, about wanting to control everything, right? So, how does that relate to the Fool? Well, I think the Fool is like the ultimate antidote to the Four of Pentacles. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've been holding on for too long, it's time to let go and embrace something new. I think that flow is really key. Like, maybe you've been holding on to a job that you hate because you're afraid of not being able to find something better, right? That's classic Four of Pentacles. You're clinging to something that's familiar and comfortable, even if it's not really fulfilling you. But the Fool is saying, okay, it's time to take a leap of faith. It's time to quit that job and pursue your dreams, even if you don't know exactly what those dreams are yet. It's time to trust that the universe will support you, that you'll find something even better, something that's truly aligned with your passions and your purpose. Or maybe you've been holding onto a relationship that's not working because you're afraid of being alone. Again, Four of Pentacles energy. You're clinging to something that's familiar, even if it's toxic or draining. But the Fool is saying, okay, it's time to let go of that relationship and embrace your independence, to discover who you are without being defined by a partner, and to trust that you'll find someone who's truly right for you, someone who loves and supports you unconditionally. The Fool wants you to really, truly feel the power of being able to stand on your own 2 feet. The Fool says you can do it. Okay, deep breaths. Or maybe you've been holding onto a certain belief or mindset that's limiting you, that's preventing you from reaching your full potential. That's something I've seen a lot. That limiting belief is really what the Obsidian wants you to acknowledge. But the Fool is saying, okay, it's time to challenge that belief, to question its validity, and to open yourself up to new perspectives. It's time to embrace a more expansive way of thinking, to believe in yourself, and to trust that you're capable of amazing things. Because the Four of Pentacles is about scarcity, about believing that there's not enough to go around, while the Fool is about abundance, about believing that anything is possible. That's why they can't coexist. The Fool wants you to believe in abundance, to really see the world with the possibility that everything will work out. So okay, that's how the Fool connects to the Four of Pentacles, right? It's about challenging that energy of control and fear, and embracing new beginnings and possibilities. But what about the Wheel of Fortune? How does the Fool relate to that card of change and destiny? Well, I think the Fool is like the one who jumps onto the Wheel of Fortune. It's like the wheel is always turning, but it's up to you to decide how you're going to ride it. Are you going to cling to the past, to resist change, and to try to control everything? Or are you going to embrace the adventure, to trust the universe, and to see where it takes you? Like, maybe the wheel has just thrown you a curveball, right? Maybe you've lost your job, or gone through a breakup, or experienced some other major life change. And you're feeling lost and confused, like you don't know what to do next. The Fool is saying, okay, this is a chance to start over, to rebuild your life in a way that's more authentic, more fulfilling, and more aligned with your values. It's a chance to let go of what's no longer serving you, to embrace the unknown, and to trust that everything will work out for the best. Or maybe the wheel has just brought you some amazing good fortune, right? Maybe you've gotten a promotion, or met someone special, or achieved a long-term goal. And you're feeling excited and grateful, but also a little bit overwhelmed, like you don't know how to handle all this success. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to celebrate, to enjoy the moment, and to trust that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. But it's also a time to stay grounded, to stay humble, and to remember what's truly important to you so you don't let success go to your head. You know, because the wheel of fortune is always turning, right? What goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. The key is to stay balanced, to stay centered, and to trust that you can handle whatever the wheel throws at you. The Fool knows this, the Fool trusts it. So okay, that's how the Fool connects to the wheel of fortune, right? It's about embracing change, trusting the universe, and seeing where life takes you. But what about justice? How does the Fool relate to that card of fairness and balance? Well, I think the Fool is like the one who challenges the status quo, you know. It's like justice is all about fairness, equality, and accountability. But sometimes the systems that are in place are not fair, they're not equitable, and they're not serving everyone equally. And the Fool is the one who's willing to question those systems, to challenge the norms, and to fight for a more just and equitable world. Like maybe you see something that's not right, something that's unfair, something that's harmful, and you feel compelled to do something about it, even if it's risky, even if it's unpopular. You know, but the Fool is like, nah. The Fool wants to stand up for what is right, and the Obsidian will help you find what that truly is. Like the Fool is saying, okay, I'm going to use my voice, my platform, my influence to speak out against injustice, to advocate for change, and to create a world where everyone is treated with dignity and respect. Or maybe you've been wronged, you've been treated unfairly, you've been victimized in some way, and you're feeling angry and resentful. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to forgive, to let go of the anger, and to focus on healing and moving forward. And in order to have fairness, you must remember to be a fool. Justice always has that little tiny edge of truth, you know? The Fool is trying to tell you what that actually is. Like the Fool is saying, okay, I'm not going to let this experience define me. I'm not going to let it make me bitter or cynical. But I'm going to use it as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become a stronger, more compassionate person. And it's also about recognizing your own biases and prejudices, you know. It's about being honest with yourself about your own flaws and shortcomings, and about striving to be a better person, to treat others with kindness and respect, and to create a more just and equitable world. So, okay, that's how the Fool connects to justice, right? It's about challenging injustice, fighting for equality, and striving to create a more fair and compassionate world. But what about the lovers? How does the Fool relate to that card of choices, partnerships, and values? Well, I think the Fool is like the one who follows their heart, you know? It's like the lovers is all about making choices that are aligned with your values, about creating partnerships that are based on love and respect, and about living a life that's authentic and fulfilling. But sometimes it's hard to know what your values are, what you truly want, and what kind of relationships are right for you. And the Fool is the one who's willing to explore those questions, to experiment with different options, and to trust their intuition to guide them. Like maybe you're at a crossroads in your life, you're not sure which path to take, which career to pursue, or which relationship to commit to. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to explore, to try new things, to meet new people, and to see what resonates with you. It's time to let go of your expectations, to be open to new possibilities, and to trust that you'll find your way. The Obsidian can show you the way here. Or maybe you're in a relationship that's not working, you're not feeling fulfilled, you're not being treated with respect, and you're wondering whether it's time to move on. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to be honest with yourself, to acknowledge your needs and desires, and to make a choice that's aligned with your values. It's time to let go of what's not serving you, to trust that you deserve better, and to open yourself up to new possibilities for love and connection. You know, it's also about being true to yourself, you know? It's about not compromising your values, about not settling for less than you deserve, and about creating relationships that are based on authenticity, honesty, and mutual respect. And if that Fool is being true, like the Obsidian will show, it's a beautiful thing. The fool can tell you what is true. So, okay, that's how the fool connects to the lovers, right? It's about following your heart, making choices that are aligned with your values, and creating relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. What about the Ace of Wands? How does the Fool relate to that card of new beginnings and inspiration? Well, I think the Fool is like the one who ignites the Ace of Wands, you know? It's like, the Ace of Wands is all about new beginnings, about taking action, and about pursuing your passions. But sometimes it's hard to get started, to overcome your fears, and to take that first step. And the Fool is the one who provides the spark, the inspiration, the courage to move forward. Like, maybe you have a great idea, a burning desire, a passion that you want to pursue, but you're afraid of failing, you're afraid of what other people will think, or you're just not sure where to start. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to take a risk, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to just go for it. It's time to let go of your doubts, to trust your instincts, and to believe in yourself. You know, because the obsidian can show you exactly what steps to take. Or maybe you're feeling lost, you're not sure what your passions are, you don't know what you want to do with your life, and you're feeling uninspired. The Fool is like the most inspired person in the world, and they want to give that to you. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to experiment, to try new things, to explore different options, and to see what sparks your interest. It's time to let go of your expectations, to be open to new possibilities, and to trust that you'll find your way. The Fool helps you, I promise. Because the Fool embodies the newness that you are feeling. So, okay, that's how the Fool connects to the Ace of Wands, right? It's about igniting your passions, taking action, and pursuing your dreams. But what about the Three of Cups? How does the Fool relate to that card of community, celebration, and connection? Well, I think the Fool is like the one who brings everyone together, you know? It's like the Three of Cups is all about celebrating life with the people you care about sharing your joy, and about creating a sense of community. But sometimes it's hard to connect with others, to find your tribe, and to feel like you belong. And the Fool is the one who breaks down those barriers, who brings people together, and who creates a space where everyone feels welcome and accepted, and makes sure those connections are real, like the obsidian shows. It's like maybe you're feeling isolated, you're struggling to connect with others, you're not sure where you fit in, and you're longing for a sense of community. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to reach out, to connect with others who share your interests, your values, and your passions. It's time to join a group, to volunteer your time, to attend events, and to create opportunities to connect with like-minded people. And maybe you're part of a community that's exclusive, that's judgmental, that's not welcoming to outsiders, and you're feeling uncomfortable, like you don't belong. The Fool is saying, okay, it's time to challenge those norms, to advocate for inclusivity, and to create a space where everyone feels valued, respected, and accepted. It's time to break down those barriers, to reach out to those who are feeling left out, and to create a community that's truly welcoming to all. Those barriers are made up, like the obsidian knows. So okay, that's how the Fool connects to the Three of Cups, right? It's about creating community, celebrating life, and fostering connection. But how does all of this tie into the Black Obsidian Cluster and the theme of unveiling hidden depths? That's the question, right? Well, I think the Black Obsidian Cluster is like the compass that guides the Fool on their journey, you know. It's like the Fool is all about taking risks, embracing the unknown, and trusting the universe. But sometimes it's hard to know which way to go, what to trust, and what to avoid. The Fool doesn't even know if they should wear shoes sometimes. The Black Obsidian Cluster is like a guide, a protector, a source of wisdom that helps the Fool to navigate the complexities of life, to see the hidden truths, and to make choices that are aligned with their highest good. It's about being honest with yourself, about facing your fears, and about embracing your vulnerability. It's about diving deep into your own subconscious, about uncovering your hidden talents, and about connecting with your inner wisdom. It's about letting go of your ego, about surrendering to the flow of life, and about trusting that everything is happening for a reason. It's about living in the present moment, about appreciating the beauty of life, and about celebrating your journey. It's about being a fool. Like, imagine the Fool walking along a path, and they come to a fork in the road. They don't know which way to go, they're feeling confused and uncertain, and they're tempted to just turn back and give up. But then they remember the black obsidian cluster, and they take a moment to connect with its energy. And suddenly, they see a hidden sign, a subtle clue, a message from the universe that points them in the right direction. They trust their intuition, they take a leap of faith, and they continue on their journey, knowing that they're being guided and protected every step of the way. And that, my friend, is the power of the black obsidian cluster. And that, my friend, is the essence of the Fool. It's about embracing the unknown, trusting the universe, and following your heart, knowing that you're not alone, that you're supported, and that you're capable of amazing things. And maybe, just maybe, it's about time that you really acknowledge the power of the Fool. That's what that obsidian is showing you this time around. So, okay, that's it. We've reached the end of the reading. We've explored the Four of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the Lovers, the Ace of Wands, the Three of Cups, and the Fool, and we've seen how they all connect to each other and to the black obsidian cluster. We've uncovered some hidden depths, we've challenged some limiting beliefs, and we've embraced some new possibilities. So, what does it all mean? What's the message that the universe is trying to send you? Well, I think it's this. You are ready for a new beginning. You have the power to let go of the past, to embrace the unknown, and to create a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. You have the courage to take risks, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to pursue your dreams. You have the wisdom to trust your intuition, to make choices that are aligned with your values, and to create relationships that are based on love, respect, and authenticity. You have the connections to build a community that supports you, that celebrates you, and that lifts you higher than you could ever lift yourself. And now that the obsidian has shown you what these things are and what these things are not, you can proceed with this new energy. The obsidian has set you free, and now you must run. You are supported, you are loved, and you are capable of amazing things. So go out there, embrace your inner fool, and create a life that's truly extraordinary. I believe in you. You can do it. Now go do the thing. Okay, hi bestie. So you pick the peridot butterfly, which I'm already obsessed with because, hello, it's all about transformation. This whole reading is themed around emerging from your cocoon and embracing this new dawn of awareness. I'm getting major metamorphosis vibes for you, which is so exciting. And girl, the cards are just chef's kiss. We have the Ace of Swords, the Nine of Wands, and the Page of Wands. What? Okay, so let's dive right in because I am bursting to tell you everything. First up, we have the Ace of Swords. Okay, so the Ace of Swords, right? It's like bam, clarity. It's that moment when the fog just lifts and you can finally see things for what they truly are. This isn't just any clarity. It's like a mental breakthrough, a sudden understanding that just cuts through all the noise and confusion. Think of it like you've been searching for the light switch in a dark room, and then suddenly, click, there it is. So, with the Ace of Swords, I'm seeing a major shift in perspective for you. Something that you've been struggling with, something that's been clouding your judgment, it's about to become crystal clear. And this isn't just a surface level understanding. This is deep, transformative stuff. This is the kind of clarity that changes everything. Maybe you've been torn between two choices, or maybe you've been feeling lost and uncertain about your path. The Ace of Swords is here to tell you that the answer is coming, and it's going to be so obvious when it hits you. It's that aha moment you've been waiting for. It's oh my God, how did I not see this before? Kind of clarity. Now, what's really interesting is that the Ace of Swords is, it's a sword. And swords are all about the mind, right? So this isn't just about feeling something, it's about knowing something. It's about using your intellect and your logic to cut through the BS and get to the truth. Think of it like this. You've been building a case in your mind, gathering evidence, weighing the pros and cons, and now, finally, you have enough information to make a decision. The Ace of Swords is that final piece of the puzzle that just clicks into place. And, sometimes the truth can be a little uncomfortable, right? The Ace of Swords isn't always easy. It can be sharp, it can be cutting, it can force you to confront things that you've been avoiding. But ultimately, it's liberating. It's freeing. It allows you to move forward with confidence and conviction. I feel like there's something specific here about, communication too. This Ace of Swords could be indicating a really important conversation that you need to have. Maybe it's a conversation with yourself, where you finally admit something to yourself that you've been denying. Or maybe it's a conversation with someone else, where you finally speak your truth, even if it's scary. This could also be like a download of information, maybe like something you read or something you hear that just completely changes your perspective. Keep your eyes and ears open, because the universe is trying to send you a message. It could be something subtle, or it could be something really obvious, but either way, it's going to be important. You know what else I'm getting? Okay, so the Ace of Swords is all about new beginnings, right? But it's not just any new beginning. It's a new beginning that comes from a place of clarity and understanding. It's like you're not just starting something new because you're bored or restless. You're starting something new because you finally know what you want and you know how to get it. This is like a really powerful time for you to set intentions and to manifest your desires. Because when you're clear about what you want, the universe is so much more likely to deliver. So take some time to really think about what you want to create in your life, and then go for it with all your heart. And, with the Peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this clarity is going to help you, shed some old skin. You're transforming, you're evolving, and you're leaving behind anything that no longer serves you. It's like you're finally ready to spread your wings and fly. This is a really exciting time, but also don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it. The Ace of Swords is about clarity, but it's also about courage. It takes courage to face the truth, and it takes courage to move forward. So, be brave, be bold, and trust that you're on the right path. Okay, so, thinking about this a little more, right? It's like, what area of your life is this clarity going to impact the most? I'm feeling like it's something that's been weighing on you for a while. Something that you've been avoiding or procrastinating on. Maybe it's a relationship, maybe it's a career decision, maybe it's a health issue. Whatever it is, it's time to face it head-on. The Ace of Swords is giving you the mental sharpness and the courage to finally deal with this thing. And once you do, you're going to feel so much lighter and freer. It's like a huge weight is going to be lifted off your shoulders. And remember, this isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest with yourself and with others. It's about speaking your truth, even if it's not what people want to hear. It's about standing up for what you believe in, even if it's not popular. I'm also getting a sense of intellectual stimulation here. This could be a time when you're really drawn to learning new things, taking classes, reading books, engaging in stimulating conversations. Your mind is sharp and curious, and you're ready to absorb new information. This could also be a time when you're really good at problem solving. If you've been struggling with a difficult issue, the Ace of Swords is here to help you find a solution. You're able to see things clearly and objectively, and you're able to come up with creative solutions that you might not have thought of before. And sometimes clarity can be a little overwhelming, right? It's like, once you see the truth, you can't unsee it. And that can be a little scary. But don't worry, you're not alone. The universe is supporting you, and you have the strength and the courage to handle whatever comes your way. Remember that Peridot butterfly energy? It's all about trusting the process of transformation. It's about knowing that even though things might be a little chaotic right now, everything is working out for your highest good. You're shedding your old skin, you're breaking free from your cocoon, and you're emerging as a beautiful, powerful butterfly. This Ace of Swords moment is crucial. It's the catalyst for all the amazing things that are about to happen in your life. So embrace it, trust it, and let it guide you forward. Okay, so I feel like that Ace of Swords is really setting the stage for something big. And that leads us to the next card, which is the Nine of Wands. Okay, so after this big moment of clarity, the Nine of Wands comes in, and oh honey, this is all about resilience. You've been through some stuff, right? And you're still standing. This card is a testament to your strength and your determination. The Nine of Wands often shows up when you're so close to the finish line, but you're feeling tired, battered, and bruised. You've faced a lot of challenges, and you're wondering if you have the energy to keep going. You're is this ever going to end? But the Nine of Wands is here to remind you that you're stronger than you think. You've already overcome so much, and you're so close to achieving your goal. Don't give up now. You've got this. I'm feeling like this is connected to that Ace of Swords clarity. Like, once you have that moment of understanding, you realize what you need to do, but then you have to, actually do it. And that's where the Nine of Wands comes in. It's the hard work, the perseverance, the grit that it takes to make your dreams a reality. Think of it like you're climbing a mountain. The Ace of Swords is when you finally see the summit. You know where you're going, and you have a clear path. But the Nine of Wands is the actual climb. It's the sweat, the exhaustion, the moments when you want to turn around and go back down. But you don't, because you know that the view from the top is going to be worth it. You know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And you keep going, one step at a time, until you finally reach the summit. Okay, so, what specific challenges are we talking about here? I'm feeling like it's something that's been draining your energy for a while. Something that's been testing your patience and your resolve. Maybe it's a difficult relationship, maybe it's a demanding job, maybe it's a health issue. Whatever it is, it's been taking a toll on you, and you're starting to feel like you're running on fumes. But the Nine of Wands is here to tell you that you have more strength than you realize. You have reserves of energy that you haven't even tapped into yet. You just need to dig deep and find that inner strength. Remember why you started this journey in the first place. Remember what you're fighting for, and remember that you're not alone. You have people who love you and support you, and they believe in you, even when you don't believe in yourself. And, sometimes the biggest challenges are the ones we create for ourselves. Maybe you're holding yourself back with negative self-talk, or maybe you're sabotaging your own efforts. The Nine of Wands is also a reminder to be kind to yourself. To forgive yourself for your mistakes and to focus on your strengths. You're not perfect, and that's okay. You're human, and humans make mistakes. The important thing is to learn from your mistakes and to keep moving forward. Don't let your past hold you back. Let it fuel you. I'm also getting a sense of, boundaries here. The Nine of Wands can sometimes indicate that you need to set stronger boundaries in your life. Maybe you're giving too much of yourself to others, or maybe you're letting people take advantage of you. It's okay to say no. It's okay to protect your energy. It's okay to put yourself first. You can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself before you can take care of others. And with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like these challenges are actually helping you transform. They're forcing you to grow and to become stronger. They're teaching you valuable lessons that you'll carry with you for the rest of your life. Think of it like the caterpillar struggling to break free from its cocoon. It's a difficult and painful process, but it's necessary for the caterpillar to become a butterfly. The struggle is what makes the butterfly strong enough to fly. So, embrace the challenges, learn from them, and know that they're ultimately making you a better person. You're not just surviving, you're thriving. You're not just enduring, you're evolving. You're becoming the best version of yourself. Okay, but let's get real for a sec. The Nine of Wands can also be a little bit stubborn, right? It can indicate that you're so determined to achieve your goal that you're not willing to compromise or to see things from another perspective. Sometimes you need to be flexible. Sometimes you need to be willing to change your plans. Sometimes you need to ask for help. Don't be afraid to let go of control and to trust the process. The universe has your back. It's guiding you every step of the way. You just need to be open to receiving its guidance. I'm also feeling like this Nine of Wands energy is connected to your physical health. It could be a sign that you need to take better care of yourself. Maybe you need to get more sleep, eat healthier foods, or exercise more regularly. Your body is your temple. You need to treat it with respect. When you take care of your physical health, you're also taking care of your mental and emotional health. Everything is connected. And remember that Ace of Swords clarity? It can help you make those healthy choices. It can help you see what's truly good for you and what's not. It can help you break free from bad habits and create new, healthier ones. This is a time to really focus on your well-being, to prioritize your needs, and to make sure that you're taking care of yourself on all levels. You deserve it. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what you need to do. The Nine of Wands gives you the strength and the resilience to actually do it. And the peridot butterfly energy helps you transform and evolve along the way. It's like you're building a house. The Ace of Swords is the blueprint. The Nine of Wands is the construction. And the Peridot butterfly is the transformation of the house into a home. It's a process. It takes time, effort, and dedication. But it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, you're creating something beautiful and lasting. And, sometimes the hardest part of the journey is just believing in yourself. It's easy to get discouraged when things get tough. It's easy to start doubting your abilities. But you have to remember that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You have the strength, the intelligence, and the resilience to overcome any obstacle. You just need to believe in yourself. And if you're having trouble believing in yourself, reach out to your friends and family. They're there to support you and to remind you of your strengths. They believe in you even when you don't believe in yourself. So don't give up. Keep going. You're so close to the finish line. You've got this. And building off of that energy, we have the final card, which is the Page of Wands. Oh my gosh, this is like, yes. After all that hard work and resilience, the Page of Wands is bringing in this fresh, exciting energy. It's like a breath of fresh air, a spark of inspiration, a new adventure waiting to happen. The Page of Wands is all about enthusiasm, creativity, and exploration. It's that feeling of being young and carefree, ready to take on the world. It's like you've finally broken free from your cocoon and you're ready to spread your wings and fly. This card often shows up when you're about to embark on a new journey, whether it's a literal trip or a new project, a new relationship, or a new way of life. It's a time of excitement and possibility, a time to embrace the unknown and to trust your intuition. I'm feeling like this is the direct result of all that clarity and resilience. The Ace of Swords helped you see what you wanted, the Nine of Wands helped you overcome the obstacles, and now the Page of Wands is giving you the courage and the enthusiasm to actually go for it. It's like you've been training for a marathon. The Ace of Swords was when you decided to run the race. The Nine of Wands was the actual training, and the Page of Wands is the starting gun. You're ready to go. Okay, so, what kind of adventures are we talking about here? I'm feeling like it's something that's been calling to you for a while. Something that you've been dreaming about but haven't had the courage to pursue. Maybe it's a creative project, like writing a book, painting a picture, or starting a blog. Maybe it's a new business venture, like launching an online store or offering your services as a freelancer. Maybe it's a personal goal, like learning a new language, traveling to a new country, or joining a new club. Whatever it is, it's something that excites you and inspires you. It's something that makes you feel alive. And the Page of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to go for it. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. The only way to succeed is to try. And even if you don't succeed right away, you'll learn something valuable along the way. I'm also getting a sense of, spontaneity here. The Page of Wands is all about being open to new experiences and following your instincts. It's a time to say yes to opportunities that come your way, even if they seem a little scary or unconventional. Don't overthink things. Don't try to plan everything out perfectly. Just go with the flow and see where it takes you. You might be surprised at what you discover. And with that Peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this is a time of tremendous growth and transformation. You're not just starting a new adventure, you're becoming a new person. You're shedding your old skin and embracing your true self. Think of it like the butterfly finally emerging from its cocoon. It's a beautiful and magical moment. The butterfly is free to fly wherever it wants, to explore the world and to experience all the wonders that life has to offer. You're the butterfly now. You're free to be yourself, to express yourself, and to live your life to the fullest. So go out there and make the most of it. Okay, but let's be real again. The Page of Wands can also be a little bit impulsive, right? It can indicate that you're so excited about your new adventure that you're not thinking things through carefully enough. It's important to be enthusiastic, but it's also important to be practical. Don't jump into anything without doing your research and making sure that it's a good fit for you. It's okay to be excited, but it's also okay to be cautious. Find a balance between your enthusiasm and your common sense. I'm also feeling like this Page of Wands energy is connected to your creativity and your self-expression. It's a time to explore your artistic talents and to share your gifts with the world. Maybe you're a writer, a musician, a dancer, a painter, or a sculptor. Whatever your creative outlet is, now is the time to embrace it. Don't be afraid to experiment and to try new things. Don't be afraid to be yourself. Your creativity is a gift. It's something that makes you unique and special. And the world needs your creativity. So, share it with us. And remember that Ace of Swords clarity and that Nine of Wands resilience. They're going to help you succeed in your creative endeavors. The Ace of Swords will help you see your vision clearly, and the Nine of Wands will give you the strength to overcome any obstacles that come your way. This is a time of tremendous potential. You have everything you need to achieve your dreams. You just need to believe in yourself and to take action. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole journey unfold for you. The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what you want. The Nine of Wands gives you the strength to overcome the challenges. And the Page of Wands gives you the enthusiasm to pursue your dreams. It's a beautiful and inspiring story. And it's your story. You're the hero of your own life. And you're about to embark on an amazing adventure. But remember, it's not just about the destination. It's also about the journey. Enjoy the process, savor the moments, and be grateful for all the lessons that you learn along the way. This is a time of transformation, a time of growth, and a time of unlimited possibilities. Embrace it with all your heart, and know that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. So, go out there and make some magic happen. I'm so excited for you. You are really about to blossom. And don't forget to keep that peridot butterfly close, because that transformative energy is your secret weapon. Trust the shift, trust the process, and get ready to fly. You've so got this. Okay, oh my god, bestie. So, after all that amazing Ace of Swords, Nine of Wands, and Page of Wands energy, we pull the Death card. Okay, don't freak out. Don't freak out. It's not what you think, girl, trust me. I know the name is intense, but in tarot, death is rarely about, actual, literal death. Usually, it's all about transformation and endings and new beginnings. It's the ultimate clearing of the decks, you know? It's like shedding the old to make way for the new. It is actually really perfect right here, you know? So, with the peridot butterfly and all this talk of emerging from your cocoon, the Death card is, the perfect next step. It's about, finally cutting ties with whatever's been holding you back so you can fully embrace this new chapter. Think of it as, the final snip of the thread that's been keeping you tethered to the past. Okay, so let's dive in a little deeper, because, death is such a powerful card, and it has so many layers. So traditionally, the Death card represents endings, transitions, and transformation. It's about, releasing old patterns, beliefs, and relationships that no longer serve you. It's about, letting go of the past and embracing the future. But here's the thing, endings are never easy, right? Even when we know something is good for us to let go of, it can still be painful. It can still be scary. It can still bring up a lot of emotions. I mean, gosh, right? But the Death card is here to remind you that endings are a natural part of life. They're necessary for growth and evolution. Think of it like the seasons. Winter has to come to an end so that spring can begin. And just like the seasons, you have to let old habits die away so new exciting ones may thrive and bud and be awesome, right? And without death, there can be no rebirth. Without endings, there can be no new beginnings. It's all part of the cycle, you know. So, with the Death card showing up after the Ace of Swords, the Nine of Wands, and the Page of Wands, I'm feeling this is, a really powerful time for you to, make some major changes in your life. You've already had that moment of clarity with the Ace of Swords, right? You know what you want, and you know what you need to do to get it. And you've already shown so much resilience with the Nine of Wands, right? You've overcome so many challenges, and you're still standing. You've so got this. And you're so ready to embark on a new adventure with the Page of Wands, right? You're feeling excited and inspired, and you're ready to take on the world. It's like a breath of fresh air. So now, the Death card is here to help you clear the path for all this newness. It's about, getting rid of anything that's standing in your way, anything that's holding you back, anything that's preventing you from living your best life. This has the ring of truth, doesn't it? What does that look like in practice? I'm feeling like it could be a number of things. Maybe it's a toxic relationship that you need to end. Maybe it's a dead-end job that you need to leave. Maybe it's a limiting belief that you need to release. Whatever it is, it's something that's been weighing you down for a while. Something that's been draining your energy. Something that's been preventing you from reaching your full potential. I mean, really think about this. And sometimes it's hard to see these things clearly, right? Like, we get so attached to our old patterns and beliefs that we don't even realize they're no longer serving us. That's where the Ace of Swords clarity comes in. It helps you see things for what they truly are. It helps you identify those areas of your life where you need to make a change. I think this resonates really deep. And making these changes isn't always easy, right? Like, it takes courage and strength to let go of the familiar and embrace the unknown. That's where the Nine of Wands resilience comes in. It reminds you that you're stronger than you think, that you've already overcome so much and you can overcome anything. And, it's really true, isn't it? And once you've made these changes, you're going to feel so much lighter and freer. You're going to have so much more energy to pursue your passions and your dreams. That's where the Page of Wands enthusiasm comes in. It inspires you to take action and to create the life you've always wanted. So, the Death card isn't something to be feared. It's something to be embraced. It's a sign that you're ready to move on to a new and better chapter in your life. It's a sign that you're ready to transform and evolve. It's a sign that you're ready to become the best version of yourself. And I am so ready for you to become your best self. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this transformation is going to be even more profound. You're not just shedding your old skin, you're completely changing your form. You're emerging from your cocoon as a beautiful, powerful butterfly. You're ready to fly, really fly. I mean, can you just imagine? Okay, so let's get a little more specific, right? What areas of your life is this Death card energy going to impact the most? I'm feeling like it's something that's been causing you a lot of stress and anxiety. Something that's been keeping you up at night. Something that's been affecting your health and well-being. I'm also feeling like it's something that you've been avoiding for a while. Something that you need to deal with, but you've been putting it off. What is that, my friend? Maybe it's a financial issue that you need to address. Maybe it's a family conflict that you need to resolve. Maybe it's a creative block that you need to overcome. Whatever it is, it's something that's been holding you back from living your fullest potential. Ouch, right? And, the Death card is here to tell you that it's time to face this thing head-on. It's time to stop avoiding it and start dealing with it. It's time to take control of your life and create the future you want. You deserve to be happy and healthy and fulfilled, and you can't achieve that if you're constantly weighed down by the past. Absolutely. So, how do you actually do that? How do you actually let go of the old and embrace the new? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by acknowledging your feelings. It's okay to feel sad or angry or scared about letting go of something. Don't try to suppress your emotions. Allow yourself to feel them and process them. So true, right? Second, you can try to identify the lessons you've learned from the past. Every experience, even the painful ones, has something to teach us. What have you learned from this situation? How has it made you stronger or wiser? Once you can see the value in the past, it becomes easier to let it go. I like this already. Third, you can focus on the present moment. Don't dwell on the past or worry about the future. Just focus on what you can do right now to make your life better. What small steps can you take today to move closer to your goals? Even the smallest actions can make a big difference. One step at a time, really. Fourth, you can visualize your future. What do you want your life to look like in a year? In 5 years? In 10 years? Create a clear picture in your mind of what you want to achieve. This will help you stay motivated and focused on your goals. Imagine it so vividly. Fifth, you can surround yourself with supportive people. Talk to your friends and family about what you're going through. Ask for their help and guidance. It's important to have people in your life who believe in you and who will support you no matter what. That is so important and something to cherish. And sometimes it's helpful to seek professional help. If you're struggling to let go of the past, consider talking to a therapist or counselor. They can provide you with tools and strategies to help you heal and move forward. There is absolutely no shame in that, none at all. Okay, so, I'm feeling like this death card energy is also connected to your relationships. It could be a sign that you need to end a relationship that's no longer serving you. Or it could be a sign that you need to transform an existing relationship. So important to be honest. Maybe you're in a relationship where you're not being treated with respect. Maybe you're in a relationship where you're not feeling fulfilled. Maybe you're in a relationship where you're constantly arguing and fighting. Whatever it is, it's time to take a hard look at your relationships and see if they're truly supporting your growth and happiness. Don't waste a moment on the wrong people. And, ending a relationship is never easy, right? It can be painful and heartbreaking, but sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's the only way to move forward and create a better life for yourself. I really believe that. And, it's important to remember that you deserve to be in a relationship where you're loved and appreciated. You deserve to be with someone who supports your dreams and who makes you feel good about yourself. Don't settle for anything less. Never, never, never. But the death card doesn't always mean ending a relationship. Sometimes it means transforming a relationship. Maybe you need to communicate more openly with your partner. Maybe you need to set better boundaries. Maybe you need to work on your intimacy. Whatever it is, it's possible to transform a relationship if both people are willing to put in the effort. So, really focus on your intention here. And it's important to remember that relationships are constantly evolving. They're not static. They change over time. And sometimes those changes can be challenging. But if you're willing to adapt and grow together, you can create a relationship that's stronger and more fulfilling than ever before. So true, right? Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this death card energy is connected to your career. It could be a sign that you need to leave a job that's no longer fulfilling you. Or it could be a sign that you need to make a change in your career path. Now is the time. Maybe you're in a job where you're not being challenged. Maybe you're in a job where you're not being appreciated. Maybe you're in a job where you're not using your talents and skills. Whatever it is, it's time to consider making a change. Your career is so important, but it should not suck the life out of you. And, leaving a job can be scary, right? It can be uncertain. But sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes it's the only way to find a career that you're truly passionate about. It can be so exciting, and I want you to be in that space. And, it's important to remember that you deserve to be in a career where you're valued and respected. You deserve to be in a career where you're making a difference in the world. Don't settle for anything less. I mean, really. But the death card doesn't always mean leaving a job. Sometimes it means making a change in your career path. Maybe you need to take a class to learn a new skill. Maybe you need to network with people in your industry. Maybe you need to start your own business. Whatever it is, it's possible to create a career that's more aligned with your values and your passions. And, it's important to remember that your career is a journey. It's not a destination. It's constantly evolving. And sometimes those evolutions can be challenging. But if you're willing to adapt and grow, you can create a career that's both fulfilling and successful. It is all up to you, Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this death card energy is connected to your health. It could be a sign that you need to make some changes in your lifestyle. Or it could be a sign that you need to address a health issue that you've been ignoring. It's time to put yourself first. Maybe you need to start eating healthier foods. Maybe you need to start exercising more regularly. Maybe you need to get more sleep. Maybe you need to reduce your stress levels. Whatever it is, it's time to prioritize your health and well-being. Seriously. And making these changes can be difficult, right? It can be challenging to break bad habits and create new, healthier ones. But it's worth it. Your health is your most valuable asset. Without it, you can't enjoy your life or pursue your dreams. Take care of your vessel and be kind to it. And, it's important to remember that you deserve to be healthy and happy. You deserve to feel good about yourself. Don't let anything stand in the way of your well-being. You are your own best friend. But, the death card doesn't always mean making drastic changes to your lifestyle. Sometimes it means addressing a health issue that you've been ignoring. Maybe you need to see a doctor for a checkup. Maybe you need to get a second opinion. Maybe you need to start taking medication. Whatever it is, it's important to take care of your health and to seek professional help when you need it. Take control of your body and do not delay. And, it's important to remember that your health is a journey. It's not a destination. It's constantly evolving. And sometimes those evolutions can be challenging. But if you're willing to adapt and grow, you can create a life that's both healthy and fulfilling. You deserve nothing less. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what you need to change. The Nine of Wands gives you the strength to make those changes. The Page of Wands gives you the enthusiasm to embrace the new. And the Death card helps you clear the path for all this newness. It's like a symphony of change. It's like you're building a new house. The Ace of Swords is the blueprint. The Nine of Wands is the construction crew. The Page of Wands is the interior designer. And the Death card is the demolition crew, clearing away the old structure to make way for the new. It's a total transformation, And sometimes the hardest part of this process is just trusting the process. It's easy to get discouraged when things get tough. It's easy to start doubting yourself. But you have to remember that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. And you are the universe, baby. And, it's important to remember that transformation is a journey. It's not a destination. It takes time and effort and dedication. But it's worth it. Because at the end of the day, you're creating a life that's more aligned with your values and your passions. A life that's more fulfilling and meaningful. This is the heart of it all. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this journey is going to be even more magical. You're not just transforming your life, you're transforming yourself. You're becoming the best version of yourself. You're emerging from your cocoon as a beautiful, powerful butterfly. It's going to be like the ultimate glow up. You're ready to fly, so embrace this Death card energy. Don't fear it. It's a sign that you're on the right path. It's a sign that you're ready to create a better life for yourself. Trust the process, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You are awesome, and do not you forget that. Okay, but let's get real for a sec. The Death card can also indicate resistance to change, right? It can indicate that you're clinging to the past and that you're afraid to let go. It's like you're gripping the edge of the cliff. Maybe you're afraid of the unknown. Maybe you're afraid of failing. Maybe you're afraid of what other people will think. Whatever it is, it's important to acknowledge your fears and to address them. Don't let them hold you back from living your best life. Step out of your comfort zone and spread those wings. And sometimes the best way to overcome your fears is to take small steps. Don't try to do too much at once. Just focus on one small change that you can make today. And then, tomorrow, focus on another small change. Over time, those small changes will add up to big results. You can do it, baby. And it's important to be patient with yourself. Transformation takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. Don't get discouraged if you don't see results right away. Just keep moving forward, one step at a time. And eventually, you'll reach your goals. Slow and steady wins the race, girl. And it's also important to be kind to yourself. Don't beat yourself up if you make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. It's part of the learning process. Just learn from your mistakes and keep moving forward. Do not dwell on the errors. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this resistance to change is actually part of your transformation. It's like the caterpillar struggling to break free from its cocoon. It's a difficult and painful process, but it's necessary for the caterpillar to become a butterfly. Embrace the struggle, so don't be afraid to struggle. Don't be afraid to resist. Just know that it's all part of the journey. And eventually, you'll break free and emerge as a beautiful, powerful butterfly. You will soar. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Death card energy is connected to your spirituality. It could be a sign that you're going through a spiritual awakening. Or it could be a sign that you need to connect with your spiritual side. You are a spiritual being. Maybe you're questioning your beliefs. Maybe you're searching for meaning in your life. Maybe you're feeling lost and disconnected. Whatever it is, it's important to explore your spirituality and to find what resonates with you. Listen to your heart and find your truth. And there are many ways to connect with your spiritual side. You can meditate. You can pray. You can spend time in nature. You can read spiritual books. You can talk to a spiritual advisor. Whatever works for you, do it. Nurture that connection with your soul, And, it's important to remember that spirituality is a personal journey. There's no right or wrong way to do it. Just follow your heart and trust your intuition. Let your soul lead the way. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this spiritual awakening is going to be a transformative experience. It's going to change the way you see the world. It's going to help you connect with your true self. It's going to empower you to live a more authentic and fulfilling life. Shine your light, baby. So embrace this spiritual journey. Don't be afraid to question. Don't be afraid to explore. Just trust that you're on the right path. And know that you're always connected to something bigger than yourself. You are part of the divine, and you are not alone. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole journey unfold for you. The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what you need to change. The Nine of Wands gives you the strength to make those changes. The Page of Wands gives you the enthusiasm to embrace the new. The Death card helps you clear the path for all this newness. And the Peridot butterfly energy helps you transform and evolve along the way. It's like a cosmic dance. It's a beautiful and inspiring story. And it's your story. You're the author of your own life. And you're about to write an amazing new chapter. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be the bestseller. But remember, it's not just about the destination. It's also about the journey. Enjoy the process, savor the moments, and be grateful for all the lessons that you learn along the way. It is the journey, not the destination. This is a time of transformation, a time of growth, and a time of unlimited possibilities. Embrace it with all your heart, and know that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. So buckle up for the ride, my friend. It is gonna be wild. So go out there and make some magic happen. I'm so excited for you. You are really about to blossom. And don't forget to keep that peridot butterfly close, because that transformative energy is your secret weapon. It is the key to your transformation. Trust the shift, trust the process, and get ready to fly. You've so got this. You are really ready for whatever comes next. Oh my gosh, I can feel that you are buzzing with potential. This is really amazing, okay? So now, with that energy, let's see what the next card has to say, because I am so excited to see what the universe wants to tell you next. Okay, oh my gosh, bestie, are you ready for this? Because I am seriously vibrating with excitement right now. Drum roll, please. And the next card is the Ten of Swords. Okay, I know. Another Scar-looking card, right? First death, now the Ten of Swords. But seriously, don't freak out. Just like death, the Ten of Swords is not usually about, actual physical death. In tarot, the Ten of Swords is all about endings, but it's also about, hitting rock bottom and then, rising from the ashes, It's about, the end of a cycle, the completion of a process, and the opportunity to start fresh. I mean, it is really amazing how this is all working out, So, traditionally, the Ten of Swords represents defeat, failure, and loss. It's about, feeling completely overwhelmed and hopeless. It's about, reaching the end of your rope and not knowing what to do next. But here's the thing, even in the darkest of times, there is always hope. The Ten of Swords is a reminder that even when things seem their worst, there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. It's you have to hit rock bottom before you can bounce back up, right? It's a law of nature. And just, looking at the card, it can look really dramatic, right? 10 swords sticking out of someone's back. Ouch. But really, it's the end of a bad dream. You faced your fears, you've gone through the worst of it, and now you're finally waking up. It's the storm has passed, and the sun is about to come out, So, with the Ten of Swords showing up after the Ace of Swords, the Nine of Wands, the Page of Wands, and the Death card, I'm feeling this is, a really powerful moment of closure for you. You've already had that moment of clarity with the Ace of Swords, right? You know what you want, and you know what you need to do to get it. And you've already shown so much resilience with the Nine of Wands, right? You've overcome so many challenges, and you're still standing. You are a rock star, and you're so ready to embark on a new adventure with the Page of Wands, right? You're feeling excited and inspired, and you're ready to take on the world. It's like a breath of fresh air. Then the Death card came in to really clear out all that was holding you back. The Ten of Swords is here to, put a final end to whatever has been causing you pain and suffering. It's about like drawing a line in the sand and saying, enough is enough. It is so empowering, I am getting full body chills. Like, what does that look like in practice? I'm feeling like it could be a situation that has finally run its course. Like, maybe it's a job that you've been having for years and you finally get laid off. Or maybe it's a relationship that's been toxic for a long time and you finally break up. Or maybe it's a financial struggle that you've been dealing with and you finally find a way to get out of debt. Whatever it is, it's something that has been causing you a lot of stress and anxiety, and it's finally coming to an end. Yes, and sometimes it's hard to let go of these things, right? Like, even when we know something is bad for us, we can still be attached to it. Maybe we're afraid of the unknown. Maybe we're afraid of failing. Maybe we're afraid of what other people will think. But the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that you don't have to be afraid anymore. Like, you're strong enough to face your fears and to move on with your life. I really believe that, and the cards are showing me that you are too. And, letting go of these things can be incredibly liberating. It's like a weight being lifted off your shoulders. It's like you can finally breathe again. It's like you're finally free to be yourself and to live your life to the fullest. This is the kind of freedom that people dream of, So, the Ten of Swords isn't something to be feared. It's something to be welcomed. It's a sign that you're ready to move on to a new and better chapter in your life. It's a sign that you're ready to heal and to grow. It's a sign that you're ready to create a life that's filled with joy and happiness. And you deserve that, bestie. You really do. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this ending is actually going to be a catalyst for transformation. Like, you're not just ending something, you're also creating space for something new to come into your life. It's like you're clearing the ground so that new seeds can be planted. It's like you're preparing for a beautiful garden to grow. Yes. Okay, so, let's get a little more specific, right? What areas of your life is this Ten of Swords energy going to impact the most? I'm feeling like it's something that has been holding you back from pursuing your dreams. Something that has been preventing you from reaching your full potential. Something that has been causing you to doubt yourself and your abilities. Ouch, right? Maybe it's a negative belief that you have about yourself. Maybe it's a fear of failure. Maybe it's a lack of confidence. Whatever it is, it's something that has been keeping you stuck in a rut. You've been playing it safe, and you haven't been taking any risks. And the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that it's time to break free from those limitations. It's time to step outside of your comfort zone and to start living your life on your own terms. You are the only one who can live your life, And it's not always easy to overcome these limitations, right? They can be deeply ingrained in our subconscious. They can be based on past experiences and traumas. But the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that you're stronger than you think. You have the power to rewrite your story and to create a new reality for yourself. So, how do you actually do that? How do you actually overcome these limitations and start living your best life? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by identifying your limiting beliefs. What are the negative thoughts that you have about yourself and your abilities? What are the fears that are holding you back? Once you know what your limitations are, you can start to challenge them. You can ask yourself, is this belief really true? Is this fear really valid? So true, right? Second, you can start to focus on your strengths and your accomplishments. What are you good at? What have you achieved in the past? Remind yourself of your successes and your talents. This will help you to build your confidence and to believe in yourself. You are awesome, and don't you forget it. Third, you can start to take small steps towards your goals. Don't try to do too much at once. Just focus on one small thing that you can do each day to move closer to your dreams. Over time, those small steps will add up to big results. One step at a time, really. Fourth, you can surround yourself with supportive people. Talk to your friends and family about your goals and your challenges. Ask for their encouragement and their advice. It's important to have people in your life who believe in you and who will support you no matter what. That is so important and something to cherish. And, sometimes it's helpful to seek professional help. If you're struggling to overcome your limitations, consider talking to a therapist or a coach. They can provide you with tools and strategies to help you break free from your limiting beliefs and to achieve your goals. There is absolutely no shame in that. none at all. Okay, so, I'm feeling like this Ten of Swords energy is also connected to your self-worth. It could be a sign that you need to start valuing yourself more. Maybe you've been putting other people's needs before your own. Maybe you've been sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of others. Maybe you've been settling for less than you deserve. And the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that it's time to stop doing that. It's time to start putting yourself first. It's time to start valuing your own needs and desires. It's time to start believing that you're worthy of love and happiness and success. You deserve it all, my friend. And, it's not always easy to value yourself, right? Especially if you've been programmed to believe that you're not good enough or that you don't deserve to be happy. But the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that those beliefs are lies. You are good enough. You are worthy of love and happiness. You are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. I really believe that. So, how do you actually start valuing yourself more? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by practicing self-care. Take time each day to do something that makes you feel good. Whether it's taking a bath, reading a book, going for a walk, or spending time with loved ones, make sure that you're taking care of your own needs. Second, you can start to set boundaries. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values or that drain your energy. It's okay to put yourself first. It's okay to protect your time and your energy. You can't pour from an empty cup, baby. Third, you can start to celebrate your accomplishments. Acknowledge your successes and your talents. Give yourself credit for all that you've achieved. You've come so far, and you deserve to be proud of yourself. Fourth, you can start to surround yourself with positive people. Spend time with people who uplift you and who believe in you. Avoid people who are negative or who put you down. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, right? And, sometimes it's helpful to seek professional help. If you're struggling to value yourself, consider talking to a therapist or a coach. They can provide you with tools and strategies to help you build your self-esteem and to create a more positive self-image. I really believe that. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Ten of Swords energy is connected to your forgiveness. It could be a sign that you need to forgive yourself or someone else. Maybe you've been holding onto resentment or anger. Maybe you've been blaming yourself or someone else for something that happened in the past. And the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that it's time to let go of those negative emotions. It's time to forgive yourself and to forgive others. It's time to move on with your life. You deserve to be free from the burden of anger and resentment, right? And, forgiveness is not always easy, right? Especially if you've been deeply hurt or betrayed. But the Ten of Swords is here to tell you that forgiveness is possible. It's a choice that you can make, and it's a choice that will ultimately set you free. So, how do you actually forgive someone? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can try to understand their perspective. Why did they do what they did? What were they going through at the time? This doesn't mean that you have to condone their behavior, but it can help you to see them as human beings who are capable of making mistakes. Everyone is just doing their best with what they have, Second, you can try to empathize with them. How would you feel if you were in their shoes? What would you have done differently? This can help you to develop compassion for them and to see them as more than just the person who hurt you. The human condition is a shared experience, right? Third, you can try to let go of your anger and resentment. This doesn't mean that you have to forget what happened, but it does mean that you have to stop letting it control your life. You can choose to focus on the present and the future instead of dwelling on the past. The past is the past, and you can't change it. Fourth, you can try to offer them forgiveness. This doesn't mean that you have to tell them that you forgive them, but it does mean that you have to release them from your judgment. You can choose to see them as worthy of love and compassion, even if they don't deserve it. Forgiveness is really about setting yourself free, And, sometimes it's helpful to seek professional help. If you're struggling to forgive someone, consider talking to a therapist or a counselor. They can provide you with tools and strategies to help you process your emotions and to move towards forgiveness. I really believe that. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what needs to end. The Nine of Wands gives you the resilience to endure the ending. The Page of Wands gives you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitates the necessary transformation. And the Ten of Swords marks the finality of the ending, paving the way for a fresh start. It's like the end of a chapter, but also the beginning of a new one, you know? It's like you're a phoenix rising from the ashes. You've gone through the fire, you've been burned, but you've also been purified. You've emerged stronger and wiser than ever before. You're ready to soar. And that peridot butterfly is just sitting on your shoulder guiding you on your ascent, you know? And, you know, sometimes the hardest part of this process is just trusting that everything is going to be okay. It's easy to get scared and to doubt yourself, but you have to remember that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. The universe loves you, baby. And you know, it's important to remember that endings are a natural part of life. They're necessary for growth and evolution. Without endings, there can be no new beginnings. It's all part of the cycle. You know? So embrace this Ten of Swords energy. Don't resist it. Don't be afraid of it. It's a sign that you're on the right path. It's a sign that you're ready to create a better life for yourself. You are ready for what's coming, and you are ready to embrace the next chapter. Trust the process. Believe in yourself. And know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You are awesome, and don't you forget it. Okay, but let's get real for a sec. The Ten of Swords can also indicate a feeling of being victimized, right? It can indicate that you feel like you've been wronged or that you've been taken advantage of. It's like you're a martyr, sacrificing yourself for others. Maybe you feel like everyone is against you, and you don't know where to turn. And if you're feeling this way, it's important to acknowledge those feelings. It's okay to feel angry or sad or resentful. Don't try to suppress those emotions. Allow yourself to feel them and to process them. Validate yourself, my friend, because you deserve it. But it's also important to remember that you're not a victim. You have the power to change your situation. You have the power to take control of your life. You have the power to create a new reality for yourself. So, how do you actually do that? How do you actually stop feeling like a victim and start feeling empowered? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by taking responsibility for your own life. Stop blaming other people for your problems. Stop making excuses for your behavior. Own your choices and your actions. You are the only one who can live your life, you know. Second, you can start to set boundaries. Learn to say no to things that don't align with your values or that drain your energy. It's okay to put yourself first. It's okay to protect your time and your energy. Third, you can start to focus on your own needs and desires. What do you want out of life? What makes you happy? What are you passionate about? Start to prioritize your own needs and to pursue your own dreams. You deserve to be happy, my friend. Fourth, you can start to surround yourself with supportive people. Spend time with people who uplift you and who believe in you. Avoid people who are negative or who put you down. You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, remember. And you know, sometimes it's helpful to seek professional help. If you're struggling to overcome your victim mentality, consider talking to a therapist or a coach. They can provide you with tools and strategies to help you take control of your life and to create a more empowered self-image. Yes. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Ten of Swords energy is connected to your mental health. It could be a sign that you're struggling with anxiety or depression. It could be a sign that you need to take better care of your mental well-being. You are your own best friend, you know? If you're feeling overwhelmed or hopeless, it's important to reach out for help. Talk to your doctor or a therapist. There are many resources available to support your mental health. You don't have to go through this alone. And, you know, taking care of your mental health is just as important as taking care of your physical health. Make sure that you're getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, and exercising regularly. These things can have a big impact on your mood and your overall well-being. Treat yourself with love and respect and take care of your vessel, okay? And you know, it's also important to practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Remember that you're human and that everyone makes mistakes. You are doing the best you can, and that is all that matters. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole journey unfold for you. The Ace of Swords gives you the clarity to see what needs to end. The Nine of Wands gives you the resilience to endure the ending. The Page of Wands gives you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitates the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marks the finality of the ending. And the Peridot butterfly energy helps you to transform and to evolve along the way. It's a symphony of transformation. It's like you're climbing a mountain. The Ace of Swords is the map. The Nine of Wands is the climbing gear. The Page of Wands is the excitement of the journey. The Death card is the shedding of the old baggage. The Ten of Swords is the reaching of the summit, and what a view it will be. But remember, it's not just about reaching the summit. It's also about the journey itself. Enjoy the process. Savor the moments, and be grateful for all the lessons that you learn along the way. The journey is the destination, baby. This is a time of transformation, a time of growth, and a time of unlimited possibilities. Embrace it with all your heart, and know that you're not alone. The universe is supporting you every step of the way. You are a part of the divine, and you are surrounded by love and light. Okay, so, I'm so excited to see what the final card has to say about all of this. What is the ultimate outcome of this journey? What is the final message that the universe wants to share with you? Oh my gosh, I am so ready to find out. Okay, get ready, bestie, because I'm about to pull the final card. Okay, so, I'm so excited to see what the final card has to say about all of this. What is the ultimate outcome of this journey? What is the final message that the universe wants to share with you? Oh my gosh, I am so ready to find out. Okay, get ready, bestie, because I'm about to pull the final card. And it is the Knight of Wands. Okay, after all that intense energy, we get the Knight of Wands. Hello, adventure. Hello, passion. Hello, new beginnings. The Knight of Wands is all about action, energy, and enthusiasm. It's about taking charge of your life and pursuing your dreams with confidence and courage, you know? I mean, it's really amazing how this is all working out so far. So, traditionally, the Knight of Wands represents impulsiveness, passion, and adventure. It's about, being bold and daring and not afraid to take risks. It's about following your heart and pursuing your passions with unwavering enthusiasm. But here's the thing, the Knight of Wands can also be a little bit reckless, right? He can be so focused on his goals that he forgets to think things through. He can be a little bit impulsive and make rash decisions. But ultimately, the Knight of Wands is a force for good. He's a catalyst for change. He's a reminder that life is meant to be lived to the fullest, you know? Just holding this energy for you feels so exciting, I can hardly contain myself. Looking at him now, the Knight of Wands is a reminder that even after endings, after facing hard truths, that the world is out there, waiting for you. The only thing left is to grab the reins and make your mark. So, with the Knight of Wands showing up after the Ace of Swords, the Nine of Wands, the Page of Wands, the Death card, and the Ten of Swords, I'm feeling like this is a call to action for you. You've already had that moment of clarity with the Ace of Swords, right? You know what you want, and you know what you need to do to get it. And you've already shown so much resilience with the Nine of Wands, right? You've overcome so many challenges, and you're still standing. Amazing. And you're so ready to embark on a new adventure with the Page of Wands, right? You're feeling excited and inspired, and you're ready to take on the world. It's like a breath of fresh air. The Death card came in to help you clear out all that was holding you back, and the Ten of Swords marked the end of a difficult cycle, right? Now, the Knight of Wands is here to, ignite your passion and to propel you forward. It's about, taking all that you've learned and experienced and using it to create a life that's filled with purpose and meaning. And it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? What does that look like in practice? I'm feeling like it could be a new job opportunity that comes your way. Or maybe it's a new relationship that sparks your interest. Or maybe it's a creative project that you've been wanting to start for a long time. Whatever it is, it's something that excites you and inspires you and makes you feel alive. And sometimes it's hard to take that first step, right? We can get so caught up in our fears and our doubts that we forget to listen to our hearts. But the Knight of Wands is here to remind you that you don't have to be afraid anymore. You're strong enough to overcome any obstacle, and you're capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. I truly believe that. And taking that first step can be incredibly empowering. It's like you're saying to the universe, I'm ready. I'm ready to live my life to the fullest. I'm ready to create a life that's filled with joy and happiness. This card is amazing. So, the Knight of Wands isn't something to be feared. It's something to be embraced. It's a sign that you're on the right path. It's a sign that you're ready to take charge of your life and to create a future that's filled with passion and purpose. I see this so clearly for you. It is inspiring me too. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this new beginning is going to be even more transformative. Like you're not just starting something new, you're also evolving into a more confident and empowered version of yourself. It's like you're shedding your old skin and embracing your true potential. This is what it's all about, right? Okay, so, let's get a little more specific, right? What areas of your life is this Knight of Wands energy going to impact the most? I'm feeling like it's something that you're really passionate about, something that you've been dreaming about for a long time, something that you know you're meant to do. Maybe it's a career change that you've been considering. Maybe it's a creative project that you've been putting off. Maybe it's a relationship that you've been hesitant to pursue. Whatever it is, it's something that sets your soul on fire. And now you're free to do it. And it's not always easy to pursue our passions, right? We can get discouraged by setbacks and challenges. We can start to doubt ourselves and our abilities. But the Knight of Wands is here to remind you that you have what it takes to succeed. You have the passion, the energy, and the courage to make your dreams a reality. You just need to believe in yourself and to take action, So, how do you actually harness this Knight of Wands energy and start living your best life? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by identifying your passions. What are the things that you love to do? What are the things that make you feel alive? What are the things that you can't stop thinking about? Make a list of your passions and start to explore them. Give yourself permission to do what you love. Free yourself of any guilt about what you should do and embrace what you want to do. Second, you can set some goals. What do you want to achieve? What kind of life do you want to create? Set some goals that are aligned with your passions. Make sure that your goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. This will help you to stay focused and motivated. Make sure that you are setting the bar just high enough so that you are motivated, but not so high that you are discouraged. A little dopamine goes a long way, right? Third, you can take action. Don't just sit around and wait for things to happen. Take the initiative and start to create your own opportunities. Network with people who share your passions. Take a class or workshop to learn new skills. Volunteer your time to a cause that you care about. The more you put yourself out there, the more likely you are to attract amazing things into your life. Plus, even just being in motion builds more momentum. Fourth, you can stay positive. There will be setbacks and challenges along the way, but don't let them get you down. Focus on your strengths and your accomplishments. Remember why you started this journey in the first place. Stay positive and keep moving forward. Every mistake is just a chance to learn and grow, and every small victory is a sign that you're on the right path. Embrace the stumbles and celebrate every win, And, sometimes it's helpful to seek guidance from others. Talk to a mentor or a coach who can help you to stay on track. Join a community of like-minded people who can support you and encourage you. Surround yourself with positive influences who will help you to achieve your goals. It really does take a village, Okay, so, I'm feeling like this Knight of Wands energy is also connected to your relationships. It could be a sign that you're ready to pursue a new relationship. Or maybe it's a sign that you need to add some spice and passion to your existing relationship. This is so exciting. Maybe you're ready to meet someone new, someone who shares your passions and who inspires you to be your best self, someone who makes you feel alive and excited about life. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to put yourself out there and to start dating. Go on adventures, try new things, meet new people. The more you open yourself up to new experiences, the more likely you are to find someone special. Be open to saying yes more, or maybe you're already in a relationship, but things have gotten a little stale. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to add some spice and passion to your relationship. Plan a romantic getaway. Try a new activity together. Have a deep and meaningful conversation. The more you invest in your relationship, the stronger and more fulfilling it will become. Don't let the spark die out, nurture it. And, it's important to remember that relationships are not always easy. There will be challenges and disagreements along the way. But if you're both willing to put in the effort, you can overcome any obstacle and create a relationship that lasts a lifetime. That is so important. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Knight of Wands energy is connected to your career. It could be a sign that you're ready to make a career change. Or maybe it's a sign that you need to take on a new challenge in your current job. You are a star, and you deserve to shine. Maybe you're feeling bored or unfulfilled in your current job. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to explore new career options. Take a class to learn new skills. Network with people in different industries. Update your resume and start applying for new jobs. You never know what opportunities might be out there waiting for you. Or maybe you're happy in your current job, but you're feeling stagnant. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to take on a new challenge. Volunteer for a new project. Ask for more responsibility. Take on a leadership role. The more you challenge yourself, the more you'll grow and learn. And, it's important to remember that your career is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs along the way, but if you stay focused on your goals and keep learning and growing, you'll eventually reach your full potential. Embrace the journey, Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Knight of Wands energy is connected to your creativity. It could be a sign that you're ready to express yourself in new ways. Or maybe it's a sign that you need to reconnect with your inner artist. You are a creative being and you deserve an outlet. Maybe you've been feeling blocked or uninspired lately. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to tap into your creativity. Take a class in painting, writing, music, or dance. Start a new creative project. Spend time in nature. The more you connect with your creative side, the more joy and fulfillment you'll experience. Or maybe you're already a creative person, but you're not sharing your gifts with the world. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to put yourself out there. Share your artwork online. Perform your music at a local venue. Submit your writing to a magazine. The more you share your gifts with the world, the more you'll inspire others and make a positive impact. Let your light shine, baby. And, it's important to remember that creativity is not about being perfect. It's about expressing yourself authentically and honestly. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to experiment. Just have fun and let your creativity flow. Express yourself as only you can. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to see what you wanted. The Nine of Wands gave you the resilience to overcome the challenges. The Page of Wands gave you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitated the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marked the finality of the ending. And now, the Knight of Wands is here to ignite your passion and to propel you forward. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. It's like you're a race car driver and you've just been given the green light. You've been waiting for this moment for a long time. You've been preparing yourself mentally and physically. You've been honing your skills and perfecting your technique. And now, it's time to put your foot on the gas and to race towards the finish line. You are ready, my friend. But remember, it's not just about winning the race. It's also about enjoying the ride. It's about experiencing the thrill of speed and the excitement of competition. It's about pushing yourself to your limits and discovering what you're truly capable of. So, embrace the journey, savor the moments, and be grateful for all the lessons that you learn along the way. This is your life, and it's meant to be lived to the fullest. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this journey is going to be even more amazing. You're not just achieving your goals, you're also transforming yourself into a more confident, empowered, and authentic version of yourself. You're shedding your old skin and embracing your true potential. You're becoming the best version of yourself that you can be. What an inspiration. So, embrace this Knight of Wands energy. Don't hold back. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to fail. Just go for it with all your heart. You have what it takes to succeed. You have the passion, the energy, and the courage to make your dreams a reality. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. You are a star, baby. Okay, but let's get real for a sec. The Knight of Wands can also indicate impulsiveness and recklessness, right? It can indicate that you're acting without thinking things through. It can indicate that you're taking unnecessary risks. It's important to be passionate and enthusiastic, but it's also important to be smart and strategic. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Don't make rash decisions that you'll regret later. That's not the goal here, right? So, how do you actually balance your passion with your practicality? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can take a step back and assess the situation. Before you make a decision, take some time to think things through. Weigh the pros and cons. Consider the potential consequences. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. Think with your head as well as your heart. Second, you can seek advice from others. Talk to people you trust. Get their perspective on the situation. Listen to their advice, even if it's not what you want to hear. Other people can often see things more clearly than we can. A different perspective can be invaluable, right? Third, you can trust your intuition. Your intuition is your inner guidance system. It's always there to help you make the right decisions. Listen to your gut feeling. If something feels wrong, don't do it. Trust your instincts. You know more than you think you do. Fourth, you can be patient. Don't rush into anything. Give yourself time to make the right decision. There's no need to hurry. The right opportunity will come along when the time is right. Trust the timing of the universe. Everything happens for a reason, you know? And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this impulsiveness is actually part of your transformation. It's like you're learning to trust your instincts and to follow your heart. You're learning to take risks and to step outside of your comfort zone. You're becoming more confident and empowered. All of this sounds incredible for you, doesn't it? So don't be afraid to be impulsive. Don't be afraid to take risks, but do so with awareness and intention. Trust your intuition. And remember to balance your passion with your practicality. You've got this. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Knight of Wands energy is connected to your spiritual path. It could be a sign that you're ready to take your spiritual practice to the next level. It's time to level up. Maybe you've been feeling drawn to a particular spiritual practice, such as meditation, yoga, or energy healing. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to explore that practice more deeply. Take a class, read some books, find a mentor. The more you invest in your spiritual practice, the more you'll connect with your inner self and the more you'll experience peace and joy. Or maybe you've been feeling disconnected from your spiritual side lately. If so, the Knight of Wands is here to encourage you to reconnect with your spirituality. Spend time in nature. Meditate. Pray. Volunteer your time to a spiritual organization. The more you connect with your spiritual side, the more you'll feel grounded and connected to something larger than yourself. That is so important and something to cherish. And it's important to remember that your spiritual path is your own. There's no right or wrong way to connect with your spirituality. Just follow your heart and do what feels right for you. Trust your intuition. And know that you're always connected to the divine. You are love and you are light. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole journey unfold for you. The Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to see what you wanted. The Nine of Wands gave you the resilience to overcome the challenges. The Page of Wands gave you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitated the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marked the finality of the ending. And the Knight of Wands is here to ignite your passion and to propel you forward. This is your time to shine. The Knight of Wands is action. The Knight of Wands is energy. The Knight of Wands is passion. The Knight of Wands is here to tell you that you are ready. You've done the work, you've learned the lessons, and now it's time to put it all into action. And with the peridot butterfly fluttering with you, you can't go wrong. But remember, there's one more card to go. What is the final outcome? What is the ultimate message? I am so excited to find out. You must be so anxious right now, I can feel that. But there's nothing to fear. Whatever's coming, you are so very, very ready. Just trust yourself, trust the universe, and trust that everything is working out for your highest good. Okay, so, I'm so excited to see what the final card has to say about all of this. What is the ultimate outcome of this crazy, amazing journey? What is the, final message that the universe wants to share with you? Oh my gosh, I am, literally vibrating with anticipation right now. Okay, get ready, bestie, because I'm about to pull the final card. And it is the Four of Cups. Okay, so, after all that amazing action and passion and transformation, we get the Four of Cups. Okay, so, at first glance, this card might seem a little, underwhelming, right? It's not as dramatic as the Death card or the Ten of Swords, and it's not as exciting as the Knight of Wands. But trust me, this card is super important, and it has a really powerful message for you. Sometimes the most important messages are the ones that are the quietest. It's like a moment to pause, reflect, and really, check in with yourself, you know? So traditionally, the Four of Cups represents apathy, boredom, and missed opportunities. It's about, feeling disconnected from your emotions and your surroundings. It's about, being so focused on what's missing in your life that you don't appreciate what you already have. It is like that whole stop and smell the roses kind of thing, you know? It's like you're so caught up in your own thoughts and feelings that you're not open to receiving new opportunities or experiences. But here's the thing, the Four of Cups is also a reminder that you have the power to change your perspective. It's a reminder that you can choose to focus on the positive aspects of your life and to appreciate all the blessings that you have. It's like a choice, really, you know? It's like the universe is always offering you gifts, but it's up to you to open your eyes and to receive them. It's a reminder that you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you might find you get what you need. And I mean, after this whole journey we've just been on, this feels so relevant, you know. So, with the Four of Cups showing up after the Ace of Swords, the Nine of Wands, the Page of Wands, the Death card, the Ten of Swords, and the Knight of Wands, I'm feeling like this is, a gentle nudge from the universe to slow down and to appreciate all that you've accomplished. You've already had that moment of clarity with the Ace of Swords, right? You know what you want, and you know what you need to do to get it. And you've already shown so much resilience with the Nine of Wands, right? You've overcome so many challenges, and you're still standing. You are so inspiring, girl. And you're so ready to embark on a new adventure with the Page of Wands, right? You're feeling excited and inspired, and you're ready to take on the world. I mean, really. The Death card came in to help you clear out all that was holding you back, and the Ten of Swords marked the end of a difficult cycle. You are a powerhouse, and the Knight of Wands came in to ignite your passion and to propel you forward. So, now, the Four of Cups is here to remind you to take a moment to breathe and to appreciate all that you've achieved. It's like a reminder that it's not just about the destination, it's also about the journey, you know? It's like a reminder to stop and smell the roses along the way. You know what I mean? What does that look like in practice? I'm feeling like it could be a tendency to overlook the good things in your life. Maybe you're so focused on achieving your goals that you don't take the time to appreciate the small moments of joy and happiness. Or maybe you're so caught up in your own problems that you don't see all the blessings that you have. Or maybe you're just feeling a little bit burnt out and overwhelmed, and you need to take a break. You can be forgiven for that, wow. Whatever it is, it's a reminder to shift your perspective and to focus on the positive aspects of your life. I feel like I need to hear this too. And, you know, sometimes it's hard to appreciate what we have, right? Especially when we're feeling stressed or overwhelmed. But the Four of Cups is here to tell you that you have the power to change your perspective. You can choose to focus on the good things in your life, even when things are tough. You can choose to be grateful for all the blessings that you have, even when things are challenging. You can choose to find joy in the small moments, even when things are difficult, because you have the power. The Four of Cups isn't something to be feared, it's something to be welcomed. It's a sign that you need to slow down and to appreciate all that you have. It's a sign that you need to reconnect with your emotions and your surroundings. It's a sign that you need to open your eyes and to receive all the gifts that the universe is offering you. What a revelation, right? I'm getting chills. And you know, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this moment of reflection is actually going to help you integrate all the changes that you've been going through. You've been transforming and evolving so quickly, and you need to take some time to process everything that's been happening. This is the moment for it. This is your time to take a breath. This is the moment you've earned. It's like you're the butterfly and you're finally landing on a flower to rest and to soak up the sun. How amazing. Okay, so, let's get a little more specific, right? What areas of your life is this Four of Cups energy going to impact the most? I'm feeling like it's something that you've been taking for granted. Like maybe it's your health. Maybe it's your relationships. Maybe it's your career. Whatever it is, it's something that you've been so focused on improving that you haven't taken the time to appreciate it. Appreciate what you have, and more will come. Maybe you've been so focused on losing weight that you haven't taken the time to appreciate your body and all that it does for you. Maybe you've been so focused on finding a partner that you haven't taken the time to appreciate your friends and family. Maybe you've been so focused on climbing the corporate ladder that you haven't taken the time to appreciate your coworkers and your accomplishments. Whatever it is, it's a reminder to shift your focus and to appreciate what you already have. What a relief, right? And it's not always easy to appreciate what we have, right? Especially when we're constantly bombarded with messages that we need to be better, do better, and have more. But the Four of Cups is here to tell you that you're already enough. You already have everything you need to be happy and fulfilled. You just need to open your eyes and to see it. You are whole and complete. You are absolutely enough. So, how do you actually start appreciating what you have? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by practicing gratitude. Take some time each day to think about all the things that you're grateful for. Write them down in a journal or simply say them out loud. The more you focus on the positive aspects of your life, the more you'll appreciate them. Gratitude is an amazing thing and really works to bring in more of what it is you appreciate, right? Second, you can start to savor the small moments. Pay attention to the details of your everyday experiences. Notice the beauty of nature. Listen to the sounds of the city. Taste the flavors of your food. The more you savor the small moments, the more you'll appreciate the richness and beauty of life. Savor every single drop, really. Third, you can start to connect with your emotions. Allow yourself to feel your feelings, both positive and negative. Don't try to suppress or ignore your emotions. Acknowledge them, process them, and learn from them. The more you connect with your emotions, the more you'll understand yourself and the more you'll appreciate your own humanity. Feel everything, as they say. Fourth, you can start to give back to others. Volunteer your time to a cause that you care about. Help a friend in need. Donate to a charity. The more you give back to others, the more you'll appreciate your own blessings and the more you'll feel connected to the world around you. Giving is also receiving, isn't it? And sometimes it's helpful to seek inspiration from others. Read books, watch movies, or listen to music that inspires you. Talk to people who are positive and uplifting. Surround yourself with beauty and art. The more you surround yourself with inspiration, the more you'll be inspired to appreciate your own life and all that it has to offer. So true, bestie. Okay, so, I'm feeling like this Four of Cups energy is also connected to your relationships. It could be a sign that you're taking your relationships for granted. Maybe you're not putting in the effort to nurture your relationships. Maybe you're not expressing your love and appreciation for your loved ones. Maybe you're just feeling a little bit disconnected from the people in your life. You are not an island, after all. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to reconnect with your loved ones. Spend quality time together. Have meaningful conversations. Express your love and appreciation. Show them that you care. The more you invest in your relationships, the stronger and more fulfilling they will become. Nurture your relationships like the precious things they are. Hold them close. Maybe you've been so focused on finding a romantic partner that you haven't taken the time to appreciate your friends and family. If so, the Four of Cups is here to remind you that your friends and family are just as important as a romantic partner. They're the people who love you unconditionally and who will always be there for you, no matter what. Cherish them. Maybe you've been so focused on your own needs and desires that you haven't taken the time to consider the needs and desires of your loved ones. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to be more empathetic and compassionate. Listen to their concerns. Offer your support. Be there for them when they need you. The more you give to your loved ones, the more you'll receive in return. It is a cosmic give and take. And, it's important to remember that relationships are not always easy. There will be disagreements and challenges along the way. But if you're both willing to put in the effort, you can overcome any obstacle and create a relationship that lasts a lifetime. The effort is what counts. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Four of Cups energy is connected to your career. It could be a sign that you're feeling unfulfilled in your current job. Like maybe you're not feeling challenged. Maybe you're not feeling appreciated. Maybe you're just feeling bored. You are not alone. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to explore new career options. Take a class to learn new skills. Network with people in different industries. Update your resume and start applying for new jobs. You never know what opportunities might be out there waiting for you. You may just be surprised, right? Maybe you've been so focused on climbing the corporate ladder that you haven't taken the time to appreciate your coworkers and your accomplishments. If so, the Four of Cups is here to remind you that your coworkers are also your friends. They're the people who you spend most of your time with, and they can offer you support and encouragement. Build strong relationships with your coworkers. It is worth the effort. Maybe you've been so focused on your own success that you haven't taken the time to consider the needs of your company. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to be more collaborative and supportive. Work with your coworkers to achieve common goals. Share your knowledge and skills. Help your company to succeed. The more you contribute to your company, the more you'll feel valued and appreciated. Give and take, right? And, it's important to remember that your career is a journey, not a destination. There will be ups and downs along the way, but if you stay focused on your goals and keep learning and growing, you'll eventually reach your full potential. You are meant to be a star, after all. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Four of Cups energy is connected to your creativity. It could be a sign that you're feeling blocked or uninspired. Like maybe you're not feeling connected to your inner artist. Maybe you're just feeling a little bit burnt out. Take some time to rest and nurture yourself. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to reconnect with your creativity. Take a break from your creative projects. Spend time in nature. Listen to music. Read books. Do whatever it takes to recharge your creative batteries. Then, when you're feeling refreshed, start a new creative project. Don't force it, though. Maybe you've been so focused on creating perfect art that you haven't taken the time to enjoy the process. If so, the Four of Cups is here to remind you that creativity is not about perfection. It's about expressing yourself authentically and honestly. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to experiment. Just have fun and let your creativity flow. You are a unique being, and your creations will be too. Maybe you've been so focused on selling your art that you haven't taken the time to appreciate the beauty of your own creations. If so, the Four of Cups is here to encourage you to step back and admire your own work. Be proud of what you've created. Share your art with others. Let your creativity inspire others. And it's important to remember that creativity is not about talent. It's about practice. The more you create, the better you'll get. So don't give up, keep practicing. Keep creating. And keep sharing your gifts with the world. The world needs you, baby. Okay, so I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to see what you wanted. The Nine of Wands gave you the resilience to overcome the challenges. The Page of Wands gave you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitated the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marked the finality of the ending. The Knight of Wands ignited your passion and propelled you forward. And now, the Four of Cups is here to remind you to slow down and to appreciate all that you have. What an amazing journey, right? It's like you're a marathon runner and you've just crossed the finish line. You've run the race, you've overcome the obstacles, and you've achieved your goal. Now, it's time to celebrate your success, but it's also time to rest and recover. Take some time to reflect on your journey and to appreciate all that you've accomplished. What an accomplishment! And with that peridot butterfly energy, wow, it's just so amazing. You're taking the time to integrate all that you have learned and all that you have overcome, and you're emerging as a butterfly, ready to just soar even higher. But remember, there's one more card to go. What is the final outcome? What is the ultimate message? I am so excited to find out. You must be so anxious right now, I can feel that. But there's nothing to fear. Whatever's coming, you are so very, very ready. Just trust yourself, trust the universe, and trust that everything is working out for your highest good. I know you can do it. Okay, so, oh my gosh, bestie, we have arrived. Can you even believe everything we've uncovered together? You picked the peridot butterfly, and we talked about you emerging from your cocoon into a new dawn of awareness. I mean chills. We started with that Ace of Swords, which was all about this moment of bam. Clarity, cutting through all the noise and confusion to finally see things as they truly are. And you needed that clarity to even begin this journey, right? Then came the Nine of Wands, which was all about your incredible resilience, you've been through so much, but you're still standing strong. It's that reminder not to give up, because you're so close to achieving your goals and you have the strength to keep going. And then the Page of Wands came in, bringing that fresh, exciting energy, that spark of inspiration, that feeling of being ready for a new adventure. It's like the universe was saying, okay, you're clear, you're strong, now go out there and explore. So, you're totally equipped at this point, right? And then we got the Death card, which, I know it sounds scary, but it's really about transformation and endings, clearing out the old to make way for the new. It was about cutting those ties that were holding you back, so you could fully embrace your new chapter. We had to make room, right? And then came the Ten of Swords, which was all about hitting rock bottom and then rising from the ashes, the end of a cycle and the opportunity for a fresh start. It was about putting a final end to whatever had been causing you pain and suffering and saying, enough is enough. You needed that closure, right? And then, hello, the Knight of Wands arrived, igniting your passion and propelling you forward. It was about taking charge of your life and pursuing your dreams with confidence and courage. I mean, yes. And after all that action, we got the Four of Cups, which was this gentle reminder to slow down, to appreciate all that you've accomplished, and to open your eyes to all the gifts that the universe is offering you. It's like being a butterfly and finally landing on a flower and breathing, just so gently. So wow, what a journey, right? It's like you've been through this whole process of transformation, from clarity to resilience to new beginnings to endings to action to appreciation. You went through all the steps, and you are out the other side. You've shed the old, you've embraced the new, and now you're ready to create the life you truly desire. I feel like I should give you a medal. And that brings us to the final card, which is the Two of Wands. Okay, bestie, so after all of that, we get the Two of Wands. And oh my gosh, this card is all about planning, decisions, and taking control of your future. It's you've done all this inner work, and now it's time to put it into action in the real world. It's you've climbed the mountain, you've seen the view, and now you're ready to map out your next adventure. Traditionally, the Two of Wands represents choices, possibilities, and partnerships. It's about having a clear vision for your future and making strategic plans to achieve your goals. It's about weighing your options and deciding which path to take. It's about collaborating with others to bring your dreams to life. And here's the thing, the Two of Wands is a card of power and authority. It's a reminder that you have the ability to create your own reality. You are in the driver's seat, my friend. It's you're holding the world in your hands, and you get to decide what to do with it. You are the ruler of your own destiny, you know? Just picture that. So, with the Two of Wands showing up after all those other cards, I'm feeling this is, a really powerful moment of decision for you. You've gained all this clarity, you've built all this resilience, you've embraced all this newness, you've released all this old baggage, you've ignited all this passion, and you've appreciated all that you have. Now, it's time to use all that to make some big decisions about your future. You've got all the tools, you've got all the resources, you've got all the support. Now it's time to put it all to work and make some magic happen. It is time to create the world you want to live in. What does that look like in practice? I'm feeling it could be a decision about your career. Maybe you've been wanting to start your own business, but you've been afraid to take the leap. Or maybe you've been wanting to switch careers, but you're not sure what you want to do. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to weigh your options, make a plan, and go for it. You have the skills, the knowledge, and the experience to succeed. So don't let fear hold you back. Trust yourself and take the leap. Or maybe it's a decision about your relationships. Like maybe you've been wanting to move in with your partner, but you're not sure if you're ready. Or maybe you've been wanting to end a toxic relationship, but you're afraid of being alone. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to listen to your intuition and make the decision that's best for you. You deserve to be in relationships that are healthy, supportive, and fulfilling. So don't settle for anything less. Prioritize yourself and make sure that you do what you want to do. Or maybe it's a decision about your living situation. Like, maybe you've been wanting to move to a new city, but you're not sure if you can afford it. Or maybe you've been wanting to buy a house, but you're not sure if you're ready for the responsibility. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to do your research, create a budget, and make a plan. You have the ability to create the life you want, no matter where you live. So don't let fear or uncertainty hold you back. Trust yourself and take the plunge. And sometimes it's hard to make big decisions, right? Especially when we're feeling overwhelmed or uncertain. But the Two of Wands is here to tell you that you don't have to do it alone. You can seek advice from others, you can do your research, and you can trust your intuition. You have all the resources you need to make the right decision for yourself. Use them. So, the Two of Wands isn't something to be feared. It's something to be embraced. It's a sign that you're ready to take control of your life and to create a future that's aligned with your values and your dreams. It's a sign that you're ready to step into your power and to become the ruler of your own destiny. What a moment, right? And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like these decisions are actually going to help you transform even more. You're not just making choices about your future, you're also evolving into a more confident, empowered, and authentic version of yourself. It's like you're the butterfly, and you're finally ready to spread your wings and fly to new horizons. Imagine it. Okay, so, let's get a little more specific, right? What are some specific actions you can take to harness this Two of Wands energy and start creating the life you want? I'm feeling like the first step is to clarify your vision. What do you want your life to look like in 1 year? In 5 years? In 10 years? What are your goals for your career, your relationships, your finances, your health, and your personal growth? Take some time to brainstorm and to write down your vision. The more clear you are about what you want, the easier it will be to make decisions that align with your goals. Start to dream, baby. I'm also feeling like it's important to weigh your options. For every decision you make, there are multiple paths you can take. Take some time to explore all your options and to consider the pros and cons of each one. Talk to people who have experience in the areas you're considering. Do your research and gather as much information as you can. The more informed you are, the better equipped you'll be to make the right decision. Knowledge is power, right? I'm also feeling like it's important to trust your intuition. Even after you've weighed all your options, you may still feel uncertain about which path to take. In those moments, it's important to listen to your intuition. What does your gut tell you? What feels right? Trust your inner wisdom and follow your heart. You know what's best for you. I'm also feeling like it's important to collaborate with others. You don't have to do everything alone. You can seek support and guidance from your friends, family, mentors, and colleagues. Collaborate with others who share your vision and who can help you to achieve your goals. The more you collaborate, the more successful you'll be. Together, we can do so much, And, it's important to remember that decisions are not always easy. There will be times when you feel confused, overwhelmed, or uncertain. But don't give up. Keep moving forward, one step at a time. Trust yourself, trust the universe, and know that you're capable of creating the life you truly desire. You've got this. Okay, so, I'm feeling like this Two of Wands energy is also connected to your leadership skills. It could be a sign that you're ready to take on a leadership role in your career or in your community. You have the power to lead. Maybe you've been wanting to start your own business, but you're not sure if you have what it takes to be a leader. Or maybe you've been wanting to volunteer for a leadership position in your community, but you're afraid of failing. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that you have the potential to be a great leader. You have the vision, the passion, and the skills to inspire others and to make a positive impact on the world. So, don't let fear or doubt hold you back. Step into your power and become the leader you were meant to be. Show the world your vision, my friend. Or maybe you're already in a leadership role, but you're feeling burnt out or overwhelmed. If so, the Two of Wands is here to encourage you to delegate tasks, to empower your team, and to take care of yourself. You can't do everything alone. You need to rely on your team and to trust them to do their jobs. You also need to make sure that you're taking care of your own needs so you can stay energized and focused. Leadership starts with self-care. And, it's important to remember that leadership is not about being perfect. It's about being authentic, compassionate, and inspiring. It's about leading by example and creating a culture of trust and respect. Be the kind of leader you wish you had. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Two of Wands energy is connected to your travel plans. It could be a sign that you're ready to plan a big trip, either for business or for pleasure. Where do you want to go? Maybe you've been wanting to travel to a new country, but you're not sure if you can afford it. Or maybe you've been wanting to take a road trip, but you're not sure if you have the time. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to make a plan, save some money, and book your trip. You deserve to experience the world and to create memories that will last a lifetime. So, don't let fear or logistics hold you back. Start planning your adventure today. Plan that escape. Or maybe you're already planning a trip, but you're feeling overwhelmed by all the details. If so, the Two of Wands is here to encourage you to break down your trip into smaller tasks, to delegate tasks to others, and to trust that everything will work out. You don't have to do everything alone. You can rely on your travel companions, your travel agent, or your online resources. You can trust that the universe will guide you and that you'll have an amazing experience. All that is needed is that initial intention. And, it's important to remember that travel is not just about seeing new places. It's also about experiencing new cultures, meeting new people, and learning new things. It's about expanding your horizons and growing as a person. It's about creating memories that will last a lifetime. So, embrace the adventure and enjoy the ride. Enjoy the journey. Okay, so, I'm also feeling like this Two of Wands energy is connected to your creative projects. It could be a sign that you're ready to take your creative projects to the next level. Time to shine. Maybe you've been wanting to write a book, but you're not sure if you have the time or the talent. Or maybe you've been wanting to start a blog, but you're not sure if anyone will read it. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that it's time to make a plan, set some goals, and start creating. You have the ability to create something amazing. So, don't let fear or self-doubt hold you back. Believe in yourself and start creating. Or maybe you're already working on a creative project, but you're feeling stuck or uninspired. If so, the Two of Wands is here to encourage you to experiment with new techniques, to collaborate with other artists, and to seek inspiration from your surroundings. You don't have to do everything alone. You can rely on your creative community, your mentors, or your muses. You can trust that the universe will guide you and that you'll create something beautiful. Allow yourself to be inspired and create your dreams. And, it's important to remember that creativity is not just about talent. It's about passion, perseverance, and practice. It's about expressing yourself authentically and honestly. It's about sharing your gifts with the world. So, embrace your creativity and let your light shine. You have the power to inspire and uplift others with your art. You are a creator. Okay, so, I'm seeing this whole picture now, right? The Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to see what you wanted. The Nine of Wands gave you the resilience to overcome the challenges. The Page of Wands gave you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitated the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marked the finality of the ending. The Knight of Wands ignited your passion and propelled you forward. The Four of Cups reminded you to appreciate all that you have. And now, the Two of Wands is here to help you plan your future and take control of your destiny. It's been quite a trip. It's like you're a master architect, and you've just received the commission of a lifetime. You've been given the opportunity to design and build the life of your dreams. You have all the skills, the knowledge, and the resources you need to create something amazing. It all comes down to you now. So, what are you waiting for? Start sketching your blueprints, gathering your materials, and assembling your team. The world is waiting to see what you'll create. Now is the time to put pen to paper, baby. But remember, the most important thing is to have fun and to enjoy the process. This is your life, and it's meant to be lived to the fullest. So embrace the adventure, trust your intuition, and know that you're capable of creating a life that's filled with passion, purpose, and joy. A life that's aligned with your values and your dreams. A life that's truly your own. You are the architect of your own life. You are the artist of your own destiny. You are the master of your own fate. Embrace that power and remember, you've got that peridot butterfly fluttering beside you, guiding you, supporting you, and reminding you that you're capable of transforming anything you set your mind to. All you need to do is believe in yourself and take the first step. You are ready. You are capable. You are worthy. So go out there and create the life you've always dreamed of. What a beautiful life it will be. This is your moment. Congratulations. Okay, but let's get real for a sec. The Two of Wands can also indicate feeling overwhelmed by choices, right? It can indicate that you have so many options that you don't know which one to choose. It can indicate that you're afraid of making the wrong decision. Remember that? It's important to acknowledge those feelings. It's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to feel afraid. Just don't let those feelings paralyze you. It is best to keep moving, right? So, how do you actually overcome this feeling of overwhelm and start making decisions with confidence? Well, there are a few things you can do. First, you can start by breaking down your decisions into smaller steps. Don't try to do everything at once. Focus on one thing at a time. Take small, manageable steps towards your goals. The more you break things down, the less overwhelming they'll seem. Big things are just a bunch of little things, right? Second, you can start to prioritize your values. What's most important to you? What do you want to achieve in your life? What kind of person do you want to be? Prioritize your decisions based on your values. This will help you to stay focused and motivated. Your values are your compass, right? Third, you can start to trust your intuition. What does your gut tell you? What feels right? What feels wrong? Listen to your inner voice. It knows what's best for you. You know what you want deep down. Fourth, you can start to take action. Don't just sit around and wait for things to happen. Take the initiative and start to create your own opportunities. The more you take action, the more confident you'll become. It is all momentum, really. And, with that peridot butterfly energy, I'm feeling like this overwhelm is actually part of your transformation. It's like you're learning to trust your instincts and to make decisions with confidence. You're learning to step into your power and to create the life you want. This is the time to shine, isn't it? So don't be afraid to feel overwhelmed. It's a sign that you're growing and evolving. It's a sign that you're stepping outside of your comfort zone. Just remember to break things down, prioritize your values, trust your intuition, and take action. You've got this. Okay, so I'm also feeling like this Two of Wands energy is connected to your spiritual path. It could be a sign that you're ready to share your spiritual gifts with the world. It's time to share your gifts. Maybe you've been wanting to teach a yoga class, but you're not sure if you're qualified. Or maybe you've been wanting to start a meditation group, but you're afraid of being judged. The Two of Wands is here to tell you that you have the knowledge, the experience, and the passion to share your spiritual gifts with others. So, don't let fear or self-doubt hold you back. Step into your power and start sharing your light with the world. Let your soul shine. Or maybe you're already sharing your spiritual gifts with the world, but you're feeling burnt out or uninspired. If so, the Two of Wands is here to encourage you to take a break, to reconnect with your own spiritual practice, and to find new ways to share your gifts with others. You can't pour from an empty cup. So take care of yourself and then continue to share your love with the world. Give yourself the gift of self-compassion. And, it's important to remember that your spiritual path is your own. There's no right or wrong way to share your gifts with others. Just follow your heart, trust your intuition, and do what feels right for you. Share your wisdom and change the world. Okay, so, oh my gosh, I'm seeing this whole journey unfold for you. The Ace of Swords gave you the clarity to see what you wanted. The Nine of Wands gave you the resilience to overcome the challenges. The Page of Wands gave you the enthusiasm to embrace the new beginning. The Death card facilitated the necessary transformation. The Ten of Swords marked the finality of the ending. The Knight of Wands ignited your passion and propelled you forward. The Four of Cups reminded you to appreciate all that you have. And now, the Two of Wands is here to help you plan your future and take control of your destiny. What an epic journey, right? You are an inspiration. It's like you're a world-class explorer, and you've just discovered a new continent. You've faced challenges, you've overcome obstacles, and you've explored uncharted territory. Now, it's time to map out the land, to build new settlements, and to share your discoveries with the world. What discoveries you have made. But remember, the most important thing is to stay true to yourself, to follow your heart, to trust your intuition, and to let your light shine. You have the power to create a life that's filled with passion, purpose, and joy. A life that's aligned with your values and your dreams. A life that's truly your own. This is your life, and it's meant to be lived to the fullest. So embrace the adventure, trust the journey, and know that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. And you have the power to make it so. You are ready. You are capable. You are worthy. So go out there and create the life you've always dreamed of. I just know you're going to do amazing things. Okay, so, I am so incredibly excited for you. You are, really about to step into your power and create a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Don't forget to keep that peridot butterfly close, because that transformative energy is your secret weapon. It's the key to your success, and it will guide you every step of the way. Trust the shift, trust the process, and get ready to fly. You have so got this. And seriously, keep me updated on your journey. I want to hear all about it. I am so ready for you to blossom. You are awesome, and never, ever, ever forget that. You are incredible, and you have everything you need to succeed. I really believe that, okay? Best of luck. Hi there, you lovely people who chose the selenite star. This crystal is all about clarifying, so get ready for some clear insights. With our theme of starlight guidance, this reading is designed to illuminate your path forward, like the stars lighting up the night sky, revealing your next steps. Let's see what the cards have to say about your spiritual journey, okay? Alright, so first up we have the Chariot. Ooh, the Chariot. What I immediately get with the Chariot is, determination, willpower, control, victory, all of that kind of good stuff, you know? It's about, overcoming obstacles and really just, charging forward. But, in a controlled way. Not just, blindly running, but, actually having a direction and, knowing where you're going and being really determined to get there, you know? So, with this card, I definitely feel like there's something that you've been wanting to achieve, something you've been working towards, maybe for a while now, and, the Chariot is basically saying that, you have the power to do it, you know? You have the strength, you have the focus, you have the, sheer willpower to make it happen. But, the key here is, control. It's not just about, rushing in head first, but it's about, really taking the reins and, guiding your energy in the right direction, you know? Think of it like you're driving a chariot, right? You've got these two horses pulling you in different directions, and it's your job to, keep them aligned and, moving forward together, you know? So, what are those two horses in your life? What are the, conflicting energies or desires that are pulling you in different directions? Maybe it's, your head versus your heart, or, your responsibilities versus your passions, or, your fear versus your ambition. Whatever it is, the Chariot is telling you that you have the ability to, bring those energies into alignment and, move forward with confidence and purpose, you know? And, it's not always easy, right? It takes effort, it takes discipline, it takes, really knowing yourself and, what you want. But, the rewards are so worth it, you know? When you can harness your willpower and, focus your energy, you can achieve anything you set your mind to. So, don't be afraid to, take the reins and, take control of your life, you know? You've got this. I really, really feel like you do. Maybe, you've been feeling stuck lately, or, maybe you've been feeling like you're not making any progress towards your goals. But, the Chariot is here to tell you that that's not true, you know? You're actually much closer than you think. You just need to, tap into that inner strength and, that determination and, really just, commit to moving forward. And, sometimes that means making tough choices, right? Sometimes it means letting go of things that are holding you back. Or, cutting ties with people who are draining your energy. Or like saying no to opportunities that don't align with your goals. But like, it's all worth it in the end, you know. Like when you're really clear about what you want and like you're willing to do whatever it takes to get there, like nothing can stop you. Nothing. So like, what is that thing that you've been wanting to achieve? Like, what is that goal that you've been dreaming about? Like, really think about it for a second. And like, ask yourself, like, what's holding you back? What are the obstacles that are standing in your way? And like, what can you do to overcome those obstacles? Like, what steps can you take, starting today, to move closer to your goal? Because, like, the Chariot is all about action, you know? It's not just about, like, thinking about things or, like, wishing for things. It's about, like, actually doing something, like, taking action, making progress. So, like, don't just sit around and wait for things to happen. Like, go out there and make them happen, you know? Like, you have the power to create your own reality. You really, really do. And, like, don't be afraid to ask for help along the way, you know? Like, the Chariot isn't necessarily about doing everything on your own. It's about, like, knowing when to ask for support and, like, when to delegate tasks and, like, when to rely on others to help you achieve your goals. So, like, surround yourself with people who believe in you and who support your dreams, and, like, don't be afraid to lean on them when you need to. And, like, remember to celebrate your victories along the way, you know? Like, it's important to acknowledge your progress and, like, to give yourself credit for how far you've come. So, like, don't just focus on the end goal. Like, enjoy the journey and, like, appreciate all the small victories along the way. Because, like, those small victories are what keep you motivated and, like, what keep you moving forward. And, like, trust yourself, you know? Like, you have all the answers within you. You just need to, like, listen to your intuition and, like, trust your gut. Because, like, your intuition is always guiding you in the right direction, even when you don't realize it. So, like, pay attention to those little nudges and, like, those gut feelings and, like, let them guide you on your path. And, like, don't be afraid to take risks, you know? Like, sometimes the biggest rewards come from taking the biggest risks. So, like, don't let fear hold you back from pursuing your dreams. Like, step outside of your comfort zone and, like, try something new. Because, like, you never know what amazing things are waiting for you on the other side. And, like, remember that you're not alone, you know? Like, there are people who care about you and who want to see you succeed. So, like, reach out to them when you need to, and, like, let them support you on your journey. Because, like, we're all in this together, and, like, we can all help each other achieve our goals. And, like, believe in yourself, you know? Like, you are capable of amazing things, you just need to believe it. So, like, start telling yourself positive affirmations every day, like, I am strong, I am capable, I am worthy of success. Because, like, your thoughts create your reality, so, like, make sure you're thinking positive thoughts. And, like, don't give up, you know? Like, no matter how hard things get, don't give up on your dreams. Like, keep pushing forward, keep believing in yourself, and, like, you will eventually achieve your goals. I know you will. The Chariot energy is just so strong, it's like, it's undeniable. And, like, remember that setbacks are just opportunities in disguise, you know? Like, every time you face a challenge, it's an opportunity to learn and grow and become even stronger. So, like, don't let setbacks discourage you. Like, use them as motivation to keep moving forward. And, like, be patient, you know? Like, things don't always happen overnight. It takes time and effort to achieve your goals. So, like, don't get discouraged if you don't see results immediately. Just keep putting in the work and, like, trust that you're on the right path. And, like, be grateful for what you have, you know? Like, it's important to appreciate all the good things in your life, even when things are tough. So, like, take some time every day to focus on the things you're grateful for, and, like, it will help you stay positive and motivated. And, like, forgive yourself for your mistakes, you know? Like, we all make mistakes. It's part of being human. So, like, don't beat yourself up over your past mistakes. Like, learn from them and move on. And, like, be kind to yourself, you know? Like, treat yourself with the same love and compassion that you would treat a friend. So, like, don't be too hard on yourself. Like, you're doing the best you can. And, like, be open to new possibilities, you know? Like, sometimes the best opportunities come when we least expect them. So, like, be open to new ideas and new experiences. And, like, you never know what amazing things might happen. And, like, trust the universe, you know? Like, everything is happening for a reason, even if you don't understand it right now. So, like, trust that the universe is guiding you on the right path, and like, everything will work out in the end. And like, love yourself, you know? Like, you are amazing, you are worthy, and you are loved. So, like, embrace your unique qualities and like, be proud of who you are. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the chariot. I really feel like that card is super important for you right now. It's all about taking control and moving forward with confidence and determination. I feel it. Okay, next up, we have the Queen of Wands. Ooh, I love the Queen of Wands. She is like the epitome of confidence and creativity and like just radiating energy, you know? She's like a firecracker. So, like, the Queen of Wands is all about embracing your inner power and like expressing your true self with confidence and passion. She's like a natural leader, she's charismatic, she's inspiring, and like, she's not afraid to be herself, you know? She's like totally authentic. And like with this card, I definitely feel like you're being called to step into your power and like to embrace your unique gifts and talents. Like, you have so much to offer the world, and like, the Queen of Wands is here to remind you of that. Maybe, like, you've been feeling a little bit insecure lately, or like, maybe you've been doubting your abilities. But like, the Queen of Wands is here to tell you that you have no reason to doubt yourself, you know? Like, you are amazing, you are capable, and you are worthy of success. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about creativity and passion. So like, what are you passionate about? What are the things that make you feel alive and excited? Like, really think about that for a second. Because like, the Queen of Wands is telling you to pursue those passions with all your heart. Like, don't hold back, don't be afraid to express yourself, and like, don't worry about what other people think. Just like, do what makes you happy. And like, the Queen of Wands is also a very social card. So like, this could be a time to connect with others who share your passions and like, to build a supportive community around you. Like, surround yourself with people who inspire you and who believe in you, and like, you'll be amazed at what you can achieve together. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about taking action. So like, don't just sit around and dream about your goals. Like, actually do something to make them happen. Like, take a class, start a project, reach out to someone who can help you. Like, just take some kind of action, no matter how small, to move closer to your dreams. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about leadership. So like, this could be a time to step up and take on a leadership role in your community or in your workplace. Like, you have the power to inspire others and to make a positive difference in the world. So like, don't be afraid to use your voice and to share your ideas. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about confidence. So like, believe in yourself and your abilities. Like, you are capable of amazing things. So like, walk tall, speak your mind, and like, don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about independence. So like, don't rely on others to make you happy or to validate you. Like, you are responsible for your own happiness and your own success. So like, take ownership of your life and like, create the life that you want. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about enthusiasm. So like, approach everything you do with enthusiasm and passion. Like, let your excitement shine through. Because like, when you're enthusiastic about something, it's contagious, and like, you'll inspire others to be enthusiastic too. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about courage. So like, don't be afraid to take risks and to step outside of your comfort zone. Like, the biggest rewards often come from taking the biggest risks. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about creativity. So like, express yourself through art, music, writing, or whatever creative outlet you enjoy. Like, let your creativity flow, and like, don't be afraid to experiment. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about passion. So like, pursue your passions with all your heart. Like, don't let anyone tell you that your passions are silly or impractical. Like, your passions are what make you unique and special. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about energy. So like, take care of your body and your mind so that you have the energy to pursue your goals. Like, eat healthy, exercise regularly, and get enough sleep. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about joy. So like, find joy in the little things in life. Like, laugh often, spend time with loved ones, and do things that make you happy. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about love. So like, love yourself and love others. Like, spread love and kindness wherever you go. And like, the Queen of Wands is also about light. So, let your light shine brightly. Don't be afraid to be yourself and to share your gifts with the world. And, the Queen of Wands is also about fire. So, ignite your passion and let it burn brightly. Let your fire inspire others to pursue their dreams. And, the Queen of Wands is also about wands. So, use your wand to create magic in your life. Use your power to manifest your desires. And, the Queen of Wands is also about queens. So, embrace your inner queen and rule your own life. You are the queen of your own destiny. And, the Queen of Wands is also about wands. I said that already, didn't I? Oh well, she's just so powerful it bears repeating. The Queen of Wands is amazing. Wow, I am really feeling the Queen of Wands energy for you. It's like you're being called to step into your power and to embrace your true self with confidence and passion. This is such good energy. Okay, last but not least, we have the Page of Swords. Ooh, the Page of Swords is all about new ideas, communication, and fresh perspectives, you know. It's like a breath of fresh air. So, the Page of Swords is all about being curious and open-minded and exploring new possibilities. It's like a student eager to learn and to discover new things. And with this card, I definitely feel like you're being called to embrace your intellectual curiosity and to explore new ideas and new perspectives. Don't be afraid to question things and to challenge the status quo. Maybe you've been feeling a little bit stuck in your thinking lately, or maybe you've been feeling like you're not seeing things clearly. But the Page of Swords is here to tell you that there's always another way to look at things, you know? There's always a new perspective to be gained. And the Page of Swords is also about communication. So this could be a time to express your ideas clearly and effectively and to share your thoughts and opinions with others. Don't be afraid to speak your mind, but do it with tact and diplomacy. And the Page of Swords is also about being observant. So, pay attention to the details and, notice the things that others might miss. Be aware of your surroundings and, be open to new information. And, the Page of Swords is also about being adaptable. So, be willing to change your plans and, to adjust your thinking as new information becomes available. Don't be rigid in your thinking. Be flexible and open to new ideas. And, the Page of Swords is also about being resourceful. So, use your intelligence and your creativity to solve problems and, to overcome obstacles. Don't give up easily. Be persistent and, find a way to make things work. And, the Page of Swords is also about being honest. So, be honest with yourself and with others. Speak the truth even when it's difficult. And, the Page of Swords is also about being fair. So, treat everyone with respect and, be fair in your dealings with others. Don't take advantage of anyone. And, the Page of Swords is also about being just. So, stand up for what's right and, fight for justice. Don't be afraid to challenge injustice, even when it's unpopular. And, the Page of Swords is also about being wise. So, use your intelligence and your knowledge to make wise decisions. Don't be impulsive. Think things through carefully before you act. And, the Page of Swords is also about being thoughtful. So, be considerate of others and, be mindful of your words and actions. Don't say or do anything that could hurt someone else. And, the Page of Swords is also about being kind. So, be kind to yourself and to others. Spread kindness and compassion wherever you go. And, the Page of Swords is also about being loving. So, love yourself and love others. Let love guide your actions. And, the Page of Swords is also about being light. So, let your light shine brightly. Don't be afraid to be yourself and to share your gifts with the world. And, the Page of Swords is also about swords. So, use your sword to cut through the BS and, to get to the truth. Be sharp and incisive in your thinking. And, the Page of Swords is also about pages. So, turn the page and start a new chapter in your life. Let go of the past and embrace the future. And, the Page of Swords is also about swords. I think I said that already too. This page is just full of new ideas. It's hard to keep track. The Page of Swords is awesome. Wow, I am really feeling the Page of Swords energy for you. It's like you're being called to embrace your intellectual curiosity and to explore new ideas and new perspectives. This is such exciting energy. So, bringing it all together, we've got the Chariot, the Queen of Wands, and the Page of Swords. And what I'm seeing here is you're being called to take control of your life and to move forward with confidence and determination, like the Chariot. But you're also being called to embrace your inner power and to express your true self with passion and creativity, like the Queen of Wands. And you're also being called to embrace your intellectual curiosity and to explore new ideas and new perspectives, like the Page of Swords. So, it's all about taking action, being confident, and being open-minded, you know? It's about harnessing your energy and your creativity and your intelligence to create the life that you want. And it's all about doing it with passion and enthusiasm and joy. And the Selenite star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. It's like a starlight guiding you through the darkness, illuminating your way forward. So, trust in the guidance of the stars and believe in yourself and you can achieve anything you set your mind to. I really, really feel that for you. This is going to be an amazing journey. Okay, wow, and now we have the Lovers. Ooh, this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. Okay, so the Lovers card, it's not just about romantic love, you know? I mean, it can be, but it's really about choices, it's about alignment, it's about partnerships of all kinds, and really connecting with your values. It's a big one. So okay, how does this tie in with everything else we've got going on here? We've got the Chariot, which is all about taking control and moving forward with determination, right? And then we've got the Queen of Wands, who's just radiating confidence and embracing her power. And then the Page of Swords, who's all about new ideas and communication. And now the Lovers. I feel it's bringing in this whole element of how do you make choices that are aligned with your values when you're taking charge and being confident and exploring new ideas? How do you bring all of that together? It's a big question, right? The Lovers card is really about making a choice, and it's usually a pretty significant choice, you know. It's not just about what to have for dinner. It's about what path to take in your life, what direction to go in, what relationships to invest in. And it's about making those choices from a place of deep integrity and authenticity. So what choices are you facing right now? What decisions are you trying to make? Because I feel this card is saying that the answer lies in your values, you know? What's really important to you? What do you stand for? What do you believe in? Because those values are going to guide you in the right direction. Maybe you're at a crossroads in your career, right? Maybe you've been offered a new job, but it doesn't really align with your values, you know? Maybe it pays more, but it's not really fulfilling, or maybe it requires you to compromise your ethics in some way. And the Lovers card is saying that you need to choose the path that's true to yourself, even if it's the harder path. Even if it means sacrificing something in the short term, it's going to be worth it in the long term because you'll be living in alignment with your values, you know. Or maybe it's about a relationship, right? Maybe you're in a relationship that's not really working for you, but you're afraid to leave because you don't want to hurt the other person, or you're afraid of being alone. And the Lovers card is saying that you need to choose what's best for you, even if it's painful. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is to let go of a relationship that's not serving either of you anymore, you know? And it's not always romantic either, remember that. It can be about friendships or even family relationships. Are you making choices that are honoring yourself in those connections, or are you sacrificing yourself to keep the peace? And it's not always easy to know what your values are, right? Sometimes we get so caught up in what other people want us to do, or what we think we should do, that we lose sight of what's really important to us. So, how do you figure out what your values are? Well, one way is to think about the times in your life when you felt really good about yourself, you know? When you felt like you were living your truth. What were you doing in those moments? What choices were you making? What values were you honoring? And another way is to think about the things that really upset you, you know? The things that make you angry or frustrated or sad. What values are being violated in those situations? What principles are being compromised? Because, those feelings are telling you something important about what you stand for. So, pay attention to them. Don't ignore them. And like, it's also important to remember that your values can change over time, you know. Like, what was important to you when you were 20 might not be as important to you now that you're 30 or 40 or 50. And that's okay. Like, it's normal to evolve and to grow. So, like, don't be afraid to reevaluate your values and to make changes in your life to align with them. It's all part of the journey, you know. And like, once you know what your values are, it's important to live them, you know? Like, it's not enough to just know what you believe in. You have to actually act on it. You have to make choices that are consistent with your values. And that can be hard, right? Like, it can be challenging to stand up for what you believe in, especially when it's unpopular or when it goes against the grain. But it's so worth it, you know? Because when you live in alignment with your values, you feel a sense of integrity and authenticity that's just so powerful. And like, it's also important to remember that living your values doesn't mean being perfect, you know? Like, we all make mistakes. We all fall short of our ideals sometimes. And that's okay. Like, it's part of being human. The important thing is to learn from your mistakes and to keep striving to live in alignment with your values, you know? Like, don't beat yourself up over your imperfections. Just keep moving forward and keep trying to do better. And like, it's also important to surround yourself with people who share your values, you know. Like, it's really hard to live in alignment with your values if you're surrounded by people who don't share them. So, like, seek out people who believe in the same things you do and who support you in your efforts to live your truth. Because, like, those people will lift you up and inspire you to be your best self. And like, it's also important to be compassionate towards yourself and others, you know? Like, we're all on this journey together, and we're all doing the best we can. So, like, don't judge yourself or others too harshly. Just offer kindness and understanding and try to help each other along the way. Because, like, that's what it's all about, right? It's about supporting each other and lifting each other up. And like, it's also important to remember that living your values is not always easy, you know? Like, there will be times when you have to make difficult choices, and there will be times when you have to stand up for what you believe in, even when it's unpopular. But it's so worth it, you know. Because when you live in alignment with your values, you feel a sense of integrity and authenticity that's just so powerful. And like, it's also important to be patient with yourself and with others, you know. Like, it takes time to learn how to live in alignment with your values, and it takes time to build relationships that are based on shared values. So, like, don't expect things to happen overnight. Just keep putting in the work and trust that you're on the right path. And like, it's also important to be open to new possibilities, you know? Like, sometimes the universe has a way of surprising us and of leading us in directions we never expected. So, like, don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone and to explore new opportunities. Because, like, you never know what amazing things might happen. And like, it's also important to trust your intuition, you know? Like, your intuition is your inner guidance system, and it's always leading you in the right direction. So, like, pay attention to those little nudges and those gut feelings, and let them guide you on your path. Because, like, your intuition is always right. And like, it's also important to be grateful for what you have, you know? Like, gratitude is a powerful force, and it can help you to attract more good things into your life. So, like, take some time every day to focus on the things you're grateful for, and you'll be amazed at how much happier you feel. And like, it's also important to forgive yourself and others, you know. Like, forgiveness is essential for healing and for moving forward. So, like, let go of any resentment or anger you're holding on to, and forgive yourself and others for any mistakes that have been made. Because, like, forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. And like, it's also important to love yourself, you know? Like, self-love is the foundation of all other love. So, like, treat yourself with kindness and compassion and celebrate your unique qualities. Because, like, you are amazing and you are worthy of love. And like, it's also important to remember that you're not alone, you know? Like, there are people who care about you and who want to see you succeed. So, like, reach out to them when you need to and let them support you on your journey. Because, like, we're all in this together, and we can all help each other achieve our goals. And like, it's also important to believe in yourself, you know? Like, you are capable of amazing things, you just need to believe it. So, start telling yourself positive affirmations every day, like, I am strong, I am capable, I am worthy of success. Because, your thoughts create your reality, so make sure you're thinking positive thoughts. And, it's also important to never give up on your dreams, you know? No matter how hard things get, don't give up on your dreams. Keep pushing forward, keep believing in yourself, and you will eventually achieve your goals. I know you will. The Lover's card is all about making those tough choices, and you have the strength to do it. So, back to relationships for a sec, because I feel like that's a big part of what this card is about for you right now. And I don't just mean romantic relationships, but all kinds of relationships, you know? Like friendships, family relationships, work relationships, all of it. The Lover's card is about finding harmony and balance in your relationships. And it's about making sure that your relationships are aligned with your values. Are you surrounding yourself with people who lift you up and support you? Or are you surrounded by people who drain your energy and bring you down? Are you in relationships that are based on mutual respect and understanding? Or are you in relationships that are based on manipulation and control? Are you in relationships that are helping you to grow and evolve? Or are you in relationships that are holding you back? These are tough questions, right? But they're important questions to ask yourself. Because, the quality of your relationships has a huge impact on your overall well-being, you know? So, it's important to make sure that you're investing your time and energy in relationships that are healthy and supportive. And, it's not always easy to let go of relationships that aren't serving you anymore, right? Sometimes we hold on to relationships out of habit, or out of fear, or out of guilt. But, the Lover's card is saying that, you need to be brave enough to let go of relationships that are no longer aligned with your values. Because, holding on to those relationships is only going to hold you back from finding the relationships that are truly meant for you. And, it's also important to remember that relationships are a two-way street, you know? It's not just about what you're getting out of the relationship, it's also about what you're putting into it. Are you being a good friend? Are you being a supportive partner? Are you being a loving family member? Are you being a respectful colleague? These are important questions to ask yourself too. Because, relationships are built on mutual give and take, and if you're not contributing to the relationship, then it's not going to last. So, make sure that you're putting in the effort to be a good friend, a supportive partner, a loving family member, and a respectful colleague. And, it's also important to communicate openly and honestly in your relationships, you know. Communication is the key to any successful relationship. So, be honest with your friends, your partners, your family members, and your colleagues. Tell them how you're feeling, tell them what you need, and listen to what they have to say too. And, it's also important to set boundaries in your relationships, you know. Boundaries are essential for protecting your energy and for maintaining healthy relationships. So, be clear about what you're willing to give and what you're not willing to give in your relationships. And, don't be afraid to say no when you need to. And, it's also important to respect other people's boundaries, you know. Everyone has different boundaries, and it's important to respect those boundaries, even if you don't understand them. So, don't push people to do things they're not comfortable with, and don't try to control them or manipulate them. And, it's also important to forgive people when they cross your boundaries, you know. People make mistakes, and sometimes they cross our boundaries without realizing it. So, if someone crosses your boundary, talk to them about it and try to forgive them. Because, holding on to resentment is only going to hurt you in the long run. And, it's also important to be patient with your relationships, you know. Relationships take time to develop, and they take time to heal. So, don't expect things to happen overnight. Just keep putting in the effort and trust that your relationships will grow stronger over time. And, it's also important to be grateful for your relationships, you know? Relationships are a gift, and we should be grateful for the people who are in our lives. So, take some time every day to appreciate the people you love and let them know how much they mean to you. And, it's also important to remember that relationships are not always perfect, you know? There will be times when you disagree with your friends, your partners, your family members, and your colleagues. there will be times when you argue and fight, and that's okay. Like, it's normal to have disagreements in relationships. The important thing is to learn how to resolve those disagreements in a healthy way. And like, it's also important to remember that relationships change over time, you know? Like, people grow and evolve, and relationships change as a result. So, like, don't expect your relationships to stay the same forever. Be open to change, and be willing to adapt as your relationships evolve. And like, it's also important to remember that some relationships are not meant to last forever, you know? Like, some relationships are only meant to be in our lives for a season. And that's okay. Like, it's important to let go of relationships that are no longer serving you, even if it's painful. And like, it's also important to remember that you are worthy of love, you know? Like, you deserve to be in relationships that are healthy, supportive, and fulfilling. So, like, don't settle for anything less. Don't stay in relationships that are making you unhappy. You deserve to be loved, and you deserve to be happy. Okay, so bringing it back to the Starlight Guidance theme, the Lover's card is really about aligning your choices and your relationships with your spiritual path, you know? Like, it's about making sure that you're living in accordance with your highest self and with your soul's purpose. Like, what is your spiritual path? What do you believe in? What are your values? How are you living your life in alignment with those things? These are important questions to ask yourself. And like, the Lover's card is saying that, like, the answers to those questions are going to guide you on your spiritual journey. And like, it's not always easy to know what your spiritual path is, right? Like, sometimes we get so caught up in the day-to-day grind that we lose sight of what's really important. So, like, how do you connect with your spiritual path? Well, like, one way is to spend time in nature, you know? Like, nature is a powerful source of spiritual inspiration. So, like, go for a walk in the woods, sit by the ocean, or climb a mountain. And like, just breathe and connect with the beauty of the natural world. And like, another way is to meditate, you know? Like, meditation is a powerful tool for quieting the mind and for connecting with your inner self. So, like, find a quiet place where you can sit comfortably and close your eyes and focus on your breath. And like, just let your thoughts come and go without judgment. And like, another way is to practice gratitude, you know? Like, gratitude is a powerful force for attracting more good things into your life. So, like, take some time every day to focus on the things you're grateful for, and you'll be amazed at how much happier you feel. And like, another way is to serve others, you know? Like, serving others is a powerful way to connect with your spiritual path and to make a difference in the world. So, like, find a cause that you're passionate about and volunteer your time and energy. And like, another way is to express yourself creatively, you know? Like, creativity is a powerful way to connect with your inner self and to express your unique gifts and talents. So, like, write, paint, sing, dance, or do whatever creative activity you enjoy. And like, another way is to spend time with loved ones, you know? Like, love is a powerful force for connecting with your spiritual path and for feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. So, like, spend time with the people you love and let them know how much they mean to you. And like, another way is to be open to new experiences, you know? Like, new experiences can help you to grow and to evolve and to see the world in a new light. So, like, travel to new places, try new things, and meet new people. And like, another way is to trust your intuition, you know? Like, your intuition is your inner guidance system, and it's always leading you in the right direction. So, like, pay attention to those little nudges and those gut feelings, and let them guide you on your path. And like, another way is to believe in yourself, you know? Like, you are capable of amazing things, you just need to believe it. So, like, start telling yourself positive affirmations every day, like, I am strong, I am capable, I am worthy of success. Because, like, your thoughts create your reality, so make sure you're thinking positive thoughts. And like, another way is to never give up on your dreams, you know? Like, no matter how hard things get, don't give up on your dreams. Keep pushing forward, keep believing in yourself, and you will eventually achieve your goals. I know you will. The Lover's card is all about making those tough choices, and you have the strength to do it. So, like, with the Selenite star guiding us, and all this energy swirling around the Chariot's control, the Queen of Wands fire, the Page of Swords ideas, and now the Lover's choices, what's the next step? What's the universe nudging you towards right now? Okay, strength, wow, that's a powerful card. A really powerful card. So, what does strength even mean in this context, right? We've got all this other stuff going on the Chariot, the Queen of Wands, Page of Swords, the Lovers, and now, strength comes in and it's okay, so what kind of strength are we talking about here? Because, it's not always about, physical strength, right? It's not always about, being able to, lift heavy things or, run really fast. It's about inner strength, It's about, having the courage to, face your fears and, overcome your challenges. It's about, having the compassion to, forgive yourself and others. And it's about, having the patience to, trust the process and, to know that things are going to work out in the end, So, what kind of strength are you being called to embody right now? What kind of inner resources do you need to tap into to, navigate this journey that you're on? Because, I feel like this card is saying that, you have all the strength you need within you, It's not about, finding something outside of yourself. It's about, connecting with that inner power and, letting it guide you. So, let's think about how this connects to the Chariot, right? Because the Chariot is all about, taking control and, moving forward with determination. But, sometimes, taking control doesn't mean, forcing things to happen, right? It doesn't mean, pushing yourself too hard or, being too aggressive. Sometimes, taking control means, surrendering, It means, letting go of the need to control everything and, trusting that things are going to unfold in the way that they're meant to. And, that's where the Strength card comes in, Because, it takes strength to surrender. It takes strength to let go. It takes strength to trust. And, the Chariot energy combined with the Strength energy is, you can be determined and you can have willpower, but, you also need to have compassion for yourself along the way, You need to be patient with yourself and, to forgive yourself for your mistakes. Because, nobody's perfect, right? We all make mistakes. And, it's okay to make mistakes. It's part of the learning process. The important thing is to, learn from your mistakes and, to keep moving forward. And, the Strength card is also about, having courage to face your fears, right? Because, the Chariot is all about overcoming obstacles. But, sometimes the biggest obstacles are our own fears, Sometimes we're afraid of failing, or we're afraid of being rejected, or we're afraid of not being good enough. And, those fears can hold us back from pursuing our goals and from living our dreams. But, the Strength card is saying that, you don't have to let your fears control you, You can face your fears with courage and, you can overcome them. And, how do you do that, right? How do you face your fears with courage? Well, one way is to, acknowledge your fears, don't try to ignore them or suppress them. Just, admit to yourself that you're afraid. And, another way is to, challenge your fears, ask yourself, is this fear really rational? Is it really based on reality? Or is it just something that I'm telling myself? And, another way is to, take small steps towards overcoming your fears, Don't try to do too much too soon. Just, start with small, manageable steps and, gradually work your way up to bigger challenges. And, another way is to, celebrate your progress, Every time you overcome a fear, give yourself credit for it. Acknowledge how far you've come. Because, that will help you to stay motivated and to keep moving forward. And, the Strength card is also about, having compassion for others, right? Because, the Chariot is all about achieving your goals, but, it's important to remember that you're not the only person in the world, There are other people who are struggling too. And, it's important to be compassionate towards them and, to offer them your support. And, how do you do that, right? How do you show compassion to others? Well, one way is to, listen to them, really listen to what they have to say without judgment or interruption. And, another way is to, offer them your help, If you see someone who's struggling, ask them if there's anything you can do to help. And, another way is to, be kind to them, Just a simple act of kindness can make a big difference in someone's life. And, another way is to, forgive them, If someone has hurt you, try to forgive them. Because, holding on to resentment is only going to hurt you in the long run. So, the chariot is about like driving forward, and strength is about like how you drive, you know. Like, are you driving with compassion? Are you driving with kindness? Are you driving with courage? So it's adding all these layers to that chariot energy. It's making it like a much more, I don't know, like a much more complete picture of how to actually achieve something, you know? Okay, so what about the Queen of Wands, right? Because she is all about like confidence and creativity and like expressing your true self. But like sometimes, you know, like expressing your true self can be scary, right? It can be vulnerable. It can mean like showing the world who you really are, flaws and all. And like that takes strength, you know? It takes strength to be authentic. It takes strength to be vulnerable. It takes strength to be yourself, especially when like you're afraid of being judged or rejected. And like the strength card is saying that like you have that strength within you, you know? Like you have the courage to be yourself even when it's scary. You have the compassion to accept yourself, flaws and all. And you have the patience to trust that, like, the right people will appreciate you for who you are. So, like, the Queen of Wands is all fiery and passionate and like, look at me, I'm amazing. And strength is like, yes, you are amazing, but also like be gentle with yourself, you know? Be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself. It's like, it's softening that energy, but in a really good way, you know? It's making it more sustainable. And like, the strength card is also about like, connecting with your inner power, right? Because, like, the Queen of Wands is all about expressing your power outwardly. But, like, it's important to remember that your power comes from within, you know. It comes from your inner strength, your inner courage, your inner compassion, your inner patience. And, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, you need to connect with those inner resources in order to truly embody the Queen of Wands energy. And, like, how do you do that, right? Like, how do you connect with your inner power? Well, like, one way is to, like, spend time alone, you know. Like, take some time to disconnect from the outside world and to connect with yourself. And, like, another way is to, like, meditate, you know. Like, meditation can help you to quiet your mind and to connect with your inner wisdom. And, like, another way is to, like, practice self-care, you know. Like, take care of your body, your mind, and your spirit. And, like, another way is to, like, express yourself creatively, you know. Like, creativity can help you to connect with your inner self and to express your unique gifts and talents. And like, the Strength card is also about like having compassion for yourself, right? Because like, the Queen of Wands can be very demanding of herself, you know? Like, she can be very critical and judgmental. And like, the Strength card is saying that like, you need to be kind to yourself, you know? Like, you need to treat yourself with the same love and compassion that you would treat a friend. And like, how do you do that, right? Like, how do you show compassion to yourself? Well, like, one way is to, like, forgive yourself for your mistakes, you know. Like, don't beat yourself up over your imperfections. And, like, another way is to, like, focus on your strengths, you know. Like, remind yourself of all the things you're good at. And, like, another way is to, like, celebrate your successes, you know. Like, acknowledge how far you've come. And, like, another way is to, like, practice self-compassion exercises, you know. Like, there are lots of different self-compassion exercises you can find online or in books. And like, the Strength card is also about like having patience with yourself, right? Because like, the Queen of Wands wants everything to happen right away, you know? Like, she's very impatient. And like, the Strength card is saying that like, you need to be patient with yourself, you know? Like, you need to trust that things are going to unfold in the way that they're meant to. And like, how do you do that, right? Like, how do you cultivate patience? Well, like, one way is to, like, practice mindfulness, you know? Like, mindfulness can help you to be more present in the moment and to let go of your need to control everything. And, like, another way is to, like, set realistic goals, you know? Like, don't try to do too much too soon. And, like, another way is to, like, break down your goals into smaller steps, you know? Like, that will make them feel less overwhelming. And, like, another way is to, like, celebrate your progress, you know? Like, every time you achieve a small goal, give yourself credit for it. Okay, so then we have the Page of Swords, right? All about new ideas and communication. But like, sometimes, you know, like, new ideas can be scary, right? They can challenge our beliefs and our assumptions. They can force us to, like, question everything we thought we knew. And like, that takes strength, you know? It takes strength to be open-minded. It takes strength to be curious. It takes strength to be willing to change your mind. And like, the strength card is saying that, like, you have that strength within you, you know? Like, you have the courage to explore new ideas, even when they're uncomfortable. You have the compassion to understand different perspectives, even when you disagree with them. And you have the patience to, like, process new information and to integrate it into your understanding of the world. So, the Page of Swords is all about, like, let's learn everything, and strength is like, yes, let's learn everything, but let's also be discerning, you know? Let's also be thoughtful. Let's also be compassionate. It's like, it's adding a layer of wisdom to that intellectual curiosity. And like, the Strength card is also about, like, having the courage to communicate effectively, right? Because, like, the Page of Swords is all about communication. But, like, sometimes it can be hard to communicate clearly and effectively, especially when you're dealing with difficult topics or with people who have different opinions than you. And, like, that takes strength, you know? It takes strength to be assertive without being aggressive. It takes strength to be honest without being hurtful. And it takes strength to listen to others without judgment. And, like, how do you do that, right? Like, how do you communicate effectively? Well, like, one way is to, like, be clear about your intentions, you know? Like, before you start a conversation, ask yourself, like, what do I want to achieve in this conversation? And, like, another way is to, like, be respectful of the other person's point of view, you know? Like, even if you disagree with them, try to understand where they're coming from. And, like, another way is to, like, use I statements, you know? Like, instead of saying, you always do this, say, I feel this way when you do that. And, like, another way is to, like, listen actively, you know? Like, pay attention to what the other person is saying and ask clarifying questions. And, like, the Strength card is also about, like, having compassion for yourself when you mess up, right? Because, like, we all say things we regret sometimes. We all miscommunicate. And, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, it's okay to make mistakes, you know? Like, it's part of being human. The important thing is to, like, apologize for your mistakes and to learn from them. And, like, the Strength card is also about, like, having patience with the communication process, right? Because, like, sometimes it takes time to get your point across. Sometimes it takes time for people to understand you. And, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, you need to be patient, you know? Like, you need to trust that eventually you'll be able to communicate effectively. And then, of course, we've got the Lovers, which is a huge card about choices and values, right? So, like, how does strength play into that? Well, like, making choices that align with your values isn't always easy, you know? Sometimes it means going against the grain. Sometimes it means disappointing people you care about. Sometimes it means sacrificing something you want in the short term for something that's more important to you in the long term. And, like, that takes strength, right? It takes strength to stand up for what you believe in. It takes strength to say no. It takes strength to choose the path that's right for you, even when it's not the easiest path. And, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, you have that strength within you, you know? You have the courage to make the right choices. You have the compassion to understand the impact of your choices on others. And you have the patience to trust that, in the end, everything will work out for the best. So, the Lovers is all about, like, what do I choose? And Strength is like, choose with courage, choose with compassion, choose with patience, you know? It's like, it's giving you the, like, the inner resources you need to actually make those choices in a way that's aligned with your highest self. And, like, the Strength card is also about, like, having the strength to face the consequences of your choices, right? Because, like, every choice has consequences, both positive and negative. And, like, sometimes the consequences are not what we expect. And, like, that can be hard to deal with. But, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, you have the strength to face whatever comes your way, you know? You have the resilience to bounce back from setbacks. You have the wisdom to learn from your mistakes. And you have the faith to believe that everything is happening for a reason. And, like, the Strength card is also about, like, having compassion for yourself when you make the wrong choice, right? Because, like, we all make mistakes. We all choose the wrong path sometimes. And, like, the Strength card is saying that, like, it's okay to make mistakes, you know? It's part of being human. The important thing is to, like, forgive yourself and to learn from your mistakes. And, like, the Strength card is also about, like, having patience with the process of making choices, right? Because, like, sometimes it takes time to figure out what the right choice is. Sometimes it takes time for the consequences of our choices to unfold. And like, the Strength card is saying that, like, you need to be patient, you know. You need to trust that eventually you'll be able to see the bigger picture and to understand why things are happening the way they are. So, like, bringing it all together, we've got the Chariot, the Queen of Wands, the Page of Swords, the Lovers, and now Strength. And like, what I'm seeing here is like, you're being called to take control of your life, to express your true self, to explore new ideas, and to make choices that align with your values. But like, you're also being called to do all of those things with courage, with compassion, and with patience. And like, it's not always going to be easy, you know. Like, there are going to be challenges along the way. There are going to be setbacks. There are going to be times when you feel like giving up. But like, the Strength card is here to remind you that you have everything you need within you to overcome those challenges and to achieve your goals. And like, the Selenite Star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. So, like, trust in the guidance of the stars, believe in yourself, and know that you are stronger than you think. This is such a good reading. I really, really feel that for you. But like, what's the final piece of the puzzle, right? Like, we've got all this amazing energy, but like, what's the ultimate outcome? What's the final destination? What's the universe trying to tell you? We still have one card left to pull, and I'm so excited to see what it is. It's like, we've built this incredible foundation of strength and courage and compassion, but what are you actually going to do with it? What's the next step you're being called to take? It's all coming together, I can feel it. Just one more card to reveal the next part of your journey. Okay, so we still have one card left, but right now, we have Strength, and now the High Priestess. Wow, the High Priestess, that is some serious intuition right there, you know? That's like the ultimate card of like, trusting your gut, tapping into your inner wisdom, and like, really listening to what your intuition is telling you. I feel like that card really emphasizes tapping into your intuition and being more self-aware. It is like a real strong connection to self and just knowing what you need to do at all times. So, like, with all this energy, we've already got the Chariot, Queen of Wands, Page of Swords, the Lovers, and Strength. How does the High Priestess even fit in? Well, I think it's saying that, like, all of that other stuff is important, right? Like, taking control, expressing yourself, exploring new ideas, making choices, but it's like, you need to be doing all of that from a place of, like, deep inner knowing, you know. You need to be listening to your intuition every step of the way and, like, trusting that your inner wisdom is guiding you in the right direction. You need to really listen to your inner voice, because your inner voice always knows best. Because the High Priestess is, like, the ultimate guide. She knows exactly what you should do, and she will always have you going in the best direction. So, like, how does this all apply to the Chariot, right? Because that's all about, like, taking control and moving forward with determination, you know? The Chariot is that, like, fierce, independent energy. But, like, sometimes, you know, like, we can get so caught up in, like, trying to control everything and, like, trying to force things to happen that we forget to, like, listen to our intuition, you know? We forget to, like, check in with ourselves and make sure that we're actually on the right path. It's easy to get laser focused on the goal and not enjoy the journey. And like, the High Priestess is saying that, like, you need to balance that Chariot energy with, like, a healthy dose of intuition, you know? You need to be, like, taking action and moving forward, but you also need to be, like, listening to your gut and making sure that you're not, like, going in the wrong direction or, like, missing important signs along the way. It is important to pay attention to what you're feeling while you're accomplishing your goals. So, like, maybe you've been, like, really focused on, like, achieving a certain goal, right? Like, maybe you've been working really hard to get a promotion at work, or, like, to start your own business, or, like, to achieve a certain fitness goal. And, like, you've been, like, pushing yourself really hard and, like, sacrificing a lot to make it happen. But, like, have you stopped to ask yourself if that goal is really aligned with your soul's purpose, you know? Have you stopped to check in with your intuition and make sure that you're actually on the right path for you? It's easy to get lost and want to do something just to do it, but that won't make you happy. Because, like, the High Priestess is all about, like, aligning with your soul's purpose and, like, living a life that's authentic and meaningful to you. she's very in touch with that inner knowing. And like, if you're not listening to your intuition, then you might be like chasing after goals that aren't really right for you, or like making choices that are actually taking you further away from your true path. You might think you're doing something right when you're actually not. So like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to like slow down and like listen to your inner voice, you know? You need to like take some time for meditation and introspection and like really connect with your intuition. Listen to your dreams, because the answers are all within you, and the High Priestess knows what those are. So like ask yourself like, what am I really passionate about? What am I really good at? What kind of impact do I want to make on the world? And like, let your intuition guide you towards the answers, you know? Like, don't just rely on logic and reason, because those can only take you so far. You need to like tap into that deeper source of wisdom within you and like trust that it's guiding you in the right direction. So like the Chariot is about like action and the High Priestess is about like intuition, and like you need to balance both of those energies in order to like truly succeed and in order to truly feel like yourself. And that's a difficult balance for many. Okay, so what about the Queen of Wands, right? Because she's all about like confidence and creativity and expressing your true self. But like sometimes, you know, like expressing your true self can be scary, right? It can be vulnerable. It can mean like showing the world who you really are, flaws and all. And like that takes strength. And like sometimes we can get so caught up in like trying to be confident and like trying to project this image of like perfection, and like we forget to like listen to our intuition, you know? We forget to like check in with ourselves and make sure that we're actually being authentic. So like it's easy to put on a mask and pretend to be something that we're not, because we think that's what people want to see. But that's just not true. It's best to always be yourself. And like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to balance that Queen of Wands energy with like a healthy dose of authenticity, you know. You need to be like expressing yourself and being creative, but you also need to be like listening to your intuition and making sure that you're not like putting on a show or like trying to be someone that you're not. You need to be true to yourself. Always. So like maybe you've been like really focused on like building a certain image for yourself, right? Like maybe you've been trying to like project this image of like success and confidence, and like you've been like working really hard to maintain that image. But like, have you stopped to ask yourself if that image is really aligned with your true self, you know? Have you stopped to check in with your intuition and make sure that you're actually being authentic? It is very important to be authentic, always. Because like the High Priestess is all about like aligning with your true self and like living a life that's authentic and meaningful to you. And like, if you're not listening to your intuition, then you might be like creating an image that's not really you, or like trying to be someone that you're not. And like, that's just exhausting, right? It's so much easier to just be yourself and to let your true colors shine through. It is just so much easier. So like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to like slow down and like listen to your inner voice, you know? You need to like take some time for self-reflection and like really connect with your intuition. And like ask yourself like, what am I really passionate about? What are my true values? What makes me unique and special? And like let your intuition guide you towards the answers, because it knows everything. Like don't just rely on external validation, because that's never going to be enough. You need to like tap into that deeper source of self-acceptance and like trust that you're already amazing just the way you are, and that you do not need to change. So like the Queen of Wands is about like expression, and the High Priestess is about like authenticity, and like you need to balance both of those energies in order to like truly shine. That is very important to remember. Okay, so what about the Page of Swords, right? All about new ideas and communication. But like sometimes, you know, like we can get so caught up in like trying to learn everything and like trying to accumulate knowledge that we forget to like listen to our intuition, you know. We forget to like check in with ourselves and make sure that we're actually processing information in a way that's aligned with our values. We just tend to learn and not process. And like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to balance that Page of Swords energy with like a healthy dose of discernment, you know. You need to be like exploring new ideas and communicating effectively. But you also need to be like listening to your intuition and making sure that you're not like blindly accepting everything that you hear or read. So like maybe you've been like really focused on like staying up to date on all the latest news and information, right? Like maybe you've been spending hours every day like reading articles and watching videos and like trying to keep up with everything that's going on in the world. But like, have you stopped to ask yourself if all of that information is actually serving you, you know? Have you stopped to check in with your intuition and make sure that you're not like getting overwhelmed or like getting caught up in negativity? Because it can be easy to get caught up in that. Because like the High Priestess is all about like discerning truth from falsehood and like protecting your energy from negativity. And like if you're not listening to your intuition, then you might be like filling your mind with like a lot of noise and like a lot of misinformation. And like that can be really draining and confusing. It is always important to listen to your inner knowing. It will help you to decipher all of the noise in the world. So like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to like slow down and like listen to your inner voice, you know? You need to like be more selective about what information you consume and like make sure that you're only taking in things that are like truly beneficial to you. So like ask yourself like, does this information align with my values? Does it make me feel good? Does it empower me to take positive action? And like if the answer is no, then like let it go. It is totally okay to disconnect. Like don't just blindly believe everything you read or hear. You need to like tap into that deeper source of wisdom within you and like trust that you have the ability to discern truth from falsehood. You have the gift. So like the Page of Swords is about like learning and the High Priestess is about like discernment, and like you need to balance both of those energies in order to like truly grow and evolve. Very important. Okay, what about the Lovers, right? Which is all about choices and values, so we can get even deeper here. But like sometimes, you know, like making choices that align with our values can be really hard, right? It can mean like going against the grain. It can mean like disappointing other people. It can mean like sacrificing something that we want in the short term for something that's more important to us in the long term. And like that takes courage, especially when it's hard. And like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to balance that Lover's energy with like a healthy dose of self-trust, you know? You need to be like considering your values and making conscious choices, but you also need to be like listening to your intuition and making sure that you're not like sacrificing your own well-being in the process. Don't sacrifice your well-being. It is never worth it. So like maybe you've been like really focused on like making choices that are going to please other people, right? Like maybe you've been trying to like be a good friend or a good partner or a good family member, and like you've been like putting their needs ahead of your own. But like, have you stopped to ask yourself if those choices are actually aligned with your own values, you know? Have you stopped to check in with your intuition and make sure that you're not like sacrificing your own happiness in the process? Sometimes it's okay to be selfish. Because like the High Priestess is all about like honoring your own needs and like making choices that are in alignment with your soul's purpose. And like, if you're not listening to your intuition, then you might be like making choices that are actually harmful to you, or like that are taking you further away from your true path. So like the High Priestess is saying that like you need to like slow down and like listen to your inner voice, you know? You need to like be more mindful of your own needs and like make sure that you're prioritizing your own well-being. So like ask yourself like, what do I really want? What do I really need? What's going to make me happy? And like, let your intuition guide you towards the answers. You always know best. Like, don't just blindly follow the expectations of others. You need to like tap into that deeper source of self-love and like trust that you deserve to be happy. Like the Lovers is about like choices and the High Priestess is about like self-love, and like you need to balance both of those energies in order to like truly thrive. It's so important to love yourself. Okay, what about strength? Like, what more can we even say about that? Well, even strength itself needs the High Priestess, because sometimes we think we're being strong, but we're really just being stubborn, right? Sometimes we think we're being courageous, but we're really just being reckless. Sometimes we think we're being compassionate, but we're really just being codependent. And the High Priestess helps us to see the difference. The High Priestess helps us to understand when to push forward and when to surrender. She helps us to know when to stand our ground and when to walk away. She helps us to discern the difference between true strength and just, a facade of strength. So, maybe you've been, really focused on, being strong and independent, right? Maybe you've been trying to, handle everything on your own and, you've been, refusing to ask for help. But, have you stopped to ask yourself if that's really the best approach, you know? Have you stopped to check in with your intuition and make sure that you're not, pushing yourself too hard or, isolating yourself from others? So, the High Priestess is all about, knowing your limits and, being willing to ask for help when you need it. It is okay to ask for help. And, if you're not listening to your intuition, then you might be, pushing yourself to the point of burnout. Or, you might be missing out on opportunities to connect with others and to receive support. So, the High Priestess is saying that, you need to, slow down and, listen to your inner voice, you know? You need to, be more mindful of your own needs and, make sure that you're taking care of yourself. So, ask yourself, what do I really need right now? Do I need to rest? Do I need to connect with others? Do I need to ask for help? And, let your intuition guide you towards the answers. Don't just blindly push forward. You need to, tap into that deeper source of self-awareness and, trust that you know what's best for you. The Strength card is about, inner power, and the High Priestess is about, self-awareness, and, you need to balance both of those energies in order to, truly thrive. You have to balance it. So, bringing it all together, we've got the Chariot, the Queen of Wands, the Page of Swords, the Lovers, Strength, and now the High Priestess. Wow. And, what I'm seeing here is, you're being called to take control of your life, to express your true self, to explore new ideas, to make choices that align with your values, and to do all of that with strength and courage and compassion. But you're also being called to listen to your intuition every step of the way and trust that your inner wisdom is guiding you in the right direction. And it's not always going to be easy, you know? There are going to be times when you feel lost or confused or uncertain. But the High Priestess is here to remind you that you have all the answers within you. You just need to, quiet your mind, listen to your inner voice, and trust that you know what's best for you. And, the Selenite star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. So, trust in the guidance of the stars, believe in yourself, and know that you are capable of amazing things. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of time. This is all so exciting, right? I feel like you're on the verge of something really big. I can feel it. But what is it? What's the final piece of the puzzle? What's the ultimate outcome? What's the universe trying to tell you? We still have one card left to pull, and I'm so excited to see what it is. We've got just one more card to see. It's we've built this incredible foundation of strength and intuition, but what are you actually going to do with it? What's the next step you're being called to take? It's all coming together. I can feel it. I can feel the energy building, and I'm so excited to see what the final message is for you. What do you think it's going to be? I have no clue, but I'm so excited to find out. This has been such a powerful reading already, and I know that the final card is going to bring it all together in a way that's just mind-blowing. I can't wait. Okay, here we go, the Ace of Swords. Ooh, this is potent. So the Ace of Swords, what does it even mean, right? I mean, on the surface, it's about new beginnings, clarity, and breakthroughs. But it's so much more than that, you know? It's about cutting through the illusions, seeing things as they truly are, and making a conscious choice to move forward with truth and integrity. It's like a lightning bolt of inspiration, a sudden realization that changes everything. It's that aha moment when all the pieces finally fall into place and you see the path ahead with crystal clarity. And it's not always easy, right? The Ace of Swords can be a challenging card because it often requires us to confront uncomfortable truths and to make difficult decisions. It can force us to let go of old beliefs and thought patterns that are no longer serving us. It's about cutting away the dead weight, you know? Getting rid of the things that are holding you back from reaching your full potential. Like sometimes that means severing ties with toxic people, or leaving a job that's draining your energy, or letting go of a limiting belief that's been holding you back for years. But it's all worth it in the end, because on the other side of that difficult choice is freedom, liberation, and a sense of empowerment. It's like you're finally taking control of your mind and your life, and you're creating a new reality for yourself, one that's based on truth, clarity, and purpose. It's like a mental rebirth, You're shedding your old skin and stepping into a new version of yourself, one that's more authentic, more powerful, and more aligned with your soul's purpose. And the selenite star is just amplifying that clarity, It's helping you to see through the fog and to connect with your inner truth. It is like the starlight guidance is just illuminating the path ahead, showing you the way forward with unwavering certainty. It feels like a breath of fresh air, a clean slate, and a powerful surge of mental energy. It's all about embracing the power of your mind and using it to create the life you truly desire. It's a really strong, transformative energy. So, how does this connect to the Chariot, right? Because the Chariot is all about taking control and moving forward with determination. But sometimes, we can get so caught up in trying to control everything that we lose sight of what's truly important, We can get so focused on achieving our goals that we forget to check in with ourselves and make sure that we're actually on the right path. It is easy to just do instead of feel. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through that illusion, It's forcing you to stop and ask yourself, am I really in control, or am I just being driven by my ego? Am I really moving forward with purpose, or am I just running away from something? It's very thought-provoking. Maybe you've been, really focused on, achieving a certain goal, right? Maybe you've been working really hard to get a promotion at work, or to start your own business, or to achieve a certain fitness goal. And you've been, pushing yourself really hard and sacrificing a lot to make it happen. But the Ace of Swords is asking you to take a step back and examine your motivations, why are you really pursuing this goal? Is it because you truly want it, or is it because you think you should want it? Is it because it aligns with your values, or is it because you're trying to prove something to someone else? Those are important questions. It's the Ace of Swords is cutting through the BS and revealing the truth, Maybe you realize that the goal you've been chasing isn't really what you want after all. Maybe you realize that you've been sacrificing your happiness and well-being for something that's not even that important to you. And that can be a really painful realization, right? It can be hard to admit that you've been wrong or that you've been wasting your time. But it's also incredibly liberating, Because once you see the truth, you can finally change course and start moving in a direction that's more aligned with your soul's purpose. That's very freeing. And the Ace of Swords is also about clarity, right? It's about seeing things as they truly are, without any illusions or distortions. And the Chariot can sometimes be a little bit tunnel-visioned, It can get so focused on the destination that it misses the scenery along the way. It is easy to miss out. But the Ace of Swords is widening your perspective and helping you to see the bigger picture. It's showing you all the different possibilities and opportunities that are available to you if you're willing to open your mind and your heart. So maybe you've been so focused on one particular path, right? Maybe you've been convinced that there's only one way to achieve your goal. But the Ace of Swords is revealing that there are actually many different ways to get there. Maybe there are even better ways that you haven't even considered yet. And it's all about being open to those possibilities and being willing to explore new avenues. It's the Ace of Swords is cutting through the limitations of your mind and expanding your horizons. And you're able to actually see what's going on around you. And the selenite star is just making that clarity even sharper, It's helping you to see through the distractions and the illusions and to focus on what's truly important. It's the starlight guidance is just illuminating the path ahead, showing you the way forward with unwavering certainty. It can be very comforting. Okay, so what about the Queen of Wands, right? Because she's all about confidence, creativity, and expressing your true self. But like sometimes, we can get so caught up in trying to be confident that we lose sight of our authenticity. We can start to put on a show and pretend to be someone that we're not, just to impress other people. It is so important to be authentic. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through that facade. It's forcing you to confront your insecurities and to ask yourself, am I really being true to myself? Or am I just trying to be someone that I think other people want me to be? It is important to live authentically. Maybe you've been really focused on projecting this image of success and confidence, right? Maybe you've been working really hard to impress your boss or your colleagues or your friends. And you've been sacrificing your own happiness and well-being in the process. But the Ace of Swords is asking you to take a step back and examine your motivations. Why are you really trying to impress these people? Is it because you value their opinions, or is it because you're seeking their validation? Is it because you want to be liked, or is it because you're afraid of being rejected? Important questions. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through the BS and revealing the truth. Maybe you realize that the people you're trying to impress aren't even worth your time and energy. Maybe you realize that they're not even paying attention to you, or that they're just using you for their own purposes. And that can be a really painful realization, right? It can be hard to admit that you've been trying to please the wrong people. But it's also incredibly liberating. Because once you see the truth, you can finally stop trying to be someone that you're not and start embracing your true self. It's the best thing you can do. And the Ace of Swords is also about creativity, right? It's about expressing your unique gifts and talents in the world. But sometimes, we can get so caught up in trying to be creative that we lose sight of our inspiration. We can start to force ourselves to come up with new ideas even when we're not feeling it. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through that block. It's helping you to reconnect with your inner muse and to tap into your creative potential. Maybe you've been feeling really blocked creatively, right? Maybe you've been struggling to come up with new ideas or to finish a project that you started. And you've been feeling really frustrated and discouraged. But the Ace of Swords is revealing that the block is actually just a mental illusion. It's you've been putting too much pressure on yourself, or you've been listening to your inner critic. But the truth is, you're actually incredibly creative, and you have so much to offer the world. You just need to get out of your own way and let your creativity flow. Sometimes you just have to let go. And the selenite star is just amplifying that creative energy. It's helping you to clear away the mental clutter and to connect with your inner source of inspiration. It is a great amplifier. It's the starlight guidance is just illuminating your creative path, showing you the way forward with unwavering clarity. It can be a great muse. Okay, so what about the Page of Swords, right? All about new ideas and communication. But sometimes, we can get so caught up in trying to learn everything that we forget to think for ourselves. We can start to just regurgitate information without really understanding it or questioning it. It is important to process. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through that intellectual clutter. It's forcing you to think critically and to question everything that you hear and read. It is good to question. Maybe you've been really focused on staying up to date on all the latest news and information, right? Maybe you've been spending hours every day reading articles and watching videos and trying to keep up with everything that's going on in the world. But the Ace of Swords is asking you to take a step back and examine the information that you're consuming. Is it really accurate and unbiased? Is it really helping you to understand the world better? Or is it just filling your head with propaganda and misinformation? It's important to decipher. And the Ace of Swords is cutting through the BS and revealing the truth. Maybe you realize that a lot of the information that you've been consuming is actually just designed to manipulate you and control you. Maybe you realize that the media is not always your friend and that you need to be more discerning about what you believe. The media can be deceiving, and that can be a really empowering realization, right? It can help you to take back control of your mind and to start thinking for yourself again. Like I always say, it's important to do your research. And like the Ace of Swords is also about communication, right? It's about expressing your ideas clearly and effectively. But like sometimes, we can get so caught up in like trying to be right that we forget to listen to other people's perspectives. We can start to like just argue our point of view without really trying to understand where the other person is coming from. And like the Ace of Swords is like cutting through that defensiveness. It's forcing you to listen actively and to consider other people's opinions, even if you disagree with them. It is important to be open-minded. Like maybe you've been like having a lot of arguments lately with your friends or your family members, right? Like maybe you've been disagreeing about politics or religion or some other controversial topic. And you've been like feeling really frustrated and misunderstood. But like the Ace of Swords is revealing that the key to effective communication is actually empathy. It's like you need to try to put yourself in the other person's shoes and to see things from their point of view. And like, once you do that, you'll be able to communicate much more effectively and to resolve conflicts more peacefully. It's all about perspective. And like, the Selenite star is just amplifying that clarity. It's helping you to see through the misunderstandings and the miscommunications and to connect with the other person on a deeper level. The connection is key. It's like the starlight guidance is just illuminating the path to understanding, showing you the way to communicate with compassion and respect. Very powerful. Okay, so what about the Lovers, right? Which is all about choices and values. But like sometimes, we can get so caught up in like trying to make the right choice that we forget to listen to our intuition. We can start to like overanalyze everything and weigh all the pros and cons without really connecting with our heart. It is important to connect with your heart. And like the Ace of Swords is like cutting through that mental clutter. It's forcing you to get out of your head and into your heart and to make choices that are aligned with your soul's purpose. It will all lead you in the right direction. Like, maybe you've been like struggling to make a big decision lately, right? Like, maybe you've been trying to decide whether to take a new job or to move to a new city or to end a relationship. And you've been like feeling really stressed and anxious about making the wrong choice. But like, the Ace of Swords is revealing that the answer is actually within you. It's like you need to stop thinking so much and start feeling more. You need to connect with your intuition and ask yourself like, what does my heart really want? What's going to make me truly happy? Because you deserve to be happy. And like, the Ace of Swords is cutting through the illusions and revealing the truth. Like, maybe you realize that the choice you've been agonizing over is actually not that important after all. Maybe you realize that there's no right or wrong answer, and that you just need to trust your gut and go with what feels right. Trust is important. And like, that can be a really liberating realization, right? It can help you to let go of your anxiety and to make a decision with confidence and peace of mind. And like, the Ace of Swords is also about values, right? It's about living a life that's aligned with your beliefs and principles. But like sometimes, we can get so caught up in like trying to please other people that we compromise our own values. We can start to like do things that we don't really believe in just to fit in or to get ahead. And like the Ace of Swords is like cutting through that hypocrisy. It's forcing you to examine your actions and to make sure that you're living in integrity with your values. Like, maybe you've been like feeling pressured to do something that you don't really agree with, right? Like, maybe you've been asked to lie or cheat or steal or to do something else that goes against your moral code. And you've been like feeling really conflicted and uncomfortable. But like, the Ace of Swords is revealing that the only way to live a truly fulfilling life is to be true to yourself and to stand up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult. Very important. And like, the Selenite star is just amplifying that clarity. It's helping you to see through the temptations and the pressures and to stay true to your values. Like, the starlight guidance is just illuminating the path to integrity, showing you the way to live a life that's aligned with your highest self. It will all fall into place. Okay, what about strength? How can we, like, even further clarify strength with clarity? Well, like, the Ace of Swords is all about, like, cutting through illusions, right? It's about seeing things as they truly are, without any distortions or filters. And like sometimes, we can be strong in ways that are actually harmful to ourselves or to others. We can be stubborn or aggressive or controlling, all in the name of strength. But that's not true strength. It's just a distorted version of it. It's like a shadow side of strength. And like the Ace of Swords is cutting through that illusion and like revealing what true strength really is, which is about compassion and resilience and inner peace. It is like the Ace of Swords is helping us to see that true strength is not about dominating others, but about empowering them. It's not about being invulnerable, but about being vulnerable and authentic. It's not about being perfect, but about being forgiving and accepting of ourselves and others. It is all-encompassing. And like the Ace of Swords is helping us to understand that true strength comes from within. It comes from connecting with our inner source of love and wisdom and courage. It doesn't come from external sources like money or power or status. It comes from something much deeper and more profound. And like the Ace of Swords is helping us to tap into that inner source of strength and to use it to overcome our challenges and to live our best lives. It makes it possible. So, like, the Ace of Swords is showing you that you have the power to choose your thoughts and your beliefs and your actions. You have the power to create your own reality. And you have the power to be strong in a way that's truly aligned with your highest self. It's all within you. Like, maybe you've been, relying on external sources of strength, right? Like, maybe you've been seeking validation from others, or you've been trying to control your circumstances, or you've been clinging to material possessions. But like the Ace of Swords is revealing that those things are all fleeting and unreliable. True strength comes from within, and it is always with you. And like the Selenite star is just amplifying that clarity, It's helping you to see through the illusions of the ego and to connect with your inner source of strength. It is a great guide. It's like the Starlight Guidance is just illuminating the path to empowerment, showing you the way to be strong in a way that's authentic, compassionate, and sustainable. Very attainable. Finally, what about the High Priestess? How does the Ace of Swords amplify the power of intuition? Well, the High Priestess is all about intuition, right? She's the embodiment of inner wisdom and psychic insight. But sometimes, we can get so caught up in our own thoughts and emotions that we have a hard time hearing our intuition, We can start to, doubt ourselves and second-guess our gut feelings. It can be easy to do. And, the Ace of Swords is, cutting through that mental noise, It's helping us to quiet our minds and to tune in to our inner voice. The noise can be too much. It is like the Ace of Swords is helping us to see that our intuition is always there, guiding us and protecting us. We just need to learn how to listen to it. And like the Ace of Swords is helping us to trust our intuition, even when it doesn't make sense logically. It is always right. It's helping us to understand that our intuition is a powerful tool that can help us to navigate life's challenges and to make the right choices. You can always trust it. And like the Ace of Swords is helping us to use our intuition to create a better future for ourselves and for the world. The future is in your hands. So, the Ace of Swords is showing you that you have the power to tap into your inner wisdom and to use it to create a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. The key is to listen. Maybe you've been, ignoring your intuition lately, right? Maybe you've been making decisions based on logic or reason, without really considering how you feel about them. But the Ace of Swords is revealing that your intuition is actually your greatest asset. Don't ignore it. And the Selenite star is just amplifying that clarity, It's helping you to connect with your inner guide and to receive clear and accurate messages. The starlight will always be there. It's like the Starlight Guidance is just illuminating the path to enlightenment, showing you the way to live a life that's guided by your own inner wisdom, and that you will be happy and free. Okay, wow, so that's the Ace of Swords in connection to all the other cards. So, what does it all mean, right? What's the big picture? Well, it seems like you're being called to, take control of your life, to express your true self, to explore new ideas, to make choices that align with your values, to do all of that with strength and courage and compassion, and to listen to your intuition every step of the way. And now, to have clarity. You've got to have clarity. And like the Ace of Swords is just amplifying all of those energies and helping you to see things with crystal clarity. So what does it all mean, right? I really feel that it's all up to you. And like, it's not going to be easy, you know? Like, there are going to be challenges along the way. But like, you have everything you need within you to overcome those challenges and to achieve your goals. Always remember that. And like, the selenite star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. It is a great amplifier. So, like, trust in the guidance of the stars, believe in yourself, and know that you are capable of amazing things. You are. But like, what's the next step? What's the final message that the universe wants you to hear? We still have one card left to pull, and I'm so excited to see what it is. What will it be? This is really, really building. Like, I feel like we're about to have a major breakthrough here. I can't wait to see what the final card is. It's all going to come together. I just know it. Okay, let's do this. Okay, wow, the Six of Cups, this is so beautiful. It's like, after all that intense energy, the universe is sending you a big hug, you know? The Six of Cups is all about nostalgia, harmony, and simple joys. It's like remembering the good old days, connecting with loved ones, and finding happiness in the present moment. It really is a beautiful message. It really just amplifies the need for harmony. So, like, how does this fit in with everything else we've got going on here, right? We've got the Chariot, which is all about taking control and moving forward with determination. Then we've got the Queen of Wands, who's just radiating confidence and embracing her power. And the Page of Swords, who's like, all about new ideas and communication. The Lovers, who is all about the relationship and choices. Strength, that is all about tapping into your inner knowing. The High Priestess that really emphasizes tapping into your intuition and being more self-aware. And then the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity and cutting through illusions. And now the Six of Cups, it's like bringing in this whole element of like, how do you create a harmonious and joyful life while you're like taking charge and being confident and exploring new ideas and all that stuff, you know? It's a big question. A very big question. The Six of Cups is really about finding that inner child again, and it usually indicates healing of old wounds. So, like, what does that even mean for you right now? Well, like, I think it's saying that, like, all of that hard work you've been doing on yourself, all of that, like, taking control and expressing yourself and exploring new ideas, it's all leading you towards a place of greater joy and fulfillment, you know? You are building the ultimate foundation. But like, you need to remember to have fun along the way. You need to remember to connect with your inner child and to find happiness in the simple things. It's very important to remember that. The world needs your light. Maybe, like, you've been so focused on achieving your goals, right? Like, maybe you've been working really hard to get a promotion at work, or to start your own business, or to achieve a certain fitness goal. And you've been, like, sacrificing your happiness and well-being in the process. But like, the Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to take a break, you know? You need to step back from all the hustle and bustle and, like, reconnect with your inner child. Remember to enjoy the little things. Like, what did you love to do when you were a kid? Did you love to draw or paint or sing or dance or play outside? Did you love to read or write or tell stories? Did you love to spend time with your family and friends? Did you love to just, like, be silly and have fun? It's important to embrace your inner child. So, like, the Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to make time for those things in your life again, you know? You need to schedule in some fun and joy and connection. You need to let your inner child come out to play. And, like, it's not just about, like, having fun, right? It's also about, like, connecting with your loved ones. So, like, the Six of Cups is a very social card. And it's all about spending time with people who make you happy and who support you. And it's about cherishing those relationships and making them a priority in your life. You've got to nurture those relationships. So, like, who are the people in your life who make you feel good, you know? Who are the people who lift you up and inspire you? Who are the people who make you laugh and who make you feel loved? Spend time with those people. So, like, the Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to make an effort to connect with those people, you know? You need to call them or text them or email them or visit them or whatever. You need to let them know that you care about them and that you appreciate them. Let them know you appreciate them. And like, it's not just about like spending time with your existing friends and family, right? It's also about like making new connections. So like, the Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to be open to meeting new people and to forming new relationships. It is okay to make new friends. Like, maybe you could join a club or a sports team or a volunteer organization or whatever. You could take a class or go to a workshop or attend a conference. You could just strike up a conversation with someone you meet at a coffee shop or at a park or at a library. It's okay, you never know who you might meet. And like, it's not just about like making new friends, right? It's also about like reconnecting with old friends. Sometimes you have to reconnect. So like, the Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to reach out to people who you've lost touch with over the years and to see if you can rekindle those friendships. They might be waiting for you. Like maybe you could send them a message on social media, or give them a call, or write them a letter, or whatever. You could invite them to coffee, or lunch, or dinner, or drinks, or whatever. You could just catch up and see how they're doing. It would be amazing. And like, it's not just about like spending time with people in person, right? It's also about like connecting with people online. Connect in whatever way you can. So like, the Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to use social media and other online tools to connect with people who share your interests and your values. You can use social media. Like, maybe you could join a Facebook group, or a Twitter chat, or a LinkedIn community, or whatever. You could follow people who inspire you, or who make you laugh, or who challenge you to think differently. You can start a blog, or a podcast, or a YouTube channel, or whatever. You could share your thoughts and ideas with the world. Share them. The world needs to hear your voice. And like, it's not just about like connecting with people, right? It's also about like giving back to your community. So like, the Six of Cups is a very charitable card. And it's all about helping others and making a positive difference in the world. Help make a difference. So like, what are the causes that you care about, you know? What are the issues that you're passionate about? What kind of impact do you want to make on the world? There are so many choices. So like, the Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to find ways to get involved in those causes and to make a difference, you know? You could volunteer your time or donate money or raise awareness or whatever. You could support a local charity or join a national organization or start your own initiative. You could just do something small, like helping a neighbor in need, or picking up litter in your neighborhood, or writing a letter to your elected officials. Even small things can make a difference. So like, bringing it all back to the Chariot, right? The Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to be mindful of your impact on others, you know. You need to make sure that you're using your power and your influence for good. You need to be a force for positivity in the world. Be positive. The world needs your light. And like, bringing it all back to the Queen of Wands, right? The Six of Cups is saying that like, you need to use your creativity and your passion to inspire others, you know. You need to share your gifts with the world and to make a difference in the lives of others. It's important to share. The world needs your gifts. And like, bringing it all back to the Page of Swords, right? The Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to use your intelligence and your communication skills to educate others about important issues, you know. You need to be a voice for the voiceless and to stand up for what's right. Speak up. The world needs your voice. And like, bringing it all back to the Lovers, right? The Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to make choices that are aligned with your values and that are going to create a more harmonious and just world, you know? You need to be a force for love and compassion in the world. Love is the answer. The world needs your love. And like, bringing it all back to strength, right? The Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to tap into your inner power and to use it to create a life that's filled with joy, connection, and purpose, you know? You need to be a beacon of light in the world. You need to shine. The world needs your light. And like, bringing it all back to the High Priestess, right? The Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to listen to your intuition and to trust that you know what's best for you, you know? You need to follow your heart and to create a life that's authentic and meaningful. Heart is key. The world needs your authenticity. And like, bringing it all back to the Ace of Swords, right? The Six of Cups is saying that, like, you need to cut through the illusions and to see the world as it truly is, you know? you need to be clear about your goals and your intentions, and you need to be willing to take action to create a better future. Be clear. The world needs your clarity. So, what does all this mean for you right now? What are you being called to do? Well, I think it's saying that you're being called to create a more joyful and fulfilling life for yourself, and to use your gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the world. You are going to make a difference. And it's not going to be easy, right? There are going to be challenges along the way. But you have everything you need within you to succeed. I really believe that. And the selenite star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. The stars are always there to help. So, trust in the guidance of the stars, believe in yourself, and know that you are capable of amazing things. So, practically speaking, what can you do to start bringing this Six of Cups energy into your life, right now? Let's get real for a second. What are some actual, actionable steps? Well, first, think about your childhood. Seriously, think back. What activities brought you the most joy as a child? What did you do for fun just because? Start incorporating those things back into your life, even in small ways. It could be as simple as coloring in a coloring book for 15 minutes, or building a Lego set, or going outside to swing on a swing set. And don't worry about being good at it or about what anyone else thinks. Just do it for the pure joy of it. And second, think about your relationships. Who are the people in your life who make you feel good, who support you, who lift you up? Make a conscious effort to spend more time with those people. Schedule a regular coffee date or a phone call or a video chat. Plan a fun outing together. And really be present when you're with them. Put away your phone, listen actively, and show them that you care. Remember that quality time is so important. And third, think about your community. What are the causes that you care about? What are the ways that you can give back? Start small and find something that feels meaningful to you. Volunteer at a local food bank or animal shelter or school. Donate to a charity that you support. Write letters to your elected officials. Or just be a good neighbor and offer a helping hand to those in need. You will feel good helping. And fourth, practice gratitude. Take a few minutes each day to focus on the things that you're grateful for. Write them down in a journal or just think about them in your head. And really feel the gratitude in your heart. Gratitude is a powerful force for attracting more good things into your life. So, make it a habit. It will change your perspective. And fifth, be kind to yourself. Treat yourself with the same love and compassion that you would treat a child. Forgive yourself for your mistakes. Celebrate your successes. And don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. You deserve to be happy and healthy. Be kind to yourself always. You will thank yourself later. So, those are just a few ideas to get you started. But the most important thing is to just listen to your intuition and to follow your heart. Trust your gut. And you know what's best for you. You always have. You've got this. You really, really do. I'm so excited for you. This is going to be an amazing journey. I just know it. You will see the light. So bringing it all together, right? We've got the Chariot, the Queen of Wands, the Page of Swords, the Lovers, Strength, the High Priestess, the Ace of Swords, and now the Six of Cups. And what I'm seeing here is you're being called to take control of your life, to express your true self, to explore new ideas, to make choices that align with your values, to do all of that with strength and courage and compassion, to listen to your intuition every step of the way, to see the world with clarity, and to create a life that's filled with joy, connection, and purpose. The full package. And it's not always going to be easy, you know? There are going to be challenges along the way. There are going to be times when you feel lost or confused or overwhelmed. But the cards are here to remind you that you have everything you need within you to overcome those challenges and to achieve your goals. So trust in yourself, believe in yourself, and know that you are capable of amazing things. Because you are destined for greatness. And the selenite star is here to help you clarify your vision and to guide you on your path. You will be guided. So trust in the guidance of the stars, believe in yourself, and know that you are loved and supported every step of the way. I really, really feel that for you. I am beyond excited. You're an amazing person, and you deserve all the happiness and success in the world. Never forget that. And remember that you're not alone on this journey, you know. There are people who care about you and who want to see you succeed. So, reach out to them when you need to and let them support you. Because, we're all in this together and we can all help each other achieve our dreams. Because community is very important. So, go out there and shine your light. Share your gifts with the world and make a positive difference in the lives of others. Because, the world needs your light. It really does. And, don't be afraid to be yourself. Don't be afraid to express your true self, even if it's different from what other people expect. Because, your uniqueness is your superpower. It is what makes you special and what makes you amazing. It is very important to be authentic. So, embrace your weirdness, celebrate your quirks, and let your true colors shine through. Let them shine. And, don't give up on your dreams. No matter how hard things get, don't give up on your dreams. Keep pushing forward, keep believing in yourself, and you will eventually achieve your goals. You can do it. I know you can. So, go out there and create the life that you want. Live your best life, love your best life, and be your best self. You deserve it. You really, really do. And I'm sending you all my love and support on your journey. I'm here for you always. Please remember that. And thank you so much for letting me read for you today. It's been an honor and a privilege. I appreciate you. And I hope this reading has helped you to gain some clarity, some guidance, and some inspiration. You're amazing. And I can't wait to see what amazing things you're going to create in the world. I'm so excited. It is going to be amazing. So, that's all I have for you today. But, I'm sending you all my love and light, and I hope you have a wonderful day. You deserve all of the light. And, I'll see you again soon. You will see the light. Bye. Hi, friend. Welcome, welcome. So, you chose the rhodonite pyramid. Ooh, this crystal is all about grounding, really rooting you in self-love and compassion. And that's perfect because the reading is themed around anchoring your truth, building that strong foundation for spiritual growth, and just expressing yourself authentically. I'm so excited to see how this all plays out for you. Okay, are you ready? Let's dive in. Okay, so the first card we have is the Fool. Isn't that interesting? The Fool. So right away, I'm getting this vibe of fresh starts, like a brand new adventure is calling your name. You know that feeling when you're standing at the edge of something big, something unknown? Yeah, that's the energy of the Fool. It's all about taking a leap of faith, trusting your intuition, and just going for it, even if you don't have all the answers. And honestly, whoever really has all the answers, right? But it's not just about being reckless, okay? It's more about being open and receptive to what the universe has in store for you. You're saying yes to new experiences, yes to growth, and yes to the possibilities that are out there waiting for you. It's kind of like packing a bag and setting off on a journey without a map, just trusting that you'll find your way. And isn't that thrilling? I get so excited just thinking about it for you. Now, think about this with the rhodonite pyramid. Rhodonite is all about grounding, right? So, even though the Fool is all about taking risks and being spontaneous, the rhodonite is here to remind you to stay rooted in self-love and compassion. It's like saying, okay, go on your adventure, but don't forget who you are and what's important to you. You can be brave and bold and step into the unknown, but you also need to be kind to yourself, okay? You need to nurture your inner spirit and stay connected to your heart. Because that's where your true strength lies, in that connection to yourself, your values, and everything you hold dear. It's about finding that balance between adventure and stability, between taking risks and staying grounded. So maybe, just maybe, this new beginning involves something a little bit scary, something that pushes you outside of your comfort zone. But the rhodonite is there to reassure you that you're not alone, okay? You have the strength and the resilience to handle anything that comes your way. And it all starts with that self-love and self-compassion. The more you love yourself, the more confident you'll be in your ability to navigate the unknown. Does that make sense? I really hope that makes sense for you because it's so important. Now, here's where it gets even more interesting. The next card we have is the Two of Swords. Ooh, this card is all about making tough decisions. It's about being at a crossroads, feeling stuck between two different paths, and not knowing which way to go. Have you been feeling that way lately? Like you're pulled in two different directions? The Two of Swords often shows someone blindfolded, holding two swords, like they're trying to protect themselves. It's like you're blocking out the noise, trying to find clarity, but it's hard to see what's really going on when you're so caught up in your own thoughts and fears. It's a real internal struggle, a battle between your head and your heart. And sometimes, the hardest part is just admitting that you don't know what to do, right? You might be avoiding making a decision because you're afraid of making the wrong choice. Or maybe you're worried about hurting someone's feelings or upsetting the balance in your life. But the thing is, sometimes not making a decision is actually a decision in itself. And it can keep you stuck in this limbo, this place of uncertainty, where you're not really moving forward. So, how does this connect to the Fool? Well, the Fool is all about embracing the unknown, right? But the Two of Swords is like a roadblock, a challenge that's preventing you from fully stepping into that new beginning. It's like you're standing at the edge of the cliff, ready to jump, but then you hesitate because you're not sure if you're making the right decision. You see the possibilities, you feel the pull of adventure, but you're also weighed down by doubt and indecision. It's like your head is saying, go for it, but your heart is saying, wait, are you sure this is the right thing to do? And that inner conflict can be so draining, right? It can leave you feeling paralyzed and unable to move forward. But remember, you chose the Rhodonite Pyramid. So, even though you're facing this tough decision, you have the power to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. This isn't about beating yourself up for not knowing what to do. It's about being gentle with yourself, acknowledging your fears, and trusting that you'll find your way. Maybe the answer isn't about choosing one path over the other, but about finding a way to integrate both paths into your life. Or maybe it's about letting go of the need to control everything and trusting that the universe will guide you in the right direction. You know what I mean? Think about it this way. The Fool is like the spark of inspiration, the initial excitement of a new idea. The Two of Swords is the moment of doubt, the moment when you start to question yourself. But the Rhodonite is the anchor, the reminder that you're strong, you're capable, and you're worthy of love and happiness, no matter what you decide. So, take a deep breath, be kind to yourself, and trust that you'll find the clarity you need to move forward. You've got this. Okay, are you ready for the next card? Because this is where it all starts to come together. We have the King of Swords. Now, this is a powerful card, friend. The King of Swords is all about intellect, clarity, and making decisions based on logic and reason. He's like the ultimate strategist, always thinking several steps ahead, always analyzing the situation from every angle. He's not afraid to speak his mind, to stand up for what he believes in, and to make tough decisions, even if they're unpopular. He's a master of communication, able to articulate his thoughts and ideas with precision and authority. He's the kind of person you go to when you need a clear, unbiased opinion, someone who can cut through the confusion and get straight to the point. Does this sound like you at all? But the King of Swords isn't just about being smart and logical. He's also about being fair and just. He understands the importance of ethics and integrity, and he always strives to do what's right, even when it's difficult. He's a leader who inspires respect and admiration, not just because of his intelligence, but because of his character. Now, how does this relate to the Fool and the Two of Swords? Well, remember, the Fool is about taking a leap of faith, embracing the unknown. But the King of Swords is here to provide some structure and guidance. He's like saying, okay, you can be spontaneous and adventurous, but you also need to think things through, to consider the consequences of your actions. He's the voice of reason that helps you balance your intuition with your intellect. And that's so important, right? You don't want to be reckless and impulsive, but you also don't want to be so caught up in your head that you miss out on opportunities. The King of Swords helps you find that sweet spot, that place where you can be both adventurous and responsible. And what about the Two of Swords? Well, the King of Swords is the clarity you need to make a decision. He's the ability to see through the confusion, to cut through the noise, and to understand what's really going on. He's like saying, okay, you're feeling stuck, but you have the power to make a choice, to take control of your situation. He encourages you to use your intellect, to analyze the pros and cons, and to make a decision that's based on logic and reason, but also on your own values and beliefs. He reminds you that you're not a victim of circumstance, that you have the power to shape your own destiny. And isn't that empowering? So, with the Fool, the Two of Swords, and the King of Swords, it's like you're being called to embark on a new adventure, but to do so with both your heart and your head. You're being challenged to make a tough decision, but you have the clarity and the intellect to do so wisely. And you're being reminded to stay grounded in self-love and compassion, to trust yourself, and to believe in your ability to create the life you want. And with the Rhodonite Pyramid, it all comes together so beautifully. The Rhodonite is the foundation, the reminder that you're strong, you're capable, and you're worthy of love and happiness. It's the anchor that keeps you grounded, even when you're facing challenges and uncertainties. It's the source of your inner strength, the voice that tells you, you've got this. So, friend, embrace the journey, make your decisions wisely, and never forget to love yourself. Because that's the key to unlocking your full potential and living a life that's both adventurous and fulfilling. Does this resonate with you? I really hope it does. I'm just so excited to see what happens next. I feel like this is just the beginning of an amazing chapter for you. And I can't wait to see what other wisdom the cards have to share. You know, it all feels so connected. So, get ready because we're about to dive even deeper. Now let's really uncover some more hidden gems. Okay, so where do we even begin digging deeper? This is all so exciting. Let's start by thinking more about how the Fool card interacts with your everyday life, okay? I want to get super practical here. Think about it. The Fool isn't just some abstract concept, it's an energy that you can embody in your daily choices. It's about choosing to see the world with fresh eyes, to approach challenges with curiosity and optimism, and to trust that everything will work out for the best, even when you can't see the path ahead. Maybe it's about trying a new hobby, striking up a conversation with a stranger, or taking a different route to work. It's about breaking out of your routine, shaking things up, and embracing the unexpected. Because that's where the magic happens, right? When you step outside of your comfort zone and allow yourself to be open to new experiences. But remember the Rhodonite. Don't go too crazy, okay? Ground that energy. And it doesn't have to be anything huge or dramatic. It can be something as simple as trying a new coffee shop, listening to a different genre of music, or reading a book by an author you've never heard of. It's about expanding your horizons, broadening your perspective, and allowing yourself to be inspired by the world around you. You might find that these small acts of spontaneity can have a ripple effect, leading to bigger and more meaningful changes in your life. Maybe you'll discover a hidden talent, make a new friend, or stumble upon a life-changing opportunity. The possibilities are endless, but it all starts with that first step, that willingness to embrace the unknown. Now, let's talk more about the Two of Swords. Because this card can be really frustrating, right? It's like you're stuck in a loop, going over and over the same arguments in your head and not getting any closer to a resolution. You might be feeling overwhelmed by information, confused by conflicting opinions, and unsure of who to trust. It's like you're trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces or navigate a maze without a map. And the more you try to figure it out, the more lost you feel. It's a real mental and emotional drain, and it can leave you feeling exhausted and defeated. So, what can you do to break free from this cycle of indecision? Well, the first step is to acknowledge that you're feeling stuck, and to be honest with yourself about why you're avoiding making a decision. Are you afraid of the consequences? Are you worried about hurting someone's feelings? Are you simply overwhelmed by the choices in front of you? Once you understand the root of your hesitation, you can start to address it. Maybe you need to gather more information, to talk to someone you trust, or to take some time to reflect on your own values and beliefs. Or maybe you just need to give yourself permission to make a mistake, to accept that you can't always control the outcome, and to trust that you'll learn from the experience. And remember the Rhodonite Pyramid. Self-compassion is key. The King of Swords can really help here. Think about the areas in your life where you tend to overthink things, where you get caught up in analysis paralysis and struggle to make a decision. Maybe it's about your career, your relationships, your finances, or your health. Whatever it is, identify those areas and start to apply the principles of the King of Swords. Ask yourself, what are the facts? What are the options? What are the potential consequences of each choice? Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Instead, Focus on logic and reason, and make a decision that's based on your best interests and your long-term goals. It's also important to be clear and direct in your communication. Don't beat around the bush, don't sugarcoat the truth, and don't be afraid to speak your mind. The King of Swords is all about honesty and integrity, and he expects the same from others. So, be assertive, be confident, and be respectful, but don't compromise your values or your principles. And remember, the King of Swords isn't just about being tough and uncompromising. He's also about being fair and just. He understands the importance of empathy and compassion, and he always strives to do what's right, even when it's difficult. So, be mindful of the impact your decisions have on others, and try to find solutions that benefit everyone involved. This is so important in relationships, right? Being fair, using your head. Okay, so we've talked about how each of these cards can show up in your daily life. But how can you actually use this information to create positive change? How can you harness the energy of the Fool, the Two of Swords, and the King of Swords to manifest your dreams and live a more fulfilling life? Well, it all starts with self-awareness. The more you understand yourself, your strengths, your weaknesses, your fears, and your desires, the better equipped you'll be to make conscious choices that align with your true self. So, take some time to reflect on your life, to journal about your experiences, and to explore your inner landscape. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Talk to a therapist, a coach, a mentor, or a trusted friend. Get their perspective, listen to their advice, and learn from their experiences. Because we're all in this together, and we can all benefit from each other's wisdom and support. And remember the Rhodonite. Lean on self-love here. And finally, be patient and persistent. Change doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, effort, and dedication to break old habits, to overcome limiting beliefs, and to create new patterns of behavior. So don't get discouraged if you stumble along the way. Just pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and keep moving forward. Trust the process, believe in yourself, and never give up on your dreams. Because you are capable of amazing things, and you deserve to live a life that's filled with joy, love, and purpose. I truly, truly believe that for you. Okay, so let's go back to the idea of grounding that the Rhodonite provides, because I think that's so crucial here. You know, the Fool can be so exciting, so full of potential, but it can also be a little overwhelming. It's like you're standing at the edge of a vast, uncharted territory, and you don't know where to start. That's where the grounding comes in. It's about connecting to your roots, to your values, to your sense of self. It's about remembering who you are and what's important to you, even when you're feeling lost or confused. And that's why the Rhodonite Pyramid is such a perfect choice for this reading. It's a reminder to stay connected to the earth, to your body, to your breath, to take time for self-care, to nourish your mind, body, and spirit, to create a sense of stability and security within yourself so that you can weather any storm. And it's not just about physical grounding. It's also about emotional and spiritual grounding. It's about connecting to your heart, to your intuition, to your higher self. It's about trusting your inner guidance, listening to your inner wisdom, and aligning your actions with your soul's purpose. And that's where the self-love and compassion come in. The more you love and accept yourself, the more grounded you'll be. Because you'll be less likely to seek validation from others, less likely to compare yourself to others, and less likely to get caught up in drama and negativity. You'll be able to stand firm in your own truth, to make decisions that are right for you, and to create a life that's authentic and fulfilling. And that's what it's all about, right? Living a life that's true to yourself, that's aligned with your values, and that brings you joy and happiness. Okay, so let's talk more about how the King of Swords can help you navigate the challenges of the Two of Swords, because I think this is a really important connection. The Two of Swords, as we discussed, is all about indecision, feeling stuck, and being unable to see the path forward. It's like you're caught in a fog and you can't find your way out. The King of Swords, on the other hand, is all about clarity, logic, and making decisions based on reason. He's like a beacon of light that cuts through the fog, illuminating the path ahead. He helps you see things clearly, analyze the situation objectively, and make a decision that's based on facts, not emotions. So, how can you embody the energy of the King of Swords when you're facing the challenges of the Two of Swords? Well, the first step is to take a step back and detach yourself from the situation. Don't get caught up in the drama, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, and don't take things personally. Instead, try to look at the situation from a neutral perspective as if you were an outside observer. What are the facts? What are the options? What are the potential consequences of each choice? Write it all down. Make a list. Get organized. Once you have a clear understanding of the situation, you can start to analyze it logically. What are the pros and cons of each option? What are the risks and rewards? What are your values and priorities? Use your intellect to weigh the different factors and make a decision that's based on reason, not emotion. It's also important to be honest with yourself. Don't try to justify your decisions, don't make excuses for your behavior, and don't pretend that things are different than they are. Be honest about your motivations, your fears, and your desires, and be willing to admit when you're wrong. Honesty is so key here. And finally, be confident in your decision. Once you've made a choice, stick with it. Don't second-guess yourself, don't let others influence you, and don't look back. Trust that you've made the best decision you could with the information you had, and move forward with conviction. Okay, so let's talk about some potential scenarios where these cards might play out in your life. Because I think it's helpful to see how these energies can manifest in real-world situations. So, let's say you're considering a new job opportunity. The Fool is the excitement of the new possibility, the chance to do something different, to learn new skills, and to grow as a person. But then the Two of Swords comes in, and you start to have doubts. Is this really the right move for you? Are you qualified for the job? Will you be happy there? You start to weigh the pros and cons, to compare the new opportunity with your current situation, and you can't seem to make a decision. That's where the King of Swords comes in. He helps you analyze the situation objectively, to consider the facts, and to make a decision that's based on logic, not emotion. He helps you see the potential benefits of the new job, the opportunities for growth, and the alignment with your long-term goals. He also helps you identify the potential risks, the challenges you might face, and the ways you can mitigate those risks. And he helps you make a decision that's based on your best interests, not on fear or insecurity. Another scenario could be in a relationship. Maybe you're feeling drawn to someone new, the Fool, but you're also hesitant because you've been hurt in the past, Two of Swords. The King of Swords can help you assess the situation rationally, to understand your own needs and boundaries, and to communicate them clearly to the other person. He can help you avoid making impulsive decisions based on infatuation or loneliness, and to build a relationship that's based on trust, respect, and mutual understanding. Or maybe you're facing a difficult decision in your current relationship, such as whether to stay or leave, whether to forgive or hold a grudge, or whether to compromise or stand your ground. The King of Swords can help you analyze the situation objectively, to consider the needs of both you and your partner, and to make a decision that's based on fairness, honesty, and integrity. He can help you communicate your feelings clearly and respectfully, and to find a solution that works for both of you. And remember, throughout all of these scenarios, the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to remind you to stay grounded in self-love and compassion, to treat yourself with kindness, to forgive yourself for your mistakes, and to trust that you're doing the best you can. This is such a powerful combination of energies, and I'm so excited to see how it plays out in your life. I really am. Okay, so let's talk more about the shadow side of these cards. Because every card has a light side and a dark side, and it's important to be aware of both. The Fool, for example, can be naive, reckless, and irresponsible. He can jump into situations without thinking them through, he can ignore the consequences of his actions, and he can end up hurting himself or others. He can also be easily led astray, swayed by false promises, and manipulated by others. He lacks discernment, he doesn't know who to trust, and he can make foolish decisions that have serious repercussions. The Two of Swords can be avoidant, indecisive, and paralyzed. You can get stuck in a state of analysis paralysis, overthinking every decision and never taking action. You can also become isolated, withdrawn, and disconnected from others. You build walls around yourself, you shut out your emotions, and you become unable to connect with others on a deep level. The King of Swords can be cold, detached, and ruthless. You can become overly critical, judgmental, and demanding, holding yourself and others to impossibly high standards. You can also become arrogant, domineering, and controlling, using your intellect to manipulate and intimidate others. So, how can you avoid the shadow side of these cards? Well, with the Fool, it's about balancing spontaneity with responsibility. It's about taking risks, but also thinking things through. It's about being open to new experiences, but also being discerning about who you trust. And it's about learning from your mistakes so you don't repeat them. With the Two of Swords, it's about finding clarity and making a decision. It's about gathering information, seeking advice, and trusting your intuition. It's also about letting go of the need to control everything, accepting that you can't always know the outcome, and trusting that you'll be able to handle whatever comes your way. And with the King of Swords, it's about balancing intellect with compassion. It's about using your mind to solve problems, but also using your heart to connect with others. It's about being fair, honest, and just, but also being kind, empathetic, and understanding. It's all about balance, isn't it? And remember the Rhodonite Pyramid. Always ground yourself in love. Okay, friend, this has been such an amazing reading. I feel like we've really uncovered some deep insights and some practical strategies for living a more fulfilling life. You know, it's like you're being called to embark on a new adventure, to make some tough decisions, and to use your intellect and your compassion to create the life you want. And you have all the tools you need to succeed. You have the courage of the Fool, the clarity of the King of Swords, and the grounding power of the Rhodonite Pyramid. So, go out there and make it happen. I'm cheering you on every step of the way. But before we finish, I want to ask you, what's one thing you're going to take away from this reading and apply to your life right now? What's one small step you can take today to embody the energy of these cards and to move closer to your dreams? Think about it and then go do it. You deserve it. You really, really do. And get ready for more insights to come. I can feel it. Okay. Are you ready for this? Because this is huge, the next card. It's the Lovers. Ooh, friend, this is so exciting. Oh my gosh. Okay, so, right away, don't just jump to thinking this is just about romantic love, okay? Because, yes, it can be about that, but it's so much more. It's really about choices, about alignment, about partnerships of all kinds. Does that make sense? Think about it. The Fool is starting this new journey, right? And then the Two of Swords is uh-oh, there's a decision to make. And the King of Swords is stepping in with clarity and logic. Now, the Lovers comes along and it's okay, what choices are you going to make on this journey? And are those choices going to be in alignment with your heart, with your values, with your truest self? Because this card, the Lovers, it's not just about finding your soulmate, although it can totally be about that. But it's also about finding harmony within yourself. It's about making choices that honor your authentic self, even if those choices are hard. It's about recognizing the different parts of yourself and bringing them into alignment. You know, integrating the light and the shadow, the masculine and the feminine, the logical and the intuitive. It's like a dance, a beautiful, sometimes challenging dance. And the Rhodonite Pyramid? Oh, it's just singing right now, because the Lovers is all about love, right? But Rhodonite is specifically about self-love and compassion. So it's you can't really make these choices, you can't really find this alignment, unless you're rooted in a deep sense of self-love. You have to love yourself enough to make the choices that are right for you, even if they're not popular, even if they're not easy. You have to trust yourself, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to know that you deserve the best. You know what I mean? Okay, so let's dig into this a little more. Because this card is just bursting with possibilities. When I see the Lovers, I immediately think about the power of connection, the power of relationships, the power of unity. But also I think of the need for self-love. It's that thing about not being able to fully give love unless you fully have it and can give it to yourself. You know, so where can we even start here? I feel like it's important to also ask where the Lover's energy is calling you to show up more. It's about figuring out what your truest self is, and it's about showing it off. So let's get into it. I think we should start to pick apart how choices and alignments show up in your life. Get ready, because this is gonna be intense. Okay, so let's really break down this idea of choices and alignment. Because the Lover's card, at its heart, is about making a conscious decision. It's about recognizing that you have options, that you're not just a passive bystander in your own life. You have the power to choose, you have the power to create your own reality. Isn't that empowering? But the thing is, making choices can be scary, right? Especially when you're at a crossroads, when you're not sure which path to take. That's where the Two of Swords comes in. You're feeling pulled in different directions, you're feeling confused and uncertain, and you're afraid of making the wrong decision. I so feel that. I know you probably do too. But the King of Swords, he's like, okay, take a deep breath. Let's get some clarity here. What are your options? What are the potential consequences of each choice? Let's analyze this logically. And that's so helpful, right? But it's not the whole picture. Because the Lover's card isn't just about logic, it's also about intuition. It's about listening to your heart, about trusting your gut, about aligning your choices with your deepest values. So it's like you have to use both your head and your heart to make these decisions. You have to balance logic and intuition, reason and emotion. And that can be tricky, right? Especially when your head and your heart are telling you different things. Like, oh my gosh, I am just feeling that pull for you. Like you're being dragged in two directions. But that's where the alignment piece comes in. Because true alignment happens when your head and your heart are on the same page. When your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions are all moving in the same direction. When you're living in integrity with your truest self. So, how do you find that alignment? Well, it starts with self-awareness. You have to know what your values are, what your priorities are, what your dreams are. You have to understand your strengths and your weaknesses, your fears and your desires. You have to be honest with yourself about what you really want. And that's not always easy, right? Sometimes we're afraid to admit what we really want because we're afraid of failing, or of being judged, or of not being good enough. But the thing is, you can't create a life that's truly fulfilling if you're not living in alignment with your authentic self. You have to be willing to be vulnerable, to be honest, and to be true to yourself no matter what. So take a breath. It might feel like a long road, but wow, is it ever worth it? And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to support you every step of the way. It's a reminder to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and happiness, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Doesn't that just resonate with you? Because it's like, yes. Okay, so, let's get even more specific. What does alignment look like in your everyday life? Well, it could be something as simple as choosing a job that's aligned with your values. If you're passionate about helping others, maybe you'd be happier working for a nonprofit organization than for a corporation that's focused solely on profit. Or maybe it's about setting boundaries in your relationships. If you're constantly giving and giving and giving and not getting anything in return, maybe it's time to say no, to prioritize your own needs, and to create some space for self-care. Or maybe it's about making choices that are aligned with your health and well-being. If you know that you feel better when you exercise and eat healthy foods, maybe it's time to make those things a priority, even when you're busy or stressed. Or maybe it's about pursuing your passions and hobbies. If you love to paint, or write, or sing, or dance, maybe it's time to carve out some time in your schedule to do those things, even if it's just for a few minutes each day. I so think you should listen to that inner desire. It is trying to show you the right direction to go in. These little things, they add up. They might seem small, but they can have a big impact on your overall sense of well-being. The more you live in alignment with your values, the happier and more fulfilled you'll be. And the more you honor your authentic self, the more you'll attract people and opportunities that are aligned with your soul's purpose. But it's not always easy, right? Sometimes we have to make compromises. Sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do in order to achieve our goals. But the key is to be conscious about those compromises, to understand why you're making them, and to make sure that they're not compromising your values or your integrity. So, take a look at your life right now. Where are you feeling out of alignment? Where are you making choices that aren't really serving you? Where are you compromising your values? And what can you do to start making different choices? What small steps can you take to start living a more aligned life? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today. And be patient with yourself. It takes time to create a life that's truly aligned with your authentic self. But it's worth it. So worth it, you know. And with the Rhodonite pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make those changes. You've got this. I'm so excited for you. I really am. The shifts you can make. Oh my gosh. Okay, but now let's talk about another thing that the lover's energy is calling you into, relationships. But not just in the way that you think. Okay, so let's dive into this idea of partnerships. Because the lover's card isn't just about romantic relationships, okay? It's about all kinds of connections, all kinds of collaborations, all kinds of unions. It's about recognizing that we're all interconnected, that we're all part of something bigger than ourselves. Like, think about it. You have relationships with your family, your friends, your colleagues, your neighbors, your community. And each of those relationships has the potential to be a source of love, support, and growth. But they can also be a source of conflict, stress, and pain. It's about showing up and doing the work. The Lover's card is inviting you to examine your relationships, to see where they're working and where they're not. Are you in healthy, supportive relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and honesty? Or are you in toxic, draining relationships that are based on manipulation, control, and negativity? And it's not just about romantic relationships, okay? It's about all kinds of partnerships. Maybe you're thinking about starting a business with a friend, or maybe you're collaborating on a project with a colleague, or maybe you're joining a community group to work on a cause that you care about. These partnerships can be incredibly rewarding, but they can also be challenging. You have to be able to communicate effectively, to compromise, to share responsibilities, and to trust each other. And you have to be willing to work through conflicts and disagreements. The Lover's card is reminding you that partnerships are a two-way street. You have to be willing to give as much as you take. You have to be willing to support your partner, to encourage them, and to help them grow. And you have to be willing to receive their support, their encouragement, and their help in return. So, take a look at your partnerships right now. Are you in healthy, balanced partnerships that are based on mutual respect and support? Or are you in unbalanced partnerships where one person is doing all the giving and the other person is doing all the taking? And what can you do to create more balance in your partnerships? What steps can you take to communicate more effectively, to compromise more willingly, and to trust each other more fully? And remember, the Rhodonite pyramid is here to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your relationships. You can't have healthy relationships with others if you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself. You have to love yourself, respect yourself, and value yourself before you can truly love, respect, and value others. So, be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and be compassionate with yourself. And bring that same kindness, patience, and compassion into your relationships with others. Because that's what the Lover's card is all about. Love, connection, and unity. Okay, so, let's talk about some specific examples of how these partnerships might show up in your life. Because I think it's helpful to see how these energies can manifest in real-world situations. So, let's say you're starting a new business. The Lover's card is inviting you to find a business partner who shares your values, your vision, and your work ethic. Someone who complements your skills and strengths, and who can help you achieve your goals. But it's not just about finding someone who's good at business, okay? It's also about finding someone who you can trust, who you can communicate with effectively, and who you can build a strong, lasting relationship with. You're going to be spending a lot of time with this person, so you want to make sure that you're compatible on a personal level as well as a professional level. Or maybe you're joining a community group to work on a cause that you care about. The Lover's card is inviting you to connect with like-minded people who share your passion and your commitment. People who are willing to work together, to support each other, and to make a difference in the world. But it's not just about finding people who agree with you on everything, okay? It's also about finding people who challenge you, who push you to think differently, and who help you grow as a person. You want to be surrounded by people who inspire you, who motivate you, and who make you want to be a better version of yourself. Wow! Or maybe you're simply looking for a deeper connection with your friends and family. The Lover's card is inviting you to be more open, more honest, and more vulnerable in your relationships. To share your thoughts, your feelings, and your experiences with the people you care about. And to listen to their thoughts, their feelings, and their experiences in return. You want to create relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. Relationships where you can be yourself, where you can be authentic, and where you can feel loved and supported for who you are. It's so simple, right? But it can be hard to put in practice. And remember, throughout all of these scenarios, the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your relationships. To treat yourself with kindness, to forgive yourself for your mistakes, and to trust that you're doing the best you can. And to treat others with that same kindness, forgiveness, and trust. Because that's what the Lover's card is all about. Love, connection, and unity. All right, I know that it's all resonating with you so strongly, and I still have so much more that I want to tell you. This reading is just getting so juicy. Okay, so let's circle back to the Rhodonite Pyramid, because I feel like that's really the key to unlocking the full potential of the Lover's card. The Rhodonite, as we talked about, is all about self-love and compassion, and it's about grounding those qualities in your everyday life. It's not just about thinking loving thoughts, it's about acting in loving ways, toward yourself and others. The Lover's card is inviting you to make choices that are aligned with your authentic self and to build partnerships that are based on mutual respect and support. But you can't do those things if you don't love yourself. You can't make choices that are good for you if you don't believe that you deserve the best. And you can't build healthy relationships if you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself. The Rhodonite is reminding you that you are worthy of love, that you are worthy of happiness, and that you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. You don't have to earn it, you don't have to prove it, you don't have to do anything to deserve it. You are simply worthy because you exist. And the more you love yourself, the more you'll be able to love others. The more you respect yourself, the more you'll be able to respect others. And the more you value yourself, the more you'll be able to value others. It's like a ripple effect. When you start with self-love, it spreads out to all areas of your life. Yes, so how can you cultivate more self-love in your life? Well, there are lots of different ways. You can start by practicing self-care, taking time for yourself to do things that make you feel good. Whether it's taking a bath, reading a book, going for a walk, or spending time with loved ones. You can also start by practicing self-compassion, being kind to yourself when you make mistakes, forgiving yourself for your imperfections, and treating yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. This is something you can really bring into your life and see a huge impact. But how can you do it? You can also start by practicing positive self-talk. Replacing negative thoughts with positive ones, focusing on your strengths instead of your weaknesses, and reminding yourself of all the things you're grateful for. It might sound cheesy, but it really works. It is something that you can keep coming back to so that it stays on your mind. And you can also start by setting boundaries in your relationships, saying no to things that don't feel good, prioritizing your own needs, and creating space for self-care. It's not selfish to put yourself first. It's necessary. The more you love yourself, the more you'll be able to live a life that's aligned with your authentic self, and the more you'll be able to build partnerships that are based on mutual respect and support. The more you show up to yourself and truly love yourself, the more you're able to give to others. It will start to come naturally, and you'll feel more authentic as you do so. I just know that you can totally do that. And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make it happen. I just feel that so strongly. It really is the foundation. Okay, friend, wow, this has been such an incredible journey. We've explored so much about choices, alignment, partnerships, and self-love. And I feel like we're just scratching the surface. You know, it's like the fool started out on this adventure, not knowing where it would lead. And now, with the Lovers, you're being called to make some conscious choices, to align your life with your authentic self, and to build partnerships that are based on love and respect. That's something that the Fool may not have even considered. And the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to ground you, to support you, and to remind you that you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. I'm so excited to see what happens next. I feel like this is just the beginning of an amazing new chapter for you, and I can't wait to see what other wisdom the cards have to share. It all feels so connected, doesn't it? So, get ready, because we're about to dive even deeper. I can feel it. I'm just bursting with anticipation. We're going to turn over the next card and uncover even more hidden gems. And I have no idea what's coming next. Are you ready? Because I am so ready. Let's do it. Okay, so are you ready? Because I'm so ready. The next card is the Hierophant. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. This is really interesting. So, like right away, the Hierophant, it's all about tradition, it's about institutions, it's about established systems. Does that make sense? It's like the structures we have in place to guide us, to teach us, to help us understand the world. So, like, think about it. Religion, education, community organizations, even family traditions. It's all that kind of stuff. But it can also be about your own personal belief systems, the things that you've learned and accepted as truth. MMM. So where does that take us with the other cards? So, we have the Fool starting this journey right. And now we have this traditional Hierophant energy coming into play. It's like, are you following a traditional path? Are you seeking guidance from established sources? Or are you forging your own way? You know, it's like the Fool is all about breaking free from the norm, but the Hierophant is about adhering to it. So, how do you reconcile those two energies? It's so good. And then with the Two of Swords, like, maybe the decision you're facing involves a conflict between your own beliefs and the beliefs of someone else, or the beliefs of society. Like, do you follow your own truth, even if it goes against the grain? Or do you conform to what's expected of you? And the King of Swords, he's like, okay, let's analyze this logically. What are the pros and cons of each approach? What are the potential consequences of following tradition versus breaking free from it? So good. Now, where does the Lovers play into this? Well, maybe it's about finding a partner who shares your values, who supports your beliefs, who helps you stay true to yourself. Or maybe it's about finding a way to balance your own needs with the needs of your family or community. It's all so connected. Oh, I get chills just thinking about it. So, like the Hierophant, it can be a really helpful card. It can provide guidance, structure, and a sense of belonging. But it can also be restrictive, dogmatic, and even oppressive. It all depends on how you relate to it. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in. It's like you can't just blindly follow tradition. You have to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. You have to question everything, to think for yourself, and to make choices that are aligned with your own truth. You have to honor your own inner authority, even if it goes against the grain. MMM. Because that's what true spiritual growth is all about. It's about finding your own way, not just following someone else's path. You know, oh, I feel like this is really going to challenge you. It's like, where are you giving your power away to external sources? Where are you blindly following tradition without questioning it? Where are you conforming to expectations instead of honoring your own truth? These are the questions you're being asked to consider. This is so good. So, like, let's dig into this a little more. Because this card is just packed with meaning. When I see the Hierophant, I immediately think about the power of belief systems, the power of institutions, and the power of tradition. But also, I think about the need for individual expression, the need for critical thinking, and the need for spiritual autonomy. It's like, how do you balance those two things? How do you honor the wisdom of the past while also forging your own path? How do you respect authority while also questioning it? How do you belong to a community while also staying true to yourself? These are the big questions. And it all starts with looking at yourself, right? With seeing how these things impact you and the choices you make, how you feel about yourself, where you feel you may or may not fit in. So, like, where do we even start here? I feel like it's important to examine your own belief systems, to see where they came from, how they're serving you, and whether they're still aligned with your truth. MMM, so get ready, because this is gonna be a deep dive. Ooh, so, like, let's really break down this idea of belief systems. Because the Hierophant card, at its core, is about the things that you believe to be true. It's about the assumptions you make about the world, about yourself, and about other people. It's about the stories you tell yourself about reality. And these belief systems, they can be incredibly powerful. They can shape your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. They can influence your relationships, your career, and your overall sense of well-being. They can even determine your destiny. Isn't that wild? But the thing is, most of our belief systems are formed unconsciously, especially when we're young. We absorb them from our parents, our teachers, our friends, our culture. We don't even realize we're doing it. And as we get older, we tend to cling to these belief systems, even when they're not serving us anymore. We become attached to them because they give us a sense of security, a sense of identity, a sense of belonging. And it can be really scary to question these belief systems because it feels like we're questioning our own foundation, our own reality. It's like, if I don't believe this anymore, then who am I? What do I stand for? What's the point of it all? Oh my gosh, so much existential stuff here. But the truth is, questioning your belief systems is essential for spiritual growth. It's about becoming aware of the assumptions you're making, the stories you're telling yourself, and the ways in which those assumptions and stories are shaping your life. It's about choosing your beliefs consciously instead of just accepting them blindly. And that's where the Fool comes in. It's about breaking free from the limitations of your old belief systems, about embracing new possibilities, about forging your own path. So, how do you start questioning your belief systems? Well, the first step is to become aware of them, to pay attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions, to notice the patterns in your behavior. And to ask yourself, why do I believe this? Where did this belief come from? Is it really true? Is it serving me? Is it aligned with my values? Those are so important to ask. And then, once you've identified a belief system that you want to question, you can start to explore it. You can read books, listen to podcasts, talk to people who have different perspectives. You can challenge your own assumptions, consider alternative viewpoints, and look for evidence that supports or contradicts your belief. This is amazing, but it's not just about intellectual understanding, okay? It's also about emotional processing. You have to allow yourself to feel the emotions that come up when you question your beliefs. You might feel fear, anger, sadness, confusion, or even grief. And that's okay. It's all part of the process. The lovers can help with that. It is important that you not suppress those feelings. Just allow yourself to feel them, to acknowledge them, and to release them. You don't have to hold on to them. You can let them go. And as you release those emotions, you'll create space for new beliefs to emerge. Beliefs that are more aligned with your truth, more aligned with your values, and more aligned with your soul's purpose. And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to support you every step of the way. It's a reminder to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and happiness, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Doesn't that just resonate with you? It's like, yes. Okay, so, let's get even more specific. What are some common belief systems that might be holding you back? Well, there's the belief that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love, that you're not capable of achieving your dreams. There's the belief that you have to be perfect, that you have to please everyone, that you have to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of others. And there's the belief that you're not in control of your own life, that you're a victim of circumstance, that you can't change your destiny. These beliefs, they can be so insidious. They can creep into your thoughts and feelings without you even realizing it. And they can sabotage your efforts to create a life that's truly fulfilling. But the thing is, these beliefs are just stories. They're not facts, and you have the power to change them. You can choose to believe something different. You can choose to believe that you are good enough, that you are worthy of love, that you are capable of achieving your dreams. You can choose to believe that you are in control of your own life, that you are the creator of your own destiny. So, take a look at your own belief systems. What are the stories you're telling yourself, about the world, and about other people? Are those stories empowering you, or are they holding you back? And what can you do to start changing those stories? What small steps can you take to start believing something different? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today, and be patient with yourself. It takes time to change deeply ingrained belief systems, but it's worth it. So worth it, And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make those changes. You've got this. I'm so excited for you. I really am. The shifts you can make. Oh my gosh, the energy you will unlock. But now let's talk about another aspect of the Hierophant energy, traditions. Because this is another huge thing it can be about. Okay, so, let's dive into this idea of tradition, because the Hierophant card isn't just about belief systems, okay. It's also about the customs, the rituals, the practices that are passed down from one generation to the next. It's about the ways of doing things that have been established over time. And these traditions, they can be incredibly valuable. They can provide a sense of continuity, a sense of identity, and a sense of belonging. They can connect us to our past, to our ancestors, and to our culture. And they can offer us wisdom, guidance, and support. But they can also be restrictive, outdated, and even harmful. If traditions are followed blindly, without questioning, without adapting to changing circumstances, they can become a source of oppression, injustice, and suffering. It's like if you're just doing things the way they've always been done, without thinking about why you're doing them, you might be perpetuating harmful patterns, reinforcing limiting beliefs, and stifling your own growth. It's all connected. The lover's energy is calling you away from that, but you can't ignore it, you have to be present with it. The Hierophant card is inviting you to examine your traditions, to see where they're serving you and where they're not. Are you following traditions that are aligned with your values, that are supporting your well-being, and that are helping you create a life that's truly fulfilling? Or are you following traditions that are holding you back, that are causing you stress, and that are preventing you from living your best life? And it's not just about cultural traditions, okay? It's also about family traditions, personal traditions, and even workplace traditions. Maybe you have a family tradition of spending every holiday together, even though it's always stressful and chaotic. Or maybe you have a personal tradition of waking up early every morning to exercise, even though you're exhausted and you'd rather sleep in. Or maybe you have a workplace tradition of working late every night, even though it's burning you out and preventing you from spending time with your loved ones. These traditions, they might seem harmless, but they can have a big impact on your overall sense of well-being. The Hierophant card is reminding you that you have the power to choose which traditions you want to keep and which traditions you want to let go of. You don't have to blindly follow tradition just because that's the way it's always been done. You can question it, you can adapt it, and you can even create your own traditions. Isn't that empowering? So, take a look at your traditions right now. Are you following traditions that are aligned with your values and your needs? Or are you following traditions that are holding you back and causing you stress? And what can you do to create more balance in your life? What traditions can you let go of? And what new traditions can you create? And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your traditions. You can't have healthy traditions if you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself. You have to love yourself, respect yourself, and value yourself before you can truly love, respect, and value your traditions. So, be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and be compassionate with yourself. And bring that same kindness, patience, and compassion into your traditions with others. It sounds so easy, but it can be hard to do. It's all about the showing up, which I know you can do. Because that's what the Hierophant card is all about. Tradition, community, and connection. Okay, so let's talk about some specific examples of how these traditions might show up in your life. Because I think it's helpful to see how these energies can manifest in real-world situations. So, let's say you're planning a wedding. The Hierophant card is inviting you to honor the traditions of your culture, your religion, and your family. But it's also inviting you to create your own traditions, to personalize your wedding, and to make it a reflection of your unique relationship. The Fool is screaming for you to make it your own. You don't have to do everything the way it's always been done. You can break the mold, you can create something new, and you can make your wedding a truly memorable and meaningful experience. Or maybe you're raising children. The Hierophant card is inviting you to pass on your values, your beliefs, and your traditions to your children. But it's also inviting you to encourage them to think for themselves, to question authority, and to forge their own path. You don't want to just blindly indoctrinate them with your own beliefs. You want to empower them to develop their own beliefs, their own values, and their own traditions. It's a balance, right? And wow, is it ever difficult? Or maybe you're simply trying to find a sense of belonging in your community. The Hierophant card is inviting you to participate in the rituals, the customs, and the practices of your community. But it's also inviting you to challenge the status quo, to advocate for change, and to create a more inclusive and equitable community for everyone. You don't have to just passively accept things the way they are. You can be an agent of change, you can make a difference, and you can help create a better world. And remember, throughout all of these scenarios, the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your traditions. To treat yourself with kindness, to forgive yourself for your mistakes, and to trust that you're doing the best you can. And to treat others with that same kindness, forgiveness, and trust. Because that's what the Hierophant card is all about: tradition, community, and connection. All right, I know that it's all resonating with you so strongly. And I still have so much more that I want to tell you. I still want to connect this to the Lover's card. This reading is just getting so juicy. Oh, I know, let's talk about mentors. Because that's another aspect of the Hierophant, the need for a guide. The need for someone who can help you navigate these traditions and beliefs. So much to talk about still. Okay. Let's really hone in there and talk about how seeking guidance can be a very healthy thing. We don't have to do this all alone. The Hierophant embodies that. Okay, so, let's really think about how seeking a mentor can be a really powerful thing during this journey. Because the Hierophant card isn't just about blindly following tradition, okay. It's also about seeking guidance from those who have walked the path before you. It's about learning from their wisdom, their experience, and their insights. And it's about finding someone who can support you, encourage you, and challenge you to grow. Think about a mentor that really made a difference in your life. The thing is, finding a good mentor can be life-changing. It's so true. A mentor can help you clarify your goals, identify your strengths and weaknesses, and develop a plan to achieve your dreams. They can offer you advice, feedback, and resources, and they can hold you accountable to your commitments. But it's not just about getting help, okay? It's also about giving back. The best mentoring relationships are reciprocal. You're not just receiving wisdom, you're also sharing your own experiences, your own insights, and your own support. And you're helping your mentor grow as well. Think about that. What a gift to be able to give someone with your unique experience. The Lover's card is all about that connection. The Hierophant card is reminding you that you don't have to do it all alone. You can seek guidance from others, you can learn from their mistakes, and you can build a supportive network of people who believe in you and who want to help you succeed. It's true, we all need that help. So, how do you find a good mentor? Well, the first step is to identify what you're looking for. What kind of guidance do you need? What kind of skills do you want to develop? What kind of goals do you want to achieve? Once you know what you're looking for, you can start to research potential mentors. You can ask your friends, your colleagues, or your family members for recommendations. You can attend industry events, join professional organizations, or participate in online communities. So many ways to find help. And when you find someone who you think might be a good fit, you can reach out to them and ask if they're willing to be your mentor. Be clear about what you're looking for, what you're willing to offer in return, and how much time you're expecting them to commit. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Most people are flattered to be asked to be a mentor, and they're happy to share their wisdom and experience with others. It's a real connection thing, but it's not just about finding a mentor, okay? It's also about being a good mentee. Be respectful of your mentor's time, be prepared for your meetings, and be willing to take their advice. Be open to feedback, be willing to challenge your own assumptions, and be willing to step outside of your comfort zone. Listen to them, but don't be afraid to question them or challenge them a little bit. And most importantly, be grateful for their help. Show them your appreciation, thank them for their time, and let them know how much you value their guidance. The more you show your gratitude, the more likely they are to continue to support you. Remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is all about self-love and compassion. It is important that you give that gratitude to yourself as well. You're doing something amazing, and I think that you know it. With the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to seek guidance, to learn from others, and to achieve your dreams. You've got this. So, friend, wow, this has been such an incredible exploration. We've looked at belief systems, traditions, mentors, and so much more. I know, it's a lot. And I feel like we're just getting started. The Hierophant is showing us so much, and the Fool is wanting to break free, and the Rhodonite Pyramid is grounding us in love. So, we have one card left, and I have no idea what it's going to be. The possibilities are endless. Oh, what could it even be? I am so excited to find out. Are you ready? Because I am so ready. Let's do it. What card will seal the deal? I just can't wait to see. Okay, friend, wow, this has been such an incredible exploration. We've looked at belief systems, traditions, mentors, and so much more. I know, it's a lot. And I feel like we're just getting started. The Hierophant is showing us so much, and the Fool is wanting to break free, and the Rhodonite Pyramid is grounding us in love. So, we have one card left, and I have no idea what it's going to be. The possibilities are endless. Oh, what could it even be? I am so excited to find out. Are you ready? Because I am so ready. Let's do it. What card will seal the deal? I just can't wait to see. Okay. Drum roll, please. The final card is the Star. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. This is so beautiful. Okay, so, right away, the Star is all about hope. It's all about healing. It's all about renewed faith. Does that make sense? It's like, after all that we've been through, after all those challenges, after all those decisions, the Star is like a beacon of light in the darkness. Wow. Think about it, The Fool started out on this journey, taking that leap of faith. And then the Two of Swords came along, presenting you with that tough decision, feeling so stuck and confused. Then the King of Swords gave you the clarity, the logic, the ability to see through the fog. And then the Lovers showed up, reminding you about the importance of your choices and alignment and connections. The Hierophant added the traditions and beliefs. Now the Star is okay, after all of that, after navigating all of those twists and turns, there is still hope. There is still healing. There is still a reason to believe. It's almost like a reward for all the hard work you've been doing on yourself. Oh my gosh. You've been so brave, you've been so resilient, and you've been so willing to look at the difficult parts of yourself and your life. And now, the Star is saying, okay, you've earned this. You've earned this moment of peace, this moment of grace, this moment of renewed faith. Isn't that amazing? And it all makes so much sense. And the Rhodonite Pyramid is just humming right now, because the Star is also about self-love, right? It's about recognizing your own inherent worth, your own beauty, your own light. It's about knowing that you are valuable, that you are loved, and that you are worthy of all good things. And that self-love is the foundation for everything else. It's the foundation for your healing, for your hope, and for your faith. Wow! So, the Star is like a gentle rain washing away all the doubts and fears and insecurities that have been holding you back. It's like a warm embrace, reminding you that you're not alone, that you're supported by the universe, and that you're capable of anything you set your mind to. It's just so beautiful. I'm getting chills. So, let's dig into this a little more. Because this card is just overflowing with possibilities. When I see the Star, I immediately think about the power of hope, the power of healing, and the power of faith. But also, I think about the importance of self-love, the importance of gratitude, and the importance of surrendering to the flow of life. It's how do you cultivate those qualities in your own life? How do you tap into that energy of the Star? How do you create a life that's filled with hope, healing, and faith? So, where do we even start here? I feel like it's important to examine your own relationship with hope, to see what it means to you, how you cultivate it, and how you might be blocking it. Are you ready? This is going to be powerful. Okay, so, let's really break down this idea of hope. Because the Star card, at its heart, is about believing in the possibility of something better. It's about seeing the light, even in the darkness. It's about holding on to the faith that things can improve, that you can overcome your challenges, and that you can create a life that's truly fulfilling. And that belief, that hope, it can be incredibly powerful. It can motivate you to take action, to persevere through difficult times, and to never give up on your dreams. It can inspire you to connect with others, to build community, and to make a positive impact on the world. It can even heal you. Isn't that amazing? It's almost like hope is a superpower. But the thing is, hope can be hard to hold on to, especially when you're going through a tough time. When you're facing challenges, when you're feeling overwhelmed, when you're losing faith, it can be easy to fall into despair, to give up on yourself, and to believe that things will never get better. And that's where the Two of Swords comes in. You are so stuck. You can't see how things can ever turn around. You're trapped in a cycle of negative thoughts and emotions, and that's where the Star comes in with its gentle rain. But the King of Swords is like, okay, let's analyze this logically. What are the facts? What are the possibilities? What are the actions you can take to improve your situation? And that's helpful, right? But it's not the whole picture. Because hope isn't just about logic, it's also about intuition. It's about trusting your gut, about listening to your heart, about believing in something that you can't necessarily see or prove. So, it's about balancing logic and intuition, reason and faith. And that can be tricky, right? Especially when you're feeling lost or confused. But that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in. It's like you have to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. You have to remember your own worth, your own strength, and your own ability to overcome challenges. You have to believe in yourself, even when no one else does. Because that self-belief is the foundation for hope. It's the foundation for everything. Doesn't that just resonate with you? Yes, now how do you actually do that? Okay, so, let's get even more specific. What are some practical ways to cultivate hope in your own life? Well, you can start by practicing gratitude. Focusing on the things you're grateful for, even the small things. Making a list of all the blessings in your life, and reminding yourself of those blessings every day. You can also start by spending time in nature, connecting with the beauty and wonder of the natural world, taking a walk in the woods, sitting by the ocean, or simply looking up at the stars. Nature has a way of reminding us that we're part of something bigger than ourselves, that there is still beauty and wonder in the world, even when things are difficult. The Star is all about that. And you can also start by connecting with others. Spending time with loved ones, building community, and supporting those in need. Helping others can be a great way to boost your own sense of hope, because it reminds you that you're not alone, that you're part of something bigger than yourself, and that you can make a positive impact on the world. I think this is where the Lover's card comes back into play. Connection, it's all about the connections we make. And remember, throughout all of these practices, the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to support you. It's a reminder to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and happiness, and that you deserve to live a life that's filled with hope, healing, and faith. Doesn't that feel so good? Wow, it's like I am just feeling that. So, take a look at your life right now. Where are you feeling hopeless? Where are you struggling to see the light? Where are you losing faith? And what can you do to start cultivating more hope in those areas? What small steps can you take to start believing in the possibility of something better? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today. And be patient with yourself. It takes time to cultivate hope, but it's worth it. So worth it. The Hierophant might even have some suggestions here, learning from your traditions and past. And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make it happen. You've got this. I'm so excited for you. I really am. The shifts you can make. Oh my gosh, the energy you will unlock. Now let's talk about healing. Okay, so let's really think about this idea of healing. Because the Star card isn't just about hope, okay? It's also about the process of recovery, of restoration, of becoming whole again. It's about addressing your wounds, both physical and emotional, and about finding ways to cope with your pain. It's about learning from your experiences, about growing from your challenges, and about emerging stronger and more resilient than ever before. And that healing, it can take many different forms. It can involve physical therapy, medication, or surgery. It can involve therapy, counseling, or support groups. It can involve journaling, meditation, or creative expression. It can involve spending time in nature, connecting with animals, or practicing self-care. The key is to find what works for you, what helps you feel better, and what supports your overall well-being. And the Hierophant might tell you where to start, learning from the past and what you already know. But the thing is, healing can be hard. It can be painful, it can be uncomfortable, and it can take a long time. You might have to confront difficult emotions, revisit traumatic memories, and challenge deeply ingrained beliefs. And you might have to deal with setbacks, relapses, and disappointments. But it's important to remember that healing is possible. You can recover from your wounds, you can overcome your challenges, and you can create a life that's filled with joy, peace, and purpose. It just takes time, patience, and self-compassion. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in. It's like you have to be kind to yourself, you have to be patient with yourself, and you have to trust that you're on the right path. You have to forgive yourself for your mistakes, you have to celebrate your accomplishments, and you have to believe in your own ability to heal. And you have to surround yourself with people who support you, who encourage you, and who believe in you. You don't have to do it alone. You can seek guidance from therapists, counselors, or support groups. You can connect with loved ones who can offer you comfort, understanding, and encouragement. You can build a community of people who share your experiences and who can offer you support and solidarity. Like I said, the Lover's card is just bursting with that support. It's all about connection. How do you connect with your loved ones? What does that mean to you? And remember, the Fool also has to be grounded. So how can you make the most of the healing process without putting too much pressure on yourself? And the King of Swords helps you see how far you have come in your healing. What clarity has come to you over time? Wow. So, what are some practical ways to cultivate healing in your own life? Well, you can start by practicing self-care. Taking time for yourself to do things that make you feel good. Whether it's taking a bath, reading a book, going for a walk, or spending time with loved ones. And you can also start by setting boundaries in your relationships. Saying no to things that don't feel good. Prioritizing your own needs, and creating space for self-care. And you can also start by practicing forgiveness. Forgiving yourself for your mistakes, forgiving others for their wrongdoings, and letting go of any resentment or bitterness that you might be holding onto. Forgiveness is a powerful tool for healing. You can even forgive yourself for not putting the Fool energy in check, or for getting bogged down by the Two of Swords. So, take a look at your life right now. Where are you feeling wounded? Where are you struggling to heal? Where are you holding on to pain? And what can you do to start cultivating more healing in those areas? What small steps can you take to start addressing your wounds, to cope with your pain, and to create a life that's filled with joy, peace, and purpose? Don't try to heal everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today, and be patient with yourself. It takes time to heal, but it's worth it. So worth it. What does the Hierophant say? The traditions you're used to, is there healing you can glean from that? And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make it happen. You've got this. I'm so excited for you. I really am. The shifts you can make. Oh my gosh, the energy you will unlock. Now let's talk about faith. Let's talk about what this all truly means for you. Okay, so let's really dive into this idea of faith. Because the Star card isn't just about hope and healing, okay? It's also about having trust in something bigger than yourself. It's about believing in the goodness of the universe, even when things are difficult. It's about surrendering to the flow of life, even when you don't understand where it's taking you. And that faith, it can be a source of great comfort, strength, and guidance. It can help you navigate challenging times, make difficult decisions, and stay true to your values. It can also connect you to something larger than yourself, to a sense of purpose, meaning, and belonging. I'm just feeling that connection between the Lovers and the Star. But the thing is, faith can be hard to maintain, especially when you're facing adversity. When you're experiencing loss, when you're feeling betrayed, when you're questioning everything you believe, it can be easy to lose faith, to become cynical, and to disconnect from your spiritual path. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in. It's like you have to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. You have to remember your own inherent worth, your own beauty, your own light. You have to believe in yourself, even when you're doubting everything else. And you have to trust that you're being guided, even when you can't see the path ahead. The King of Swords can help you come up with actionable, logical things to do during this time. And the Two of Swords, you have to let go of that indecision. Let go of what may be holding you back. Follow the path forward. And in this instance, the Fool and the Rhodonite might have to do some work together. You might have to take a leap with some abandon, while still grounding and loving yourself through the entire process. It's intense, I know. So, what are some practical ways to cultivate faith in your own life? Well, you can start by practicing meditation. Taking time each day to quiet your mind, connect with your inner self, and listen to the guidance of your intuition. You can also start by spending time in prayer, expressing your gratitude, asking for guidance, and surrendering your worries to a higher power. The Hierophant is screaming for you to consider that, and you can also start by connecting with nature. Observing the beauty and wonder of the natural world and recognizing the interconnectedness of all things. This is all so amazing. Wow, take a look at your life right now. Where are you struggling to have faith? Where are you questioning your beliefs? Where are you feeling disconnected from your spiritual path? And what can you do to start cultivating more faith in those areas? What small steps can you take to start trusting in something bigger than yourself, to surrendering to the flow of life, and to connecting with your sense of purpose and meaning? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today. And be patient with yourself. It takes time to cultivate faith, but it's worth it. So worth it. And with the Rhodonite pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make it happen. You've got this. So, friend, wow, this has been such a transformative journey. We've explored hope, healing, faith, and so much more. And I feel like we're just beginning to scratch the surface. You know, it's like the star is shining its light on your path, guiding you toward a future that's filled with love, joy, and purpose. And the Rhodonite pyramid is there to ground you, to support you, and to remind you that you are worthy of all good things. I'm so excited to see what happens next. What does that next leap with the Fool look like? How grounded can you keep the Fool? Can you combine the ideas of the Lovers and the Hierophant to make the perfect support system? The possibilities are endless. Oh, what could it even be? I am so excited to find out. But for now, I think this will be the end of our reading together. All of this, the star is so amazing for your reading, and I hope you keep all of this insight with you. I hope that helped. Thank you for letting me read for you. Okay, friend, wow, this has been such a transformative journey. We've explored hope, healing, faith, and so much more. And I feel like we're just beginning to scratch the surface. You know, it's like the star is shining its light on your path, guiding you toward a future that's filled with love, joy, and purpose. And the Rhodonite pyramid is there to ground you, to support you, and to remind you that you are worthy of all good things. I'm so excited to see what happens next. What does that next leap with the Fool look like? How grounded can you keep the Fool? Can you combine the ideas of the Lovers and the Hierophant to make the perfect support system? The possibilities are endless. Oh, what could it even be? I am so excited to find out. But for now, I think this will be the end of our reading together. All of this, the star is so amazing for your reading, and I hope you keep all of this insight with you. I hope that helped. Thank you for letting me read for you. Okay. We have one final card to pull. Let's reveal it. It is the Emperor. Oh my gosh, wow, that is so interesting. Okay, so right away, the Emperor is all about structure, authority, and control. Does that make sense? It's like he's the ultimate authority figure, the one who sets the rules, the one who enforces the laws, the one who maintains order. He's all about logic, reason, and discipline. He's about creating a stable and secure environment where everyone knows their place and everyone follows the rules. It can be really intense. Think about it. The Emperor can represent a person in your life, like a father figure, a boss, or a mentor. Or it can represent a system, like a government, a corporation, or a religious institution. Or it can represent a part of yourself, like your inner critic, your inner disciplinarian, or your inner controller. Ooh, that's intense. That internal pressure can be something you need to consider. So, where does that leave us with all the other cards? So, we have the Fool starting out on this journey, right? And then the Emperor comes along and it's like, okay, hold on a minute. Where are you going? What's your plan? Are you following the rules? It's like the Fool is all about spontaneity and freedom, but the Emperor is all about structure and control. So, how do you reconcile those two energies? How do you balance your desire for freedom with your need for stability? Oh, wow. And then with the Two of Swords, Maybe the decision you're facing involves a conflict between your own desires and the expectations of someone in authority. Like, do you follow your own heart, even if it goes against the rules? Or do you conform to what's expected of you, even if it means sacrificing your own happiness? And the King of Swords, he's like, okay, let's analyze this logically. What are the pros and cons of each approach? What are the potential consequences of following the rules versus breaking them? He can really help you with that. But wow, is that a lot of energy. Now, where does the Lovers play into this? Well, maybe it's about finding a partner who respects your authority, who supports your decisions, and who helps you maintain order in your life. Or maybe it's about finding a way to balance your own need for control with your partner's need for freedom. Like, how can you create a relationship that's both stable and fulfilling? And the Hierophant. Oh my gosh. Maybe you're struggling with conflicting belief systems, and you are really digging down to the roots of what you believe. It's all so connected. Oh, I get chills just thinking about it. So, like the Emperor, it can be a really helpful card. It can provide structure, security, and a sense of order. But it can also be restrictive, controlling, and even oppressive. It all depends on how you relate to it. So, like, are you giving your power away to authority figures? Are you being too rigid in your thinking? Are you trying to control things too much? Ooh, those are the questions. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in, because, like, you can't just blindly follow the rules. You have to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. You have to honor your own inner authority, even if it goes against the external authority. You have to trust your own intuition, even if it conflicts with the logic of the Emperor. You have to find a balance between structure and freedom, between control and surrender, between discipline and self-compassion. Because that's what true empowerment is all about. It's about owning your own power, not giving it away to someone else. Wow, that's powerful. Oh, I feel like this is really going to challenge you. It's like, where are you giving your power away to external sources? Where are you blindly following the rules without questioning them? Where are you conforming to expectations instead of honoring your own truth? You might not even realize it. These are the questions you're being asked to consider. You're going to want to think long and hard about that, especially with the star shining down on you, the path forward, the healing that is meant to be. Wow, the star card is like a beacon of hope, but the Emperor is like, okay, slow down, let's not get carried away. Let's make sure we have a solid foundation before we start dreaming big. It's like you need both energies, right? You need the hope and the inspiration of the star, but you also need the structure and the discipline of the Emperor. That is so real. You really need both aspects. You can't have one without the other, or things will fall apart. It is just not possible. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes into play. The grounding you. Okay, so, let's dig into this a little more. Because this card is just packed with meaning. When I see the Emperor, I immediately think about the power of authority, the power of control, and the power of structure. But also I think about the need for individual freedom, the need for self-expression, and the need for authentic power. It's like, how do you balance those two things? How do you honor authority while also staying true to yourself? How do you create structure without becoming rigid? How do you exercise control without becoming controlling? Wow, it's all so connected. And it all starts with looking at yourself, right? With seeing how these things impact you and the choices you make, how you feel about yourself, where you feel you may or may not fit in. The connection to the Lovers really comes through. So, where do we even start here? I feel like it's important to examine your own relationship with authority to see where it came from, how it's serving you, and whether it's still aligned with your truth. What does the Hierophant say about that? Is there a connection? It's like a puzzle. I can feel it. Let's do it. So get ready, because this is gonna be a deep dive. Oh my gosh. Ooh, so let's really break down this idea of your relationship with authority. Because the Emperor card, at its core, is about how you relate to power, both your own power and the power of others. It's about the dynamics of control, dominance, and submission. And it's about how you navigate those dynamics in your own life. Wow. And these dynamics, they can be incredibly complex. You know, think about your childhood. Did you grow up in a home where authority was strict, rigid, and controlling? Or was it more flexible, democratic, and empowering? Did you feel like you had a voice, like your opinions mattered? Or did you feel like you had to blindly obey the rules no matter what? That is such a big part of this. And then think about your experiences in school, in the workplace, in your relationships. Have you encountered authority figures who were supportive, encouraging, and inspiring? Or have you encountered those who were critical, judgmental, and oppressive? Have you felt empowered to assert your own authority, to stand up for what you believe in, and to take control of your own life? Or have you felt silenced, diminished, and powerless? Like, oh my gosh, are you just nodding along? Because I am just feeling that for you. I can tell you have been through something. You know, what does the star mean for you in this case? Does it mean that you were on your way and this might just be a bump in the road? Maybe the Two of Swords made you feel this way. It is all coming together. But the thing is, your relationship with authority, it's not just about external figures. It's also about your own internal authority. It's about how you relate to your own inner critic, your own inner disciplinarian, and your own inner controller. Like, do you treat yourself with kindness, compassion, and understanding? Or do you treat yourself with harshness, judgment, and condemnation? Do you allow yourself to make mistakes, to learn from your experiences, and to grow? Or do you hold yourself to impossibly high standards, punishing yourself for every perceived failure? Oh wow, and if you can't forgive yourself, how can you love yourself? What does the Lover's card say about that? Is there some unrequited love here, something that might be eating you up? These internal dynamics, they can be just as powerful as the external ones, and they can have a big impact on your overall sense of well-being. The King of Swords might be a little tough with you during this. If you are going through this, maybe that is something you can work on. It is for you to decide. The Emperor card is inviting you to examine your relationship with authority, to see where it came from, how it's serving you, and whether it's still aligned with your truth. So, how do you start examining your relationship with authority? Well, the first step is to become aware of it, to pay attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions, to notice the patterns in your behavior, and to ask yourself, why do I feel this way around authority figures? What am I afraid of? What am I hoping to gain? Is this behavior serving me? Is it aligned with my values? Those are so important to ask. The Hierophant has those answers. And then, once you've identified a pattern that you want to explore, you can start to challenge it. You can question your assumptions, consider alternative perspectives, and look for evidence that supports or contradicts your belief. You can even try experimenting with different behaviors to see what happens. Like, if you typically defer to authority figures, try asserting your own opinion. Or if you typically rebel against authority figures, try cooperating with them. What does the Fool say about that? To take the opposite leap that you normally would. Isn't that incredible? Now, with the star there for you, you may not have to worry, it may go smoothly. But it's not just about intellectual understanding, okay? It's also about emotional processing. You have to allow yourself to feel the emotions that come up when you challenge authority. You might feel fear, anger, sadness, or even grief. And that's okay, it's all part of the process. So it is important that you not suppress those feelings. Just allow yourself to feel them, to acknowledge them, and to release them. You don't have to hold on to them. You can let them go. You are a beautiful being, and it is okay. And as you release those emotions, you'll create space for new ways of relating to authority. Ways that are more empowering, more authentic, and more aligned with your truth. You are not a bad person, you know that? You are not defined by the people of your past. And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to support you every step of the way. It's a reminder to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and happiness, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. Oh wow, this reading has been something special. Okay, so, let's get even more specific. What are some common ways that the Emperor energy might be showing up in your life in a negative way? Well, there's the tendency to be overly controlling, to try to micromanage everything, to insist on doing things your way, even when it's not the best way. There's the tendency to be overly critical, to judge yourself and others harshly, to focus on what's wrong instead of what's right. The Lovers is screaming, that is not the way. There's the tendency to be overly rigid, to resist change, to cling to old ways of doing things, even when they're no longer serving you. Oh, you really need to listen to your heart. And there's the tendency to be overly authoritarian, to dominate conversations, to impose your will on others, to refuse to listen to dissenting opinions. These tendencies, they can be so damaging. They can strain your relationships, stifle your creativity, and prevent you from reaching your full potential. You are so great and amazing. But the thing is, these tendencies are just habits. They're not fixed traits, and you have the power to change them. You can choose to be more flexible, more compassionate, and more open-minded. You can choose to relinquish control, to trust others, and to allow things to unfold naturally. Oh, this really is an epiphany. How have we gone from the fool to the emperor? That really is a journey. So, take a look at your own behavior. Are you exhibiting any of these negative emperor tendencies? Are you trying to control everything? Are you being overly critical? Are you resisting change? Are you dominating others? And what can you do to start changing those patterns? What small steps can you take to start being more flexible, more compassionate, and more open-minded? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on one or two things that you can start working on today. And be patient with yourself. It takes time to change deeply ingrained habits. The Airfant might have ideas of how to break these habits, but it's worth it. So worth it, right? And with the Rhodonite pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make those changes. What does the star say? Does it say that you have the skills? Does it say that you have the power within you? You've got this. I'm so excited for you. I really am. The shifts you can make. Oh my gosh, the energy you will unlock. Now let's talk about another aspect of the Emperor energy, setting healthy boundaries. Because this is another huge thing it can be about. It can be hard, but you are worth it. Okay, so let's dive into this idea of boundaries. Because the Emperor card isn't just about control, okay. It's also about creating structure, establishing limits, and protecting your own energy. And those things can be incredibly empowering. Think about it. Boundaries are the invisible lines that you draw around yourself to define where you end and where others begin. They're the rules that you set for how you want to be treated, what you're willing to tolerate, and what you're not. And when you have healthy boundaries, you're able to protect your time, your energy, your emotions, and your physical space. You're able to say no to things that don't feel good. You're able to assert your needs and your preferences. And you're able to create relationships that are based on mutual respect, trust, and understanding. And that's where the Lover's card comes in again. It's always about the connection. It's always about the love. What can that support mean to you? Do you need to set these for yourself? Do you need to set these with others? You are so worth it. Boundaries can really save relationships. I know I keep coming back to this, but you are so great and I believe in you. But the thing is, setting boundaries can be hard. It can feel selfish, it can feel uncomfortable, and it can be met with resistance from others. You might worry about hurting people's feelings, about being judged, or about being rejected. And you might be tempted to just give in, to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of others. But that's a recipe for burnout, resentment, and ultimately, for damaged relationships. You are a strong and powerful person. Setting boundaries can improve your own life in many ways. The Emperor card is reminding you that setting boundaries is not selfish, it's essential. It's about honoring your own worth, respecting your own needs, and protecting your own energy. And it's about creating relationships that are healthy, sustainable, and mutually fulfilling. You are worth it. It can also be about setting boundaries with yourself to protect you from falling too far. Oh my gosh, what did the Fool get you into? What has this journey been like for you? Let that star lead the way. So, what are some practical ways to set healthy boundaries in your own life? Well, you can start by getting clear about your own needs and values. What's important to you? What do you want to protect? What are you willing to tolerate, and what are you not? What does that look like to you? What did the traditions of the Airfant teach you about the importance of this? What support did you get or not get? Now it is time to make the changes you see fit. The Two of Swords made you make some hard decisions. Well, now it is time to carry them through. You can also start by learning how to say no. Practice saying no to requests that don't feel good, that drain your energy, or that conflict with your values. And don't feel like you have to explain yourself, justify yourself, or apologize for saying no. A simple "no, thank you" is enough. You are allowed to say no. The Emperor is here to support you through that. Lean on the support of the stars and people. Lean on the ground of the crystal. You are strong. And you can also start by communicating your boundaries clearly and assertively. Let people know what you expect from them, what you're willing to do, and what you're not. And be prepared to enforce your boundaries if they're crossed. The power is within you. It always has been. The power of the King of Swords and Emperor has combined to make you a force to be reckoned with. The sky is the limit. What power? So, take a look at your own life right now. Are you setting healthy boundaries? Are you protecting your own energy? Are you honoring your own needs? The Airfint can help you align that. Or are you letting others take advantage of you, drain your energy, or disrespect your boundaries? And what can you do to start setting better boundaries? What small steps can you take to start protecting yourself and creating healthier relationships? Don't feel like you have to do it all at once. It will all come with time. Be patient with yourself. And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your boundaries. You can't have healthy boundaries if you don't have a healthy relationship with yourself. What does the Lovers have to say? Is there something that can come from all of this that is beneficial for you? Is there a connection that could come from it? You have to love yourself, respect yourself, and value yourself before you can truly protect yourself. You are so great and incredible. What are you doing? So, be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and be compassionate with yourself. And bring that same kindness, patience, and compassion into your boundaries with others. Because that's what the Emperor card is all about. Structure, authority, and boundaries. Okay, my friend, wow, this has been such an incredible reading. We've covered so much ground. We've explored your relationship with authority, we've looked at the power of control, and we've discovered the importance of setting healthy boundaries. This is all such a beautiful thing. This is a life-changing event. You know, this will be amazing. This is all the cards to play with and connect to each other. Now you can really see what the story of your life can be. And as we wrap up this reading, I want to remind you of something very important. You are the authority in your own life. You have the power to make your own choices, to set your own boundaries, and to create your own reality. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are the creator of your own destiny. And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make that destiny a reality. I am so honored that you let me read you. Okay, friend, wow, this has been such a transformative journey. We've explored hope, healing, faith, and so much more. And I feel like we're just beginning to scratch the surface. You know, it's like the star is shining its light on your path, guiding you toward a future that's filled with love, joy, and purpose. We also had the grounded message of setting those healthy boundaries with the authority of the Emperor. That is so great, and I'm so happy for you. And the Rhodonite Pyramid is there to ground you, to support you, and to remind you that you are worthy of all good things. I'm so excited to see what happens next. What does that next leap with the Fool look like? How grounded can you keep the Fool? Can you combine the ideas of the Lovers and the Airfint to make the perfect support system? The possibilities are endless. Oh, what could it even be? I am so excited to find out. Okay. Drum roll, please. The final card is the Seven of Swords. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. This is really interesting, friend. So, right away, the Seven of Swords is all about. It's a tricky one. It's about strategy. It's about cleverness. But it can also be about, getting away with something, maybe even a little bit of deception. Does that make sense? It's not always a bad card, but it's definitely a card that requires you to be really mindful of your intentions. It's not always as straightforward as the other cards might be. It's all about perspective. Think about it. You see someone sneaking away with swords. Are they stealing them? Are they rescuing them? Are they borrowing them? There's a lot of it depends in this card's energy. So let's think about how this fits into the story of your reading so far. We started with the Fool, right? Taking that leap of faith, stepping into the unknown. But now, with the Seven of Swords, it's okay, you're on this adventure, but are you being completely honest with yourself and others? Are you taking any shortcuts? Are you maybe trying to, get ahead in a way that's not entirely ethical? Ooh, that sounds intense. It's also a lot about being honest with yourself. I think that's the key. You want to be so sure that you are being as open with yourself as you would be with others. Ooh, yeah, I'm really feeling that. It is okay, you know? No one is perfect. We are only doing the best that we can, and at times we have to make decisions that could be considered sneaky. And sometimes that's okay. So that's where the wisdom lies. You've got to make sure you are being fair to others. You are not a bad person, but it is always wise to reflect on your path. What about the Two of Swords? Like, maybe you're facing a decision where there's no clear right or wrong answer, and you're tempted to, like, take the easy way out, even if it means bending the rules a little bit. You might be feeling like you have to choose between two bad options, so you're trying to find a third option, a sneaky way to get what you want without having to make a difficult choice. And the King of Swords, he's like, okay, let's analyze this logically. What are the consequences of your actions? Are you willing to accept the risks involved? Are you sure you're not deceiving yourself or others? He's all about that clarity, but the Seven of Swords is like, but what if clarity isn't enough? What if you need to be a little bit sneaky to get what you want? I want to be so clear and say that I am not condoning doing anything illegal. I would never do that, and do not suggest it for you. I just want you to consider it from every aspect. Think of all of the angles. Be open to all of the possibilities. Now, where does the lovers play into this? Well, maybe you're in a relationship where there's some hidden secrets or unspoken truths, and you're tempted to, like, keep things under wraps to avoid conflict. Or maybe you're in a situation where you have to choose between your own needs and the needs of your partner, and you're trying to find a way to satisfy both of you without being completely honest. It is like saying that white lie so that you can save someone's feelings. And the Hierophant is weighing down on you, the beliefs, the rules. But what does that all mean to you? Is it okay to skirt a family tradition to make your life easier? It is for you to decide. See? Tricky. Like, how can you reconcile those two energies? How can you be true to yourself and your values while also navigating complex social situations? Those are really tough questions, especially with the star shining down on you, expecting you to take the high road. Gosh. So, like the Seven of Swords, it can be a warning against dishonesty and manipulation, but it can also be a reminder to be resourceful and adaptable. It's all about finding that balance, about being clever without being deceitful, about getting what you want without hurting others. And that's where the Rhodonite Pyramid comes in. It's like you can't just go around sneaking and scheming without considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. You have to stay grounded in self-love and compassion. You have to be mindful of your intentions. You have to make sure that you're not sacrificing your integrity for the sake of personal gain, because that will not be worth it in the end. I truly, truly believe that to be true. Oh, I feel like this card is really going to make you think. It's like, where are you being tempted to take shortcuts? Where are you being tempted to deceive yourself or others? Where are you sacrificing your values for the sake of expediency? Where are you needing to be smart, to think outside the box? These are the questions you're being asked to consider. Really think about that, okay? And stay grounded, really. So, like, let's dig into this a little more, because this card is just so complex. When I see the Seven of Swords, I immediately think about the power of strategy, the power of resourcefulness, and the power of adaptability. But also, I think about the dangers of dishonesty, the dangers of manipulation, and the dangers of sacrificing your integrity. It's like, how do you harness the positive aspects of this card without falling prey to the negative ones? How do you be clever without being deceitful? How do you get what you want without hurting others? How do you stay true to yourself while also navigating complex social situations? These are tough questions to reflect upon. I hope you really do, and take the time to think it over. So, like, where do we even start here? I feel like it's important to examine your own relationship with strategy to see how you use it in your own life, whether you use it for good or for ill, and how it's impacting your relationships. Yeah, let's do that. Get ready, because this is gonna be a deep dive. Are you ready for this final message? Is it all connecting with you? Wow. The Seven of Swords is a card that keeps you on your toes. It is not always the easiest to understand. Let's really break down this idea of strategy. Because the Seven of Swords card, at its core, is about using your intellect, your creativity, and your resourcefulness to achieve your goals. It's about finding the smartest, most efficient way to get what you want, even if it means taking a less conventional approach. But it is so important that you stay fair and are acting with good intentions. It is not worth it to fall to the dark side. This I am telling you as your friend. I think that you should lean on your support and let others help you to see if you are acting in a positive manner. Okay? Think about it. In business, strategy might involve identifying a niche market, developing a unique product or service, or negotiating a favorable deal. In your personal life, strategy might involve setting clear goals, creating a plan of action, or learning how to communicate effectively. And in both cases, strategy requires you to be adaptable, to be able to think on your feet, and to be willing to change your approach as needed. But it also needs a big fat dose of self-love. You have to honor who you are and believe that you're making the best choices for yourself and the world around you. But the thing is, strategy can easily turn into manipulation if you're not careful. If you're focused solely on getting what you want, without considering the impact of your actions on others, you might be tempted to cut corners, to bend the rules, or even to lie. And that's where things get tricky. Because while a little bit of cleverness can sometimes be helpful, a pattern of dishonesty and manipulation will ultimately erode your relationships, damage your reputation, and leave you feeling empty and unfulfilled. The Lover's card asks, is that really worth it? You are so great and it is not worth it. You may be just fine now, but it can eventually bubble to the surface, and it can make your life very hard. Stay strong, and I know that you can do it. You can follow your heart, and you can find new connections. Keep that momentum going. You deserve it. I am sending so much love. The Seven of Swords card is inviting you to examine your own relationship with strategy, to see how you use it in your own life, whether you use it for good or for ill, and how it's impacting your relationships. So, how do you start examining your relationship with strategy? Well, the first step is to become aware of it, to pay attention to your thoughts, your feelings, and your reactions, to notice the patterns in your behavior, and to ask yourself, why am I using this strategy? What am I hoping to achieve? Is it truly aligned with my values? And who might be impacted by my choices? The Hierophant can really help you connect to your roots. Then, once you've identified a pattern that you want to explore, you can start to challenge it. You can question your assumptions, consider alternative perspectives, and look for evidence that supports or contradicts your belief. This is incredible. It's also about emotional processing. You have to allow yourself to feel the emotions that come up when you question your strategies. You might feel fear, anger, sadness, or even grief. And that's okay. It's all part of the process. It is all about the connections. How can you get in touch with yourself through the journey? Where can the star lead you now? And as you release those emotions, you'll create space for new ways of relating to strategy. Ways that are more authentic, more ethical, and more aligned with your values. Isn't that something? You have so much power. And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to support you every step of the way. It's a reminder to be kind to yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to trust that you're on the right path. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and happiness, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. I am so excited to see what will come of this. I really am. Okay, so let's get even more specific. What are some common ways that people misuse strategy in their lives? Well, there's the tendency to be overly competitive, to see every situation as a win-lose scenario, and to be willing to do whatever it takes to come out on top, even if it means hurting others. Oh, wow, that sounds difficult. And you don't need that. The strength comes from within. There's the tendency to be manipulative, to try to control others by using guilt, flattery, or other emotional tactics. And there's the tendency to be dishonest, to lie, cheat, or steal in order to get what you want. These tendencies, they can be so destructive. They can damage your relationships, erode your trust, and leave you feeling isolated and alone. Is this what the path of the fool was meant to be? Now that you are on the journey, you must come face to face with the truth and all that that entails. But the thing is, these tendencies are just habits. They're not fixed traits, and you have the power to change them. You can choose to be more cooperative, more compassionate, and more honest. I really do think that you can. You just have to believe in yourself, wow. The next step is to find healthy strategies and move forward. I can't wait. So, take a look at your own behavior. Are you exhibiting any of these negative strategic tendencies? Are you being overly competitive? Are you being manipulative? Are you being dishonest? How can you start recognizing the signs that it is happening and make changes? Do you need help from the outside? I am sending so much love and support. And what can you do to start changing those patterns? What small steps can you take to start being more cooperative, more compassionate, and more honest? Don't try to change everything overnight, okay? Just focus on 1 or 2 things that you can start working on today. It can be hard work, but it is important to do it at your own pace. Be patient with yourself. The power of the King of Swords and the Hierophant can really help to support you if you let them in and allow yourself to receive the message. That is all you, and the power is within you, so I am so excited. It takes time to change deeply ingrained habits, but it's worth it. So worth it. I hope that you know that you are also worth it. The effort you are going to be putting in is going to be life-changing. With the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make those changes. The star can lead the way. You've got this. Now let's talk about another aspect of the Seven of Swords energy, thinking outside the box. Because this is another huge thing it can be about. This is exciting. Wow, you are just ready to explode with all that energy, like the Fool. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's dive into this idea of thinking outside the box. Because the Seven of Swords card isn't just about strategy and deception, okay? It's also about creativity, innovation, and finding unconventional solutions to problems. And that can be incredibly valuable. Think about it. In a world that's constantly changing, where the old rules no longer apply, you need to be able to think on your feet, to adapt to new situations, and to come up with creative solutions that no one else has thought of. And that's where the Seven of Swords energy can really shine. It's about being a rebel, about challenging the status quo, and about finding new ways to do things. There is nothing that you cannot do when you believe in yourself. I am getting so emotional. This is so great. You should be proud, so proud of how far you have come. The best is yet to come. You are doing the best, and that will be the best. This is your life, and it will continue in your own way. It is all connected. So, how do you cultivate this kind of out-of-the-box thinking in your own life? Well, you can start by challenging your own assumptions. Question the way you've always done things, and ask yourself if there's a better way. And what does the Hierophant say about that? How can you change the cycle? What would that look like? You can also start by being open to new ideas. Read books, listen to podcasts, and talk to people who have different perspectives than you do. The Lovers is saying, connect. And you can also start by brainstorming. Set aside some time to just let your mind wander, to come up with as many ideas as possible, without judging them or censoring them. And remember, the Rhodonite Pyramid is here to remind you to bring self-love and compassion into all of your thinking. You can't be creative if you're constantly judging yourself or afraid of making mistakes. You have to give yourself permission to experiment, to fail, and to learn from your experiences. Let the light of the star shine down on you. Let it all come to you. You deserve it. You are great, you are amazing, and I know that you can be whatever you want. Do not let anyone ever tell you what is what for you. The power is yours. So, take a look at your own life right now. Are you stuck in a rut? Are you doing things the same way you've always done them? Are you afraid to try new things? I hope that you aren't. Look at how far you have come. This is a great journey. It is only meant to get better from here. I am proud of you. The light that has been shined on you from this journey is meant to be shared. As the connections with the Lovers and the Hierophant said, to share is important. Now more than ever. And that, my friend, is up to you. What are your thoughts? I would love to hear them. How do these readings resonate? How have they been in your life? I really do want to know. So, my friend, as we come to the end of this reading, I want to leave you with a final thought. You are capable of anything you set your mind to. You have the power to be strategic, resourceful, and adaptable. You have the power to think outside the box, to challenge the status quo, and to create your own reality. And with the Rhodonite Pyramid by your side, you have the strength, the courage, and the self-love to make that reality a reality. So go out there and make it happen. And don't forget to have fun along the way. You are worthy of love, wow. You can make that life with hope, healing, love, and boundaries. But most importantly, do not forget yourself. You, my friend, are the most important part of the equation. You are worthy of love and happiness. Remember that. Okay, that is going to be it for this reading. I really, really hope that you enjoyed it and that it resonated with you. It was such a great honor to do this, and now here we are. Now, don't forget, if you liked this reading, and if it resonated with you, please, please, please let me know. Feel free to like and comment down below. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and click the little notification bell so you'll be notified whenever I upload a new reading. If you really want to go the extra mile and support my channel, then, of course, I'm always appreciative of people who let the ads play in the background while they go about doing other things. And of course, you can check out my merch, my candles, and be sure to use the code ASO10 to get 10% off. And definitely check out my other readings, as well as my social media. Thanks again, friend, and I will see you soon. Have a great day.